It's that time. All Amateur League. It's finals. Jody, I mean, I want to get hype. I just don't know if I need to throw out that much smoke that soon. Like, that's what I'm saying. Yes, Brett. Jody, Jody, Jody. We got the main man here. What is up, everybody? It is Upper Division Finals days. It is Friday. We are killing it. We are here. We're ready to have fun. But before we get into the game, we have other things to talk about.
Yes,
What are those things we need to talk about, my buddy Jody?
we have very important announcement. The votes are in. Everyone who participated, thank you very much. We have our all-pro teams announced.
Ooh.
And we are going to be starting with our first team all-pro. Drum roll, please. And here it is. Ladies and gentlemen, we have in the top lane from team Elysium Omen, Call. You want to take
Yeah. Big man.
Yep.
Oh, we wrote it down. Next, Clownzry's one and only panda in the jungle.
In the mid lane,
Yep,
Calypso, Mammoth.
80 carry Calypso Chaser.
And finally, but not least, Clownzry support Relics.
That is your first team All-Pro for Upper Division in Season 4. Congratulations to all you guys. You were voted on by Upper Division players across all of the teams and all the organizations, and they voted for you guys as the best players in your positions to represent first team All-Pro. But with
these players, I mean, were very, very good in their season. You know, this was also voted on by staff and production.
Yes, everybody.
Especially I voted for some of these players. Like, these guys really stood out. You know, they went above and beyond for their teams. They single-handedly, you know, won lane phases, even in some cases won games for their team. And, you know, just a round of applause to all these players. You know, this is something that you should be proud of and you should take home with a chip on your shoulder.
Absolutely, guys. Phenomenal job. Did great. Yeah, I love it. Clownzry, Tom Kench. Love check, guys. Keep it hyped up. But with that, though, there's a reason why we call it first team. First team are the ones that were voted into the main position, but that means there is also a second team. So without further ado, the alternates to first team, if they cannot perform their duties, wearing the crown and the sash and the flowers. Oh, wait, never mind. That's pageantry. That's the other one where it's coming from. But congratulations to our second team All-Pro. We don't call them the underdogs around here, Brett. They're going to want to show up and handle business, my boy. That's what they're going to want to do. But we're going to start off in the top lane. Probably, arguably, my opinion, one of the front runners for MVP this season, Flame Major Core. Dude was an animal. Congratulations, Flame.
And coming in the jungle, we also have from the Flame Horizon team, Hero Joe in the jungle.
And then a man very familiar to the Slash All organization and has been here many of times. I believe he's been an All-Pro player every single season he's been here in the mid lane from Odyssey Kronos, Sinja.
Also from Odyssey Kronos coming in and the ADC role, we have Sup Bro. He was one of the pristine ADCs. You know, he really, especially to me, he had a really shining light on this team.
And last but certainly not least, like we said before, is Orbit. One and only Hacks on Yuumi. We know it's OP. That's the reason why they're projecting the champion already. They know he's going to do big things with it.
Yeah, Hacks was one of those players that I was also had a really keen eye on. You know, he was making a lot of good plays, and you know, even though his team didn't go that far, you know, it was one of those players that did a really good job.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, for those that do not know, the reason why we have a first team and a second team All-Pro, the reason why this exists is next Friday, after the championships tonight. Clearly, we're going through all that. We'll end that one. Next Friday, there will be a matchup of first team versus second team All-Pro for smack talking rights. A little bit of, smack talk is the best way to put it because I can't use curse words. We're going to be PG friendly around here. But the opportunity for them to be able to face each other. You have the best players that were voted in across the organization to go head to head against each other, to be able to have that ability to talk crap for the rest of the season. And the cool thing is that the team that these individuals will get a special identifier within the Discord chat, being identified for the prestige of being selected to fill those roles and what they're doing. And it's going to go really great.
Yeah.
We have one last big announcement.
What is it?
I want to know from chat right now. Everybody, please spam in there. Who do you guys think is your Upper Division MVP of Season 4?
Our MVP.
MVP.
So is this the highest voted player, or was there a specific vote for MVP?
So there was a specific vote for MVP. That one was separated by all the individual organizations, staff members, captains, everybody alike got involved on MVP capabilities. That was separate from the team All-Pro selections.
Gotcha.
So at 9 times out of 10, somebody who does potentially make it could be there, may not. But I want to know from the team who made Upper Divisions. Oh, we got a lot of juicy picks in here.
We got Sprite,
bribes,
Relix.
Yes, Hacks. Yes. I am Upper Division MVP, but I'm playing Lower Division. I love it. Thank you. That's what we're looking for. But without further ado, I want to turn over to my boy Jody to announce this season's Upper Division Season 4 MVP.
And your MVP for Slash All Season 4 is Call from Elysium Omen.
Man, what a killer season for this man. Look at the stat lines at the bottom of the screens. Y'all, when I tell you this man popped off, 126 kills, first place, 7.2 CS per minute, first place, third place in CS diff, first place in gold per minute, first place in damage per minute, first place in damage share. That man said, "Get on my back, I'm going for a ruck."
Yeah, 848 damage per minute is so unbelievably crazy. That damage
Insane.
number, like actually, like higher than some ADCs. And ADCs, like their only job is dealing damage. But this guy has more than just damage to do. He has to play tank roles. He has to play crowd control roles. He's all these things that he has to do, and he still outputs these damage numbers, and he still puts out this damage share for his team at 28.2%. And it's just a really, really well played performance by him this whole season long.
It's crazy when you look at it, when you think about the statistics in general, right? You have a team that completely goes together. You break down 5, that's 20%, right? He picked up almost 10% additional damage against the other 4 players on his team. That's insane. That stat macro, when you go across, is absolutely phenomenal. And I remember last season, Yeehaw made a big name for himself last season when he first started playing because of the brevity of champions that he brought to the table, the shocking picks, the fiddlesticks top lane. It's just, doing stuff that is absolutely off the wall, and it went absolutely amazing. And they're just did phenomenal, and there's not much more you can ask for when it's all said and done. But huge congratulations to Yeehaw, well deserved, man. You had a phenomenal season. Keep flexing tonight, man. Show them why you got MVP, my boy. We want to see big things.
Yeah, I also wanted to check it in real fast. He had 50 damage per minute higher than the second place player, and so just really good performance from him overall.
Yeah, man. Absolutely phenomenal. Again, congratulations. Elysium, you guys had a phenomenal year. You guys have a great organization to put together some quality stuff. And yeah, but we have other things going on tonight, don't we, Jody?
Oh, yeah. It's time for the grand finals between Clownzry and Elysium Omen. All right, you want to hit us with the projected starting lineup, Smirk?
Yes, sir. So, up first on Clownzry, we have Vino in the top lane, Misery Panda in the jungle, your boy and admin himself, TSI or Guri in the mid lane, Little Condemn at 80 carry, and coming in at support, Relics.
And on the flip side for Elysium Omen, we have the MVP Yeehaw, Guster Posey coming in a jungle, Kobita in the mid lane, Dilly in ADC, and last but not least, Arrow as support.
Now, what's wild here, and I'm honestly kind of surprised by this, is that the people of /all and their pick'ems have weighed this 3-1 odds. 3-1.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
75-25. Clownzry over Elysium. I am really surprised. I did not think it would be that big of a gap.
Yeah, I think it might stem from the fact that Clownzry finished second in regular season and Omen finished fourth. But after watching this series last week between Omen and Calypso, the two sister teams, I don't really know who's at the top of the leaderboards, and I honestly think this series could go either way.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. With the way the matchups went, the way everything went, yes, Clownzry did take 3-1 against Flame Horizon, and they were able to have the opportunity to, kind of put their, set their foot down to say, hey, there was a reason why we're number 2 and we moved up where it came from. But you got to give Elysium huge credit where it came from, right? They had, they moved up number 4. They beat Frost in the first one. They beat their counter in the other one, and they've continued to charge forward. But the games that they've done it on, they've been extremely impressive with how they've pulled it off. And, a lot of that you could say could revolve around the fact that, yes, you have Yeehaw in the top lane. The man was MVP for reasons. His stats follow along with it. The team showed up for what they had to do, and it clearly makes sense where it is. But they have other big game playmakers on this team. And I think that what kind of leads to me, where I'd like you to talk with me about, is that this is going to be very unique in this matchup for me in the 80 carry role.
Yeah, this ADC is going to be really, really important. Both these AD carries, they want to play with their team around them. They want to play these support champions for Little Condemn. But on the flip side with Dilly, I have that backwards. Arrow wants to play the Enchanters, and Relics wants to play those engaged champions, be a frontline for Condemn, and just make those team fights more sustainable for each one of these players.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like every single game that they had last week revolved around the fact that the 80 carry got ahead early or was able to make the big difference when it came down to the team fights. And you really noticed that's where the game was happening, was which team did a better job at protecting or enabling their 80 carry to do what they had to do in order to win the fights when they were going through. And I think that more than likely is going to end up being the same case going into this game, especially with how the 5 games went and with the Elysium organizations last week. But even in the Flame Horizon games against Clownzry, it was the same thing. A lot of the action was revolving around bot lane and the AD carries and what they were doing with their junglers around the objectives.
Yeah, I think the other big thing you have to think about is Clownzry has so many different options to go through and draft. You know, they kept having this brand ban against them, and they can play at support, mid, ADC, jungle, MF as well. They flexed in multiple different positions, and so we'll just have to see how this draft goes between these two teams.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, a big thing we got to think about too when it's coming across at the long run. I want to make a simple note, which is actually kind of crazy. And we are getting ready to get ready for draft here in a minute. With everything that's going through, is that all 5 games, Set and Mordekaiser were banned from Yee-Call. Do you think Clownzry is going to bring out that again?
I mean, hopefully, you know, if Yee-Call gets those, he might have his MVP performance and just might single-handedly carry this grand finals.
Yeah, I think there's a reason why you banned those two literally every single game. Those two, he was targeted with 2 bans like clockwork. And I mean, it makes sense. But I mean, he still was able to muster through, had really good games on the Quinn with the roam that he was able to do, punishing the jungle. The Jace game that he had after that, and then Shen had a really good convincing game on that, you know, being able to, I think if he gets on a mobile top lane, Yee-Call's going to be able to, you know, do very well with what he needs to take care of in the long run.
Yep, exactly.
All right, guys, so with that, we are getting ready to transition over to our draft and give it over to your game commentators for this evening. None other than the man, the myth, the legend, Heat, coming over here from the Misery Organization and Spirited Book. Take it away, boys. It's all you.
Thank you so much, Jody Jr. and Merkmaster. I am Spirited Book, joined here by my co-commentator, Heat. Heat, are you ready for some Slash All finals? We have waited weeks upon weeks to get here to this moment, and if you told me that Omen, the team that, you know, really was the sister, some consider it the worst of the 2 Elysium teams at times, if you told me that they'd be here in the finals, you know, I probably would have hit you, but we do get through our first round of bans already. Zac, Amumu, Brand off the table. Smolder, Ziggs, and Ivern taken away from Clownzry, and it's a Jinx first lock in for Omen.
I like that Jinx right off the bat here. They're going to try and come in hot on the Omen side. Make sure they have something to deal with the later progressions that Clownzry likes to have. Both teams here win off of the team fighting potential that they can have. And what I was going to say before it even popped out is that Yee-Call and Panda have basically the same champ pools here, and that Udyr being picked out right away from Yee-Call is going to be a great pickup. You don't have to ban up the top lane when Panda can play whatever Yee-Call might be looking to play. But with that being said, yeah, okay, with the Ashe coming out too, they're going to be looking to fight in all parts of the series here, and I'm excited.
Yeah, I mean, Ashe was permabanned in the last semifinal set when it was Elysium versus Elysium, and Omen, they've let this one go through, and it will be second locked in. We kind of talked about it last series about how Red side really was the stronger side. I mean, it won, I believe, 4 of the 5 games, you know, in our last series where we saw the 2 Omens take, the 2 Elysium teams, excuse me, take each other on. But already, this is a very different style of play from Omen, locking in the Wukong here that should likely be going into the jungle. Also want to know, a lot of Yee-Call's picks were banned away in the semifinal set. A lot of them are being let through here. Wouldn't be surprised if we see a set lock in here for Omen sometime soon.
Looking at Clownzry's kind of setup here with their roster, is that a new addition here, or was he playing in the last series that they had?
I believe so, yes. I believe he is they are their current top laner, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, so with that being said, if they're gonna let Yee-Call play whatever they want, Vino better be on their A game, better be on a statue right now in that top lane, and better be as solid as possible here. Make a wall up there, make sure that the rest of the Clownzry team doesn't have to deal with any of that being out in the open. So with that being said, 2 bans left here for Clownzry. Could we see the Mordekaiser? It's still up in the taking. Got Set being shown right there. I do like the bot lane here for Clownzry. I think that's the one X factor we have with both teams here. And with that being said, Relics let me know that there could be some weird positional champions being brought out with this one. So Blitzcrank can be banned out with the Anivia and the Trundle.
Yeah, Arrow had a phenomenal game on the Blitzcrank. I don't believe he won with it at the time, but still a phenomenal performance. I actually quite like this idea from Clownzry, actually saving the set ban for bottom 2. A lot of what we saw in the semifinals match between Omen and I believe it's Omen and Calypso, counter picking with a top laner in the very last possible option on that red side was so important for both teams, and it's actually not going to be the play that Clownzry go for. They lock in the Mordekaiser here. That's likely going to be going in the top lane, one would imagine. Though Mord is kind of one of those champs that really could flex to just about any role. We see it in jungle, we see it in mid sometimes, see it in bot lane of all places. Its known position is top, but if we see some flex potential, wouldn't be surprised to see it anywhere else. And it got cold in here. The Urgot, the Yeehaw Urgot has been locked in here for Elysium Omen. I love this pickup here, especially on Yeehaw.
As soon as I seen that Urgot, I flinched a little bit when it was hovered up. Yeah, that's a rough lane right there. Even though it is a Mordekaiser, it could be a 50-50. But expect a lot of pressure up there in that top lane here. Arrow going to go with a safe pick on the Thresh and have Engage on top of that. So even if Yeehaw is down for the count, you can still make plays here with Guster Posey on the Wukong. Finish people off with that Urgot and Syndra. On the other side of Clownzry, though, I kind of see a little bit of everything. I mean, I'm seeing team fighting and split pushing. I'm seeing a 1-3-1 potential. And now we're seeing a Gnar being let out right here. That could be a Mordekaiser mid. Udyr jungle. Relics is going to be on the Seraphine. And we're going to have Vino on the Gnar up there. But either way it goes, it's nothing is for the taking that I see in this roster of both sides here. And it's anybody's game.
I really don't like Clownzry's draft. I really prefer the Elysium Omen draft much more. Maybe it's because of, I watched Omen play last week. But I really like this draft a lot more. Arrow gets the signature Thresh that absolutely cooked and arguably carried them through one of their games at one point just by pure initiation factor and saying, hey, I will go in, I will start fights, I will make it happen for us. We just need to be ready to follow up and make plays off of it. I really love this identity that Omen have gone for here in game number 1. I don't like what Clownzry have fully drafted here. I think they're getting a little too cute with what they have. The Seraphine Ashe, like obviously Ashe is a top pick right now. We're seeing Ashe everywhere. We're seeing her banned away for obvious reasons. This Ashe has to cook though. This is the Aurora conversation I had in quarterfinals when it was locked in pretty early on. The Aurora has to do well. If it doesn't, it will screw up your picks and bans for going on for the entire rest of this best of 5 series. This is the same conversation of the Ashe. If the Ashe does not cook, if it does not succeed, it can start to just go by the wayside for the rest of your best of 5 series. Like, do you then continue to go back to it? Do you have to then permaban it if you're Omen? There's a lot of conversations around as the best of 5 goes on. Pick priorities will change. Is the Ashe going to be one of them? Could we see one of these top 3 bans taken away and changed to an Ashe? I'm not so sure. Clownzry's draft overall, though, I'm just not the biggest fan. I like Omen's draft a whole lot more here.
Gonna continue on with that. With Condemn, I've watched this player play so many times over, and I will say that he's one of the best here in the Misery organization at AD carry. I will say that Ashe is always a 50-50. Either he's hitting every arrow or that arrow's going wide, and it feels like Condemn can get out of hand and kind of throw it out there before he needs to and try to go for those downtown plays. We've seen a montage of Condemn hitting Jinx rockets, and that's kind of his playstyle on the Ashe as well. If we can be more reserved here with that cooldown and use it for a lane, just straight arrow down that lane, throw it down into 5 people, make sure you hit somebody, it doesn't matter who. Definitely make the Ashe pick viable here, but it's not going to be that hyper carry that Jinx can be, but it will be a dive potential here. We have obviously a double TP out of the Mordekaiser Gnar. We have an Udyr who can tank 3 or 4 shots. They might just be running it down that bot lane and making sure they could dive that Jinx and take her out of the game. There's no world where a 1 in 10 Jinx is going to carry the game at 30-40 minutes. You got to kind of treat that Jinx like a Draven and just keep running at them, or they're going to get fed no matter what. Arrow, though, I want to look at him roaming, making plays with that Thresh. Thresh can always be viable because of the amount of reps that you get in with that champion. You know what to do because you've seen the plays happen. You can see kind of in the future what's going to happen. You can tell that Yeekaw's going to get dove by 4 people through the lantern out, save him. Whoever your carry is, kind of stick to them. And I'm just gonna look to see if Gus Posey and Yeehaw can really pick up the slack. Not that they have any issues with that, but that's gonna be really the main concern here, because I don't think Dilly's gonna have too much fun on that Jinx.
No, I'm kind of inclined to agree with you, and I do want to note Clownzry also have an infinite potentials of ways to start fights. You know, they have the Seraphine ultimate, they have Udyr kind of stepping forward, they can Ashe ult from a distance, the Mordekaiser can step forward, find a pull, or find an ultimate onto a key target. There are so many ways that Clownzry can start fights this game. Elysium, Omen, I think, have to pay a lot of respect to this team and their range CC, and I wouldn't be surprised to see a cleanse maybe come out from Dilly, who needs to play their own life and their own positioning very well this game, because the Jinx free casting has to happen here if Elysium Omen want to take this game. The Jinx is the focal point. She has to be free casting, she has to be hitting hard, getting those Kraken procs, getting those crits online. If it doesn't happen, if you take a stray Ashe ult, if you get clipped by the Seraphine ultimate, if you get Mordekaiser ultimate, God forbid, I think the rest of Elysium Omen just might collapse around it.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you there. But with that being said, I'm gonna go ahead and throw my pick out there for Clownzry.
Okay.
I think they're gonna come in strong here. I don't think they're gonna have any issues in laning phase. Really, it's gonna be whoever plays the best macro out of this one. I don't think that Barons and Dragons are gonna count too much in this game here. I don't think the late game team fight's gonna matter. I don't think Omen wants the team fight, but they definitely have a way to get into those team fights if they get a pick or two. So look for Clownzry, use their CC and pick potential here. Try to 1-3-1 this game out. Try to take early towers, early dragons, early objectives, and look for Gus or Posey to try and help that out, because Udyr does a lot of early game damage. On top of that, Wukong is consistent as well, but it's just so hard to pick on this one. I got to go with my hometown team on this one and just go with Clownzry and see what happens. If they get game one, usually you end up winning that series. So if they can come out strong, they can finish it out. So
all right. Well, Heat says Clownzry. I'm gonna go with my gut. I'm gonna say Omen. I like the underdog story here. I think Omen is riding pretty hot here, especially throughout playoffs. And I think they got themselves a little bit better of a draft. I do think Clownzry probably got everything they wanted, but I do like Omen's draft just a little bit more to how they've been playing. On that note, we will throw it to a quick break, and when we come back, we'll bring you game number 1 action of Elysium Omen versus Clownzry. This best of 5 series could go on and could go the distance, so stay tuned for game number 1, and we'll be right back. Welcome in everyone to game number 1 of this best of 5. We'll see Elysium Omen coming out of the blue side here for game number 1, taking on Clownzry over on the red side. This is set to be an important matchup between both these two teams. It is finals of our season of Slash All, so hopefully it's a good one. Much better than our last seasons, which was just a 3-0. But I mean, that's just kind of what happens here. And it is actually, so it is the Mordekaiser mid. We haven't really, we were kind of guessing here and there, but it is officially the Mordekaiser mid. So, Heat, break it down for me. What does Mordekaiser mid really bring here?
Honestly, can Roam take the jungler out of the dragons, take the jungler out of the grubs or any Baron plays or anything like that in the early game here? And we are good on the sound. Thank you. With that being said, though, really not much. You definitely have to worry about Syndra shoving Mordekaiser in until level 3. Or if you're going to check this push, though.
Ooh, Aguri. Has to be a little careful as Yikaw steps on down from topside. But outside of that, the trade favoring Aguri just a little bit better compared to Guster Posey.
What I'm really worried about in this matchup here is going to be this bot lane. If Condemn and Relics cannot find an angle to take Jinx down early, it's not going to be worth it at all to have the Ashe in there. Sometimes you kind of want to fight fire with fire, grab a Zeri, grab a Kaisa, anything that's going to be scaling out later game with the Jinx that still has kill potential early in here. With that being said, though, look for the jungler to really help out. Going to be pathing towards the top lane pretty early, though. Going to start that blue buff. And Wukong on the same side of the map here. Vino's in trouble.
Yeah, a little bit. Has to flash really early on, and Yikaw just exerting pressure here already in this top side, and we can probably imagine seeing Guster Posey already going to be looking towards that top side as a potential gank avenue with that flash being down on the side of the Gnar.
And here's the biggest issue we have right now. Aguri already taking a lot of poke, but that's going to happen throughout this game here, facing that Syndra, facing the range. Going to go right into the face of Syndra, though, and take a little bit more poke here. I don't really like that. Because if Clownzry cannot keep their lanes here even at the most, then it's really going to be hard for the champions like the Yikaw on the Crab God and Syndra to get too far ahead. Even the Jinx here can really put a roadblock in your plans to just kind of use your abilities to team fight and carry these fights out. So if you're already losing early, it's really going to be hard for you later in the game to even get any objectives or fights happening.
Vino, just a moment ago, got his first bit of CS of the game, just already being pushed so far out as we do see a gank avenue here onto Aguri. Good stun. Guster Posey in the area with the help of that dash. We'll look to lock this immobile mid laner down, and first blood going the way of Elysium Omen.
Yeah, I just realized that Aguri also has no flash on the Mordekaiser. So he's going to be fighting 1-for-1s all game here. Condemn doing a lot of damage to Dilly. Arrow does not have the hook. It's on cooldown. Should be back up in a second, though, but not going to use it for retaliation under the tower. Yeah, look at Mordekaiser be the camping focal point of Guster Posey in this best of 5 series for the finals here, which is, it's kind of mind-boggling here that you're putting like a big red flag on the map here, like, hey, I'm able to be killed.
Yeah, like, and especially not even going for a flash as well. Still held on to that ghost in the mid. Maybe just said, yeah, I'm gonna die here anyways, might as well not use it. And so yeah, I mean, this is a prime target, especially once Arrow decides to rotate. Could look to pull this Mordekaiser. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Arrow rotate before he hits level 6 as well. Looking to try and get active onto Aguri as soon as possible to maybe try and lock down a second kill. Especially with that teleport being down, if you can kill him a second time, this is just going to be a free early game for Kobita, I think, in the mid lane.
And then you're losing the exact reason why you would take a champion like that in the mid lane, and that's earlier waves, earlier levels, earlier CS, earlier items, roaming potential, towers being taken down, and it's all in the drain. It's all in the gutter if you really start falling really far behind here on the mid lane. So look for that to be a huge point of play here for that Wukong. With that being said, though, Panda on his most played champion here with the Udyr is power farming, and we love to see it.
Yep.
Don't get disregarded here. Don't get too down in the dumps with your laners here. Know that they hit level 6, and then you can gank them, and it's a lot easier for them to make those plays happen.
I have a question for you, and maybe you can answer it, maybe not, but Kobita took a back, and I don't mind that. He's now going to clear out this ward. Could get looked at by Aguri. who can't find the pull. But Kobita took a back and then has teleport and decided not to teleport back in. And that summoner is still available now. And so my question to you is, what is the idea there? He's now down. Well, he's fairly even in CS, but was a little down in CS and could have probably continued to play ahead in the CS department after getting first blood. Why did Kobita decide to hold on to that summoner? I don't fully understand the thought process, and I've seen it a few times now from mid laners.
I'm just gonna go out the first instinct on top of my head is that he's shoving. He could expect a counter gank and maybe potentially die for it because he's so far ahead in the lane and so far up. He's the only person really for the taking here, so he could expect the death. TP right back in as Aguri is level 6.
Yep.
Kobita is level 6 as well, though. I would take Kobita in that fight any day right now. But yeah, he could have saved himself that CS lead.
And I feel like the play was so good because they got the first blood, and I just don't think they've able to transfer it really. Kobita's now a little behind. Aguri hit level 6. This is where the Mordekaiser starts to really become a champion and really start to hit pretty hard at this point and really just force those 1v1s, as we'll see a trade between the two junglers. Panda will take this first round of triple grubs, and Guster Posey will take the first dragon. Do want to note, Panda level 6, Guster Posey only level 4.
Yeah, Panda doing a great job on the Udyr, doing exactly what it should do, and that's invading, taking everything in front of you. I need to look at him getting Rift Herald within the next 10 minutes here and shoving down that mid lane. Get Aguri out of that lane as soon as possible here. But he's doing a good job, though, keeping up the CS. Also forcing Kobita to be a little bit farther back than usual because Guster Posey has to now catch up in levels with that jungler there. So, I mean, Aguri might be able to play how he wants to on that Mordekaiser now.
One would hope, if you're cheering for Clownzry, that Aguri would be able to play how he'd like, because I do think he will become a focal point of Elysium Omen, but with Guster Posey still not being level 6, I think it'll have to come from a different source at this point. It'll have to come from the likes of maybe Arrow or maybe Yikaw even making a rotation to one of these next round of objectives, which will likely be that second round of Void Grublings. As Yikaw continuing to farm out topside, did a phenomenal job zoning Vino off that first couple of waves, but since then Vino's been able to really just farm it out and stall out this this CS lead, as we do see a invade coming through from Guster. He's just gonna take this this blue buff,
and he will get that. I thought Relics might have had a chance to take it. Great job by Guster Posey to be a little bit patient in smiting or taking anything. Didn't have smite up actually, so
yeah,
instead of bursting the blue buff down, waiting for Relics to kind of help him out with that one.
he said
that was kind of
he said thank you very much, I'll take that anyways.
That was kind of crazy there by Relics to go in there as well. Arrow's right there for the taking. Relics could have been on the gray screen pretty easily. But with that being said, Guster Posey, knowing that he has to get a little bit aggressive here to keep up with Panda.
Yeah. And I do like the move from Arrow as well, saying, because also if that blue buff gets stolen, I think Guster Posey's maybe out of this game because he hits level 6 off that blue buff. The invade was crucial. They get the timer off of it as well. So love to see that play. It's fantastic. If he doesn't get it, he's now still level 5. He can't make plays. He's just falling further and further behind. He's now wasted time in the enemy quadrant, but does get that blue buff, and so is swinging and sitting in a nice position now. Kobita hitting level 8, pushing out Aguri here in mid. Has damage to look for this 1v1, but I think they're just going to look to poke for now.
You can see patience. You can see a lot of respect here out of both teams.
Yes.
Being played so far. Usually in game ones, people will just kind of send it at each other, see what happens in these fights in the early game. But right now, you can tell that both teams really want to study here. Take a second to step back and see how the other jungler responds to anything. Ooh. See how the fight's going to break out in the later parts of this game. Asher going to go wide. Almost had a pick there in the mid lane.
Yeah, already Lil Condemn's looking to be impactful here in other lanes. Took it back and then just fired the arrow down mid, trying to land on a Kobito. Yikaw flashing forward, looking for a 1v1 onto Vino. Just trying to all in, has that ultimate available to execute, forces the flash out of Vino, but he's so much faster than the little rat. And Yikaw does not find the ultimate. And so Vino survives until Guster Posey shows up and finds their second kill of this game.
Guster was ready. I didn't know if he was going to flash or W, but he just wanted to make sure that kill was taken as fast as possible there. Great job by the follow-up there. And a little alley-oop there from Yikaw and Guster Posey in that top lane. Vino doesn't have TP up by the time he responds here, and that's gonna be really rough there because that lane was kind of even after the level 1 bluff from Yikaw, and you can tell how this lane's gonna go in the later parts of the game. Gnar could not move after getting queued there.
Oh,
Dilly might find himself in a hard situation.
Dilly in a lot of trouble here. Does have flash, does have cleanse. Will use that cleanse pretty early and the flash to stay alive. And had to in that moment with no support really to keep him alive in that moment. Arrow does rotate on in bot side here. I think the play was trying to get up here top side with the help of Arrow. But I think keeping this Jinx alive needs to be important for these two teams, as we do see a rotation topside here. Kobita and Guster Posey will take the second round of Voidling grubs.
A little bit. Oh, they're still playing up here. I don't know if Arrow has the damage to really help that one out. They're gonna lay down the traps, but you can see a dive potentially happening. Arrow, Condemned does have the arrow again.
Oh, Arrow finally spots out Panda and has to take a step back. Panda gets hooked though by Arrow, and now Dilly will be in range, but not enough damage out of this bot lane just yet. Panda still hanging around though, but will be spotted on this ward here, but they're looking to make the dive happen. Ash Arrow lands onto Dilly. The cage is good though to keep Dilly alive for now. Panda will not go down though and has to flash out, and the bot lane dies on the side of Omen.
Great little domino effect right there. I was wondering if Condemned was still going to go for the play after the little bluff right there by the tri-bush. You can see Guster Posey does not want to let this one go without a fight. And Kobita's stuck here, and the Mordekaiser ulti in the mid lane.
Yeah, but has that tower still alive and is able to space out just a little bit and stay alive in mid. Avoids the Death Realm, and Kobita stays alive. Now Guster's actually in the area here. Naguri stepping onto that tower here. But Guster, only level 8, can't really take the fight against this level 10 Mordekaiser.
We're seeing a huge little domino effect happen here. A great play by Panda. If Guster Posey is 2 levels down between the mid lane and that bot lane and himself, he can't really be a huge carry and a gank prospect for that mid lane again, because, I mean, Mordekaiser can kind of 2v1 that fight at this moment, especially when Kobita doesn't have any mana left to happen. Vino, really the only weak link on this Clownzry side. But with that being said, one good Gnar ulti is all you need out of this champion here to even have that pick be suffice. So we'll see how this game plays out in the later half. We're seeing a dragon being started, the first one for the side of Clownzry.
Yeah.
Guster Posey does have smite available.
Is looking to step forward, but probably just going to give that one away, and they will. Kobita now just going to stun out Aguri here. It will be a Hextech Dragon Soul this time around, as trades here in bot and topside here. Vino will get hooked and executed by Yikaw. A solo kill for the top laner, and that's why he's the MVP.
It's going to be a rough lane going forward up there in that top lane here. It could be a rough series as well if you let Yikaw get a little bit of confidence up there. Huge dive in the bot lane.
Arrow finds Condemn, and the damage will not come through just yet. Great Seraphine ultimate, but Guster's still on the chase. The smite lands. Condemn will not fall here, and they're able to stay alive. Do the side of Clownzry. Aguri being pushed down mid here by Kobito, though. Still doing a phenomenal job just keeping that range versus melee matchup going in the favor of the range matchup against Aguri. And just an awkward look, but they do get the flash out of Condemn.
So we're seeing a little bit of issue here in the bot lane here. Dilly, after all the aggression here from Clownzry, is still even in CS and also has a BF sword being started. Ash should come online a little bit earlier, but
Dilly has to be careful here. Will get rooted. Has Arrow's hook to get away to safety, but it won't be safe enough. Death Row lambs, but it's only onto Arrow. That's not the target you would have liked. TP coming through now from Yikaw, and I don't know if Clownzry really want this smoke. This guy's level 10. Aguri's also level 11 though, and swinging back in force. There's the Super Mega Death Rocket, but it's not enough damage, and now Yikaw actually gets shut down here in bot side, and Dilly could be the next target as he gets pulled back, and it's a triple kill for Aguri. The Mordekaiser is online 14 minutes in.
Relics with the bait of history right there. Great job. Clownzry is now getting a little steamroll ahead right there, as they already making a play in the top lane after that huge 3v3 in the bot lane. And now Clownzry is up 2 kills and about 1,000 gold, but this should snowball here. There's another fight going on.
3v2, but the teleport will come through from Aguri yet again. Great stun though to force members back, and now you'll see Vino getting pulled in here. Should fall down, is able to hop away to safety though. Now Kobita has to try and run away here. Is going to get chased down here by the Mordekaiser. Awkward flashing, just gets queued. Another double kill for Aguri. And he is 5-1-0 on this Mordekaiser, just absolutely cooking this game. Yika now trying to chase out Panda from his jungler. Has those Hex Gates to get away, but that blue buff survives.
You give it an inch, Clownzry's going to take 1.5 miles right there, as they are just making plays top, mid, and bot lane right now. Aguri, we had some woes about him with this Mordekaiser, but he has shown why that pick is going to make it happen for this team right now, as they should be able to take this confidence here in these early game fights and carry that into a game 1 win. Relics and Condemn are hiding in front of Yika.
Yeah, he'll get rooted now. You see Yika trying to trade out here, trying to dash away, but we'll get Seraphine ulted. Should fall down here to the bot lane. That's now roamed off to the top side. It's in a lane swap from Vino and Little Condemn and Relix. The bot lane's headed top and the top lane's headed bot. And this is because the bot lane tower already fell, and now you just want a pushing lane to push out more towers. And this is going to give Little Condemn and Relix another tower and just more gold going their way.
We already have all these tier 1 towers falling. Clownzry can play the smart here. They don't have to make anything happen, but they can make Elysium react into them right now. Panda gonna try and get a little bit crazy with the Raptor. It does tickle with that shield on top of that. But yeah, look for Clownzry to kind of smother Omen out here and make them make desperation plays here. As you can see, Arrow using that Hex Flash, trying to find something, trying to find that angle into anything here. We have a shutdown on the mid lane and the jungler of Clownzry here. Omen might have a ticking time bomb on their hands, even though it's only 17 minutes in the game here. It could be all or nothing.
Guri will pop the ghost, trying to find Kobita, but won't be able to do so just yet. Still on that chase, though. Has ultimate available. Guster Posey in the area. The pullback onto Kobito, and the death round will come through. You can see Arrow and Guster in the area are going to try and bail out their mid laner, but he's already dead. Can they get a big shutdown here, though? They will. 800 gold going the way of Guster. And that's a huge kill for Omen.
Yeah, that's a little rough right there. I don't mind the play by Aguri, but you should be waiting for your other teammates to have something to do while you're up there 1v4ing. And it's a huge shutdown.
I love this. I love this from Omen, because now with a Aguri off the map, you really want to take this fight. A pull in onto the members. A Seraphine ult lands. It's a 2-man charm. Assault from a distance, but it's not enough to kill anyone. Vino has that Gnar form, though. Tries to lock down somebody. The target is onto Arrow, but that's just a support because Guster gets out alive. And now the teleport's coming through from Kobita. He can go big here. Dilly casting all the while. Stun doesn't land, though, from Kobita. And now you have to be careful here from the chase back of Clownzry, but they'll back off because Drake is available, but they won't go towards it just yet. Aguri has respawned. Dilly still not with that first item just yet, is fighting down to a power spike. And this Hex Dragon should go the way of Clownzry. Yika and Aguri taking a trade here, and this is what you want. You do want Yika, of all people, trading into Aguri, but maybe not. Aguri's just swinging here, and we'll just smack Yika with the help of Vino, and they'll get that next dragon.
You can see Yika trying to be the hero that Omen needs, but it's just too early in the game right now for this champion. Aguri might be a little bit too far ahead here on the Mordekaiser as well, as he was able to tank 1v4 Vino.
Trying to get involved. Vino gets stunned, but that should be all. Lil Condemn is on his own. Would like to see a little more attention paid towards this Ashe, who's just kind of walking forward like this. But yeah, I agree. I feel like Omen are just a little spooked here in this game.
Yeah, and they should be, honestly, because they had 1 or 2 mistakes in that bot lane. Then the bot lane goes top, and now the whole game is for Clownzry's taken. If they can play it just a little bit slower here, or maybe just fight when Aguri is around until Condemn and Relics and Panda can be those other 1v4 carry champions here. Vino kind of being used as a an accessory here on this team comp, just being used for that the ulti of Gnar. And this team doesn't want to stop. Aguri is feeling so aggressive.
Why would
in his zone right now.
Why would you? He pulls back Yika, looking to hunt him down with that Death Realm, but not able to do so just yet. The Ashe ultimate goes wide as well, and that's an important tool that the Clownzry team have been using to really start fights. Maybe there's an opportunity for Omen. to look for a play of their own, but I don't think they will. I think if you're Omen, you're just slowing down the pacing of this game. You have the Jinx late game. You have the Syndra late game who really can demolish Aguri in the late game. Even Yika will start to do work in this late game against the members of Clownzry. But yeah, if you're Clownzry, I think you're just keeping the pace. Oh, no. Panda misses that one and is now in a very precarious situation because the rest of the members of Omen are here to try and get this pick to go through. They're trying to lock down Panda. He's just taking so much damage, but now finally Dilly gets their first kill of this game, and it's off of a missed Rift Herald play bot side. Kobita has to flash away though. Is getting chased out top side here. And members
Panda's gonna see that Rift Herald in his dreams tonight. It's gonna be a nightmare after nightmare after nightmare of missing that bot lane tower, because you definitely could have taken that bot lane tower and went right to that Baron right there, or anything else you wanted, and that could have been that snowball play that you needed to even end the game. I was gonna say the one X factor we have right now, that first Baron is either gonna save Omen or give Clownzry that game one here if they can get it within the next 2 to 3 minutes. I would say that Double E Andrews with the Ashe should be able to burn that Baron pretty quickly in the middle part of this game here. And I don't know if Omen has the amount of tech to re-engage with them on that Baron pit here. So, I mean, look for that to be the huge breaking part of this game. That 1-3-1 is already insanely strong here for Clownzry, and if they get the Baron minions, it could be a game over for them.
I mean, look at the ADC difference already and the mid difference. This is the problem with the builds, I think. You know, Omen have drafted a late game composition, and they're building items that are very expensive. You know, this is probably a Rabadon second, I would imagine, for Kobita. It's an Infinity Edge first for Dilly, and he's pretty on par with CS. Only 6 away, a little less based off waves, but he's down an item. You know, it's 2 items completed for Lil Condemn. He's got the Kraken, he's got the Shiv. It's just so hard. The item spikes are just too different for the two teams. Clownzry want to keep snowballing, and they're going to do exactly that. Minute and 40 seconds on the next dragon. They're already sitting on 2. They're going to play for that next dragon here, the Hex Tech. They'll be on 3 dragons, Soul Point, and I don't think the game is going to be stalled long enough for Omen to really get to that point. Maybe you just give the Soul Dragon and say, hey, maybe we'll take a late game Baron or an Elder Dragon fight. Maybe we're strong enough then, but I don't think Clownzry are going to let them get to that point if the game keeps going the way it has.
Yeah, you brought up a great point right there with the Jinx. Dilly is doing a great job here with getting the IE out of the way and definitely keeping up with the CS. And that's the main key here on Jinx. If you can have all the attack speed in the world, but if you're hitting like a Zeri, you're not going to be that Jinx late game carry. So getting the IE out of here, Connect caught.
Oh, this is a great play here from the side of Omen. They're trying to lock down Condemn, and they will. Fantastic shutdown here onto the Ashe. Yika getting put in the death realm here by Aguri, but Yika getting the better end of the trade until the shield comes up. Has to avoid that next Q. Great flash to avoid that one, but should end up falling down here in the 1v1. Good stun here, and you can see Omen, they know they want to get the pacing going their favor now, but they can't do it. But with 30 seconds on the next dragon, kind of shocked that Yika took that trade bot side, but Aguri will no longer have that ultimate. I think if you're Omen, you needed to take a back here because now your health bars aren't the most tanky. Guster has to be careful though. He doesn't spot him out in the bush and could get picked here. Dash away and a hook away. And Arrow gets his jungler out in time. A hook lands onto the jungler this time around. It's going to be Panda who's looked at. Dilly and Kobita are back at full HP. But Condemn has respawned. So will Yika, who has teleport. But again, just no attention to detail of playing for that dragon.
And this is the biggest issue with the game of chess that is League of Legends right now. It doesn't matter how much gold you have, how many kills you have, how much better your team is. It's whoever makes the least amount of mistakes right now. As Aguri could be making another one right here in this bot lane with the no ulti. It's on cooldown.
Oh, Guster may have made a mistake by stepping forward. So has Arrow. Guster gets pulled in. There's no death realm for this fight, but Arrow should just be insta-killed and will be burned down in an instant. And he'll have to, you know, think about this choices of walking forward into his own jungle next time he respawns, because it's all Clownzry who are playing with so much momentum and so much confidence to just walk into the enemy jungle like this.
It's that confidence that's really letting them get out of hand though right now in its 25 minutes of the game. They have that 7K gold lead, but it's not going to matter if you keep face checking bushes with an AD carry or support or throwing Vino into random situations. Aguri, he's got the X factor though. He's got he earned his right to be able to do whatever he wants in this
Of
game
course.
right now. He can definitely take that 1v5 if he wants to, and the rest of the team can definitely get away with it as well if he continues to do so. With that being said, though, the other 4 members of this Clownzry team need to make sure that whenever anything's going on in this game, that you have full vision, everything's cleared out, you're ready to go, and you have the numbers to make it happen. As you can see, this could happen in the top lane, trying to get vision control onto the Baron here. I don't know if Baron is really needed at this point in the game, though.
Ooh, Arrow trying to make the play here. Could get put in the death realm, and he will. And now Arrow may not be long for this world, but so will Relix. He's going to insta-fall to Guster. Dilly has to play the spacing here properly, but Guster's going to keep chasing onto Condemn. But the CC is way too strong, and Guster will fall. Dilly and Kobita trying to lock down someone here, but they just don't have the damage just yet. Pull doesn't land, though. The teleport will come through from Yika, who's going to get looked at here by Vino. Good slow, though. We'll slow down extra CC from the side of Clownzry. But honestly, with that trade, I'm favoring Omen a little bit. You know, the way this game has gone, you know, they want to be scaling. They want to be trading members like that at this point. They traded a jungler for a support, I guess, which maybe isn't the best. But still.
Dude, am I crazy, or is Wukong going to cool down if we're not taking Baron right now on Clownzry's side? I don't understand why we went mid lane. We could have went right to that Baron, and even if they went to go for that fight, it was still 4v4. I mean, Relics is on that cooldown too. It might have been a 50-50. I'm just a gold player, AD carry, and I understand. But I'm just saying, if I'm in Clownzry's position right now, I'm taking whatever's in front of me, and I'm taking it as fast as possible here, especially when Wukong goes down for a support trade there.
Yeah,
I'm hoping they can retake that position again and try and get away with it as well. Aguri does have that ulti up all over again. Arrow could be in a repeat mistake.
Another hook lands, this time onto Aguri, but you can see already Aguri is just fine taking this trade, is just so tanky at this point and able to play so far forward. Finds the death realm onto Dilly. That's a prime target, and he's already dead. Guster Posey trying to get the little Condemn in the backside, but he can't do it. The Ashe is just too tanky of himself and has too much CC around him. Yika will get chased down here by Aguri yet again. The Mordekaiser will stand up, and Yika will be able to get away, sure, but at what cost? Already the side of Clownzry are turning towards that Baron.
Aguri woke up today, put his swag on, now he's standing on business. As we look away from him for 2 seconds, and he's still over there smacking Omen into the dirt right now, putting Yika in his place as the MVP of that top lane there. And I don't know, we're gonna have to see a lot more out of Omen in this mid game if they want to keep this game one from going to a loss here. As I'll keep the smack talk in a deficit here as game by game goes. I'll take it when they need it.
Of course, of course. We'll see the members at Clownzry take a quick back to base, and they'll likely just run down a lane. And honestly, I think they're just too far ahead that I'm not sure what Omen can do. Only 2 items completed for the Jinx at this stage. 2 items completed for Kobita, yes, but I think it might be too little too late. You can see Clownzry sitting in very good position right now. 4 items completed for Kobita. He is very ahead right now, and in a very good position to just run it down and look to end this game. And I think that's what he's doing here in mid, just chasing down Dilly. Maybe we'll see a potential pick play, but with Mordekaiser having that ultimate, there's no such thing as an easy quick pick play here as Yika goes to the Death Realm, trying to take the 1v1, but we've seen this one before. Yika will not win that one. Guster goes to the backside, but it does not matter because there's an Ashe ultimate to stop his engage. Arrow get flashed on here. Dilly falls next. Kobita with a decent scatter of the week, but will get slowed down. And with this Baron wave pushing down mid, this should be game number 1.
If I don't see Mordekaiser banned for the rest of the series right now, both teams are not looking at what happens in this game 1. Huge play by Vino right there to grab the last, one of the last remaining members of Omen right there. Arrow, the only one left alive. The poor Thresh here to watch his base fall as Clownzry pushing it for the end right here. Can Arrow make a stand? He will grab a hook just to say I'm still here as Clownzry runs down that Nexus, and they take that game 1 in an astounding manner here. But you can tell that both teams can win either game at whatever point in the game because both teams made so many mistakes that game. Look for game 2 to be a little more tightened up and maybe a lot more fast paced in that early game here.
Yeah, great play here. We'll throw it to a quick break. When we come back, we'll have a quick analyst desk and then bring you game number 2 action.
Drop it.
Welcome back, Slash All. What a riveting game 1 of this upper division finals, season 4 between Clownzry and Elysium Omen. Jody, dude, do we have a lot to talk about from that game 1, my man?
Yeah, it was absolutely crazy. I was really impressed with Clownzry. They came out of the gate swinging. We were watching this game in another call, and this was so impressive for them. There were so many things that they did right that we would want to touch on. You and me both. So what's the first thing you want to touch on, Merc?
So I think like the big thing I want to make a big mention to is, watching draft when everything came down, when it was said and done, is like, I really felt like, honestly, Omen had a good draft. They were sitting for what they needed, but Clownzry played confident for what they were looking for. And they they put their foot on the gas and they never let go. And one of the key things that I think that set a tone for that, for me, was vision control. Holy cow, vision control on the blue side of Dragon from Clownzry was insane. They got deep wards down and they never lost them for the rest of the game. They were able to see every rotation. Even when Guri was pushed out beyond his vision line, he was still safe because they had such good quality vision. His team was able to react and rotate down because they saw every movement coming out of Omen. And I really think that's what set the tone on this game, was that Omen never realized that they never had a chance because they knew what they were going to do long before every fight ever even kicked off.
Yeah, and another big thing to point out, as chat's saying, Aguri playing Mordekaiser in mid, if an MVP has to go to someone for this game, it has to be Aguri mid on this Mordekaiser.
Absolutely.
Right. I think it was Guster Posey on Wukong just sitting mid as much as he can, trying to, provide for Kobita. Kobita also played root mid lane early game really nicely, but unfortunately there wasn't enough setup for Guster to make a play. Of course, he got first blood, but nothing else came of that, and that just allowed Panda, one of these players that I had my eye on who needed to step up in these series. He was able to power farm, get this huge CS lead on Udyr, and be able to play out from there. It was just like one tumble into the next, where these players can just, from one step, oh, well, mid lane's kind of fine, now jungle's ahead, and now we're rotating bot lane. They did the tower dive play, they got both the kills, they didn't lose anybody, and then Aguri roams down bot lane, they get another 3 kills. All of these good things just happen for this team, and it all comes from Aguri playing really well in the mid lane.
Yeah, and I mean, I think you hit it too. It also plays very well on Panda. That power farming gave him the extra items that he was looking for, and gave him the tank ability that he was looking for on the Udyr. So when they were making those dives in bot lane, it really made a big pressure difference with what they were going for. And I mean, when they were going for Drag 1 and Grubs 3 for the very first 1, 2, 3, literally Panda was level 6 sitting at 68 farm, and I believe it was like 42 farm on Guster Posey at level 4. Like, It's insane to have a 2-level difference going for first objective, that early on. And, it's like, I get you could power farm and you made first gank, but it was like, what happened in between that your CS got gapped by over 20 and you guys are still going for first objective with a 2-level difference? I think the big thing they need to figure out is how can they better tempo themselves and get themselves involved. And one of the things I noticed that was a really big impact in this and what allowed Aguri to kind of build with a lot of AP magic resist, he didn't care about the AD damage, because in the long run, Dilly really wasn't doing any damage. Yika was putting down some work, but he was so far ahead at that point, neither of them could put out enough damage to really become a problem. And I think that's something they need to address. They have to find a way to get more kills onto their MVP, get Yika going and allow him to carry, or really try to find a way to impact Dilly and get him up and running.
Yeah, especially, I think Yiko actually played lane phase really well this game. He put so much pressure burning flash early, burning another flash top, getting a solo kill even eventually later in the lane phase. but you have to play for this top laner. If you have him on something on Urgot versus something like the Gnar, the Gnar can just play safe, and yeah, he got one kill, burned a couple flashes, but that's not the lead that you need. You need a bigger lead than that if you want Yclaw to be able to carry this team.
Yeah, for sure. I think something that was really surprising to me too, and we both mentioned it early in the game. It's a 29-minute game that ended there. But Barons, man, why? Why were we not looking for Barons when we had an opportunity? I think the first one that we talked about when the opportunity happened was bot lane before they engaged. Omen had a perfect opportunity for a Baron window. Aguri ulted Yika, and they were in a really close duel. That was the biggest threat. Aguri's not there. Aguri's TP was down, and his ultimate was down. You have 4 against 2 up on the Baron side. You just killed their jungler. He got caught out. Why are we not going for the Baron at that point?
Yeah, it's one of those things where they didn't want to go for Baron because Mordekaiser had ultimate, and by the time they peel off of the Baron and go mid, there's just not enough time after Mordekaiser uses ultimate to actually go back up. The entire team of Clownzry was there. They actually played really well, not even having their full team members. I think Panda was the one who got caught, I believe. Wasn't it Panda?
Yes.
Yeah, Panda was the one who got caught.
Yeah. There's 2 separate ones. The first one I'm talking about was one where Omen had the opportunity
when
Aguri was in bot lane against Yika. His teleport was down, and he utilized his ultimate, and they had just got done catching out Panda by Baron, and they had a 4-man advantage going into the Baron, and Omen didn't take that opportunity, that window. I believe it was around the 21-minute mark, or like shortly right after Baron spawned. They had an opportunity of potentially getting it. We were just kind of surprised, like, why not try? Like, why not look at it and see how the enemy team reacts? But they just kind of let it go all together and just let Aguri get away with doing what he wanted, and there was no punishment for it.
Yeah, I think another big thing was like Omen, they draft definitely a late game comp. Syndra and Jinx, both these champions, they want to have time. But Clownzry identified that, ended the game under 30 minutes. Usually it's hard for these amateur teams that close games out really fast, and they were able to do it. Got the Barons that they needed, and they just really clean game from Clownzry all around. There was a couple of hiccups. But the Rift Herald play on the bot lane.
Oh man, I honestly think you can 100% say this game won nerves. I mean, I mentioned it in chat when I said it to everybody. I really think nerves played a big difference in this game, with the fact of just missing that Rift Herald running into second turret, and then being able to go through, and then whenever they gave he says it's the client bug. Thanks, Panda. Calling himself out in chat on its own. But I mean, I really do think nerves was still a factor in this. There was the same play with Relics, making the ult when they caught the 4 of them coming into the Dragon when they had the bush camp. Like, you said the same thing. We're like, what are you doing? Why are you waiting? Like, I mean, huge opportunity there to make a huge turnaround on that, and just a missed opportunity. It's just, I really think the team just got to take a deep breath here, try to settle themselves in, and then really come back into this game refreshed, recharged, and ready to rock and roll.
Yeah, and the first step in doing that is Elysium Omen will be taking red side in game 2. They originally were on the blue side, but going red side allows you to get those counter picks, and we'll just have to see what they ban. I still think you really have to ban Brand and Mordekaiser versus Clownzry.
Agreed.
And then, there's so many champions still open, Panda especially, I was very impressed by his play. Last week he had a couple weird games in the other matchup against Flame Horizon. But now, after watching this game, he's one of those players that you just have to keep your eye on and see if that he can enable Clownzry to play to their best ability.
And that's exactly what we're going to do, guys. So with that, we're going to transfer back over to our casters and get ready for this Game 2 draft of Clownzry vs. Elysium Omen. Boys, you got the desk spirited in heat. Take it away, my gents.
Thank you so much, guys. We are back yet again for another draft. And I think we're good. Yes, okay, we're good to go. There was some text in the chat saying, hey, it's not working, draft law's not working, but we're good to go. And we will see Omen on the red side here, which I do like. This is where the side that they were more successful on in the last series that they played in semifinals. And we're going to be interesting to see what adjustments they decide to make here in the pick ban phase. And I want to see the adjustments in the ban phase almost right away. And I think you and I kind of have the same thought process here. It's actually going to be a Seraphine ban here, which is not what I expected at all from the side of Omen.
Udyr and Mordekaiser are still on the table. Which one will Clownzry take? Which one will they give away here? Honestly, if you're going to lead the Mordekaiser up, you better have an answer for that right away. And that's what we've seen from Vino. And this is still early. It's game 2, obviously. We haven't seen a lot, but
But-
Yikal can definitely position into a top lane winning attitude up there against Vino. So Yikal could just first pick that Mordekaiser and throw it at them and see what they choose against it. But I'm really scared to see if they take the Udyr away.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if you really want to go for the Udyr. I wouldn't be surprised if Omen decide to lock in an Ashe here, maybe give Dilly that lock in instead. Instead, it's going to be a Lucian switch up. So this is a very... Okay, so Lucian Nami. So this is the bot lane. I was kind of like, is it going to be a Lucian mid? We've seen a bit of that here and there. But no, just locking in Lucian Nami right away. They're saying, look, last time around, we didn't have the pushing bot lane. This time around, they want the pushing bot lane. They want the stronger early game, and there's no stronger bot lane than Lucian Nami right now, really.
Yeah, I mean, that can definitely... It's a whole turnaround, a whole flip from the Ashe, sorry, the Jinx Thresh that they had in the bot lane with Omen last game. And they weren't really in the driver's seat at all at any point in that game down there. Every little counter gank they had going on, everything they tried to be actionary in that bot lane for Omen did not work out. But with the Nami Lucian, they should be able to bully anybody that goes down there. Unless that brand goes in that bot lane, they could really throw a left hook in the plans.
Yeah, I kind of thought it might be a brand jungle, but now I'm not so sure with that Sejuani lock in here. Wouldn't be surprised if that's the jungle lock in, and Yikal is going to lock in the Mordekaiser, I would imagine here. But it actually could be a mid laner, maybe. I mean, okay, there's something mixed up here. No, it is. No, it's correct. Okay, so yeah, it is the Mordekaiser on the side of Omen. Kobita would now potentially be playing that Mordekaiser, but it's likely going to be top. But it could be jungle. Again, Mord flexes everywhere. Brendan seems to think it's more jungle. I'm more inclined to believe it might be a Mordekaiser mid or Mordekaiser top here, because you just played this matchup, except you were the Syndra last time around. Kobita could take the Mord and do exactly what he did to what had happened to him.
I like the answer to Clownzry right now. They took game one. They can kind of play it safe game two and see how Omen reacts with their main champions. Even though they banned out the Udyr, though, that Sejuani is definitely going in the jungle right there. Trono going to be banned out here for the Omen side, which I don't mind either, and the Gnar. I can't really figure out what the answer could be for the Mordekaiser. Maybe a Renekton, maybe something early game damage, maybe something that can kind of run it down there, or you just throw a scaling top laner up there, maybe a Jax. I'm not sure what Vino's champ pull is, but I'm sure he can pull something out of his bag if they left it open that easily.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see something like an Ord maybe locked in here for Clownzry. They could do with a bit of scaling, I think, in that side lane. And Vino didn't really have the best game number one. I mean, he was getting soloed by Yika, but that's just kind of what Yika brings to the table when he locks in champs like the Urgot. So I'm not so sure. I wouldn't mind seeing that. And it's a Malzahar, I believe, here being locked in for the side of Omen. Wow. Okay.
Even though that happened with Vino, he was still not discouraged. He was still making plays there, like the Nautilus pick as well. Clownzry going to go right into Omen's faces here, and definitely going to see a lot more early game plays coming out. Nautilus, you're either in or you're out. There's no in between there. So if Relics hits a hook or hits anything on top of that, definitely going to disrupt some kind of plays in the bot lane here. Panda being on a lot less scaling jungler, a lot less farm needing jungler here, and a lot slower clear time. So look for Panda, look for a lot more ganks in this game too. And you're going to see a lot more team play here on this blue side.
It is. Okay, I was just thinking about, I'm cooking in my brain. I'm like, hey, so Sejuani's going mid with the Nautilus being locked in here. That's support. So Brand can only go one other place. It's going to be a Brand ADC, I believe here. Urgot top lane. Unless it's an Urgot ADC, which I don't see happening. It's going to be a Brand ADC, Syndra mid, Sejuani jungle, Urgot top, and Nautilus support here for the side of Clownzry. They are cooking with this draft.
Ooh.
Okay.
Ooh.
Okay. And now it's a more jungle. Brendan
Brendan
was right. Yeah, Brendan was right the whole time. And we are just goofballs. We don't know what we're talking about here. It's a more jungle. Lucian Nami bot, Malzahar mid, and then Alawi is going to be in that top lane.
Yeah, with that being said, man, there's now a... This is weird out of both teams here. So Omen definitely can go into a team fight / macro style split pushing comp as well. They have the pick potential with that Nami Malzahar. Also, what we're seeing here out of Omen is that Arrow likes to play champions that can also save and make plays. So with that Nami, with the Thresh here, you can see that he's looking for his team to make the plays, and he kind of follows up and saves them if you need it. Go back in if you need to as well. You're going to have to use that Nami ult sparingly on what you want to make happen here, because Clownzry is going to be cooldown after cooldown after cooldown on whoever's right in front of that front line here, because they can definitely burst down that Mordekaiser or that Alawi if they choose to fight them. If Alawi's ever going to be there in those fights here, look for Kobita also on the Malzahar. Just completely push in the Syndra if they can. Just looking to roam as well with the ulti. It's really going to depend on jungle play, and I think that's the biggest issue that we had in game 1, and that's going to be another repeat here for game 2. Look for Mordekaiser. I'm not sure what the clear time is, but with that W passive, it should be, or just the passive in general, should be a lot easier here. So
I wouldn't.
Who knows? Guster Posey could be the one taking up all the CS this game.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Guster Posey is actually able to match the side of the Sejuani of Panda this time around. A Mord clear isn't that bad in the jungle compared to Sedge, and you know what the characters do. I mean, they're both kind of bodies going into the mid game, I think, and this is a very different style of play. Last time around, Panda was just able to run at people. This time around, he's kind of able to do the same thing, but his damage just isn't going to be there. It's going to be up to the likes of Aguri and probably Vino in the top side at least. And then bot side, I don't really know if Clownzry want to fight bot side at all. I'm not really sure what the brand AD carry is supposed to do. In my opinion, he's more of just a lane clear, and then in the mid late game, he can do just a lot of damage. At this stage in the early game, this should just be Omen. I want to see them take early trades in lanes specifically. I want to see them rotate to early objectives. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Omen use their pushing powers in both top, mid, and bot to take first dragon, first round of grubs, or at least trade a couple grubs here and there. I want to see Omen get active, and I want to see them play around these objectives as much as possible in the early game. I think it's Clownzry this time around that's on a bit of a timer to make things happen.
I agree. And you can kind of tell that both of them are kind of throwing a little bit of theory crafting at the wall right now to see if it sticks here. And Clownzry kind of baiting out a little bit more different picks here out of Omen. So honestly, I'm betting on Omen this game. I'm sure they're going to tie this one up here in the game 2, and we'll see what happens in the game 2.
Yeah, I honestly wouldn't be surprised to see that as well. I mean, I like their comp a lot better this time, and this is a very different style of play. Game 1 was also a little bit different to what we saw in semifinals, but this is very different to what we saw in semifinals from Omen. They haven't really shown this, and the best part about Clownzry, making it to these finals is Omen was the stream matchup last week. They got to watch 5 games of Omen playing League of Legends versus Clownzry, who, Omen just kind of got to look at screenshots, really. This is a lot of new things from Omen that Clownzry may not be ready for. And I really like that idea from Omen. They've just said, hey, look, we can't play the style we want to play. The late game is not going to work. That's how we beat Calypso. That style is not going to work. We need to pivot completely away from that. And so they're going to go for the Lucian Nami combo bot side, a very strong fighter-based jungler in the Mordekaiser, which is also a snatch away from Clownzry's game 1 performance. A very different style mid laner in the Malzahar, which can just split push. And Alawi, a champion, one of the early, just kind of cringe top laner champions that can be an absolute nuisance here. I mean, it's Alawi Urgot. Like, we don't see matchups like that in this meta of League of Legends. Like, this is just so bizarre to see in terms of these top lane matchups, but I'm really excited to see it out of Yika and Vino here.
I love it, man. We're not seeing Ornn every game. We're not seeing
I love
Jax
watching
every game.
I love watching Ornn every game.
Some real solo queue top lane in the trenches right now in that top lane there. So definitely looking for them to make some plays happen. I'm sure Yika isn't happy with how that game 1 went, even though he was a shining light on the Urgot last game. But however Yika did on that Urgot, I'm sure Vino can kind of do the same here. Hopefully he won't be just bullied up there by the Alawi tentacles. And this is the biggest problem here that I see on Omen's side. They have 2 champions that can 1v5. They have the Mordekaiser and they have the Alawi. all they have to really do is farm these champions up. They don't really even have to interact with Clownzry at all. So if Clownzry can't make huge plays happen on objectives, barons, grubs, they can't take towers down, they can't. You kind of might. I'm sure we're gonna see some kind of base race happen if Omen doesn't just completely mop the floor up here in game 2.
All right, and with that, we'll throw it to a very brief break, and when we come back, we'll bring you action of game number 2. It's Clownzry versus Omen. Can Omen come back from an 0-1 deficit in this best of 5? We'll be right back. This should be game number 1.
If I don't see Mordekaiser banned for the rest of the series right now, both teams are not looking at what happens in this game 1. Huge play by Vino right there to grab the last, one of the last remaining members of Omen right there. Arrow, the only one left alive. The poor Thresh here to watch his base fall as Clownzry pushing it for the end right here. Can Arrow make a stand? He will grab a hook just to say I'm still here as Clownzry runs down that Nexus and they take that game 1 in an astounding manner here. But you can tell that both teams can win either game at whatever snowball here. There's another fight going on.
3v2, but the teleport will come through from Aguri yet again. Great stun though to force members back, and now you'll see Vino getting pulled in here. Should fall down, is able to hop away to safety though. Now Kobita has to try and run away here, is going to get chased down here by the Mordekaiser. Awkward flashing, just gets queued. Another double kill for Aguri, and he is 5-1-0 on this Mordekaiser, just absolutely cooking this game. Yika now trying to chase out Panda from his...
Even after the level 1 bluff. Yeah, let's from Yika, and you can tell how this lane's going to go in the later parts of the game. Nara could not move after getting queued there.
Oh, Dilly
might find himself in a hard...
And welcome back here to game number 2 of this best of 5 series, our finals of Slash All here. And this time around, it's Omen with a bit of a shakeup in the draft. They've gone for, you know, I would argue the better early game of the two teams. You know, they've really changed up. They've gone for a more pushing bot lane, a pushing mid lane, a strong skirmishing jungle. Question is, will it be enough, as we do see a bit of a grouping here from Clownzry topside?
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Yeah, Clownzry knowing that they gotta make something happen, gotta get the pressure off of them, because they know that
oh, Yika doesn't spot it. He gets flashed on, rooted in place. He's gonna try and get away, but will not. And this will be first blood onto the Alawi, and it goes the way of Vino. And that is not good. That is not good in this instance for the side of Omen.
That's exactly what they need here. They need to make sure that Yika and Mordekaiser are on a longer scaling progress than usual here. If they can disrupt that as much as possible, they have enough game time to really plan out what they need to get this game to win. And with that being said, Arrow and Dilly might be making their own kind of play here in that bot lane. I don't know if you really want to do that in front of a Nautilus, but he does not have Flash or Ignite. We have Dilly on the Lucian with that Ignite as well and a heal out of Arrow, so they could be playing pretty aggro down here. I'm sure they can definitely dish out enough damage against Condemn on the Brand and heal it back up as well, so it could be very hard here for Brand to play this bot lane.
Yika just gonna farm it out topside, and we haven't touched on the Alawi too much, but Yika loves this champion, as we will see that bush ambush come through from Dilly and Arrow, but it doesn't really lead to anything here. But yeah, I mean, just so far, these two are just gonna farm it out bot side, and I would love to see them get active here. We haven't touched on the Brand ADC too much. What do you think the Brand ADC really does here? As Yika is just getting pushed out top, and that's because of that first blood we saw earlier.
The only thing I can see here is just AP damage for the high scaling bruisers, but Brand was picked out pretty early. It's kind of like they guessed they're gonna have 2 bruisers, 2 high health champions on the side of Omen here. Other than that, it's just gonna be a lane bully, but you can't really out bully a Nami Lucian here unless they let you. So with that being said, look for Dilly and Arrow to make a lot of plays on the WEQ combo from Arrow. Brand just shoving this one out though, making sure that Dilly can't keep up with the shoving. Yika gonna grab a little bit of early game damage here on the Ghost of Vino in that top lane. Ooh, gonna take a double tentacle hit as well. And we had some kind of clear-cut issues here.
Yep.
In game 1.
Yep.
This one, it's anybody's game. For the
I agree. I agree. I like the adaptation, as we do see Relix making an early rotation mid here onto Kobito. Forces Kobito to back off. Still holds on to that flash, though, and doesn't really panic there. And that's the go button here for Dilly. Flash in from Arrow. Knock up forces the flash. It doesn't land in Condemn, but it does force that important summoner. And did note, Condemn. Oh, Kobita! Flashes themselves to stay alive from that damage from Maguri. And a lot of pings will come through of those summoners being down.
See, Posey and Panda going to find each other in the would-be grub pit pretty soon as they're fighting this one out.
Yeah,
Urgot's going to try and follow this one out.
Yeah, Vino will rotate first. Yikachi has a level lead over Vino here, and honestly, I wouldn't mind taking this trade if you're the side of Omen. Guster Posey will back off temporarily. Grub's still not available just yet for either side, and I do want to see Guster Posey play early and play aggressive around these neutral objectives. I want to see him play for this first round of grubs. I want to see him play for an early dragon, as it will be, not entirely sure what dragon just yet, but we'll know soon enough. And I want to see him play active in this early game, especially once he hits level 6. I think that is really his go button, as we are seeing Yika again continuing to poke out Vino with the help of these tentacles, and Vino just has to play the spacing game as much as possible here.
Same thing with Aguri and Kobita. Aguri really pressuring this Malzahar out, and I wouldn't really guess that Malzahar would be the one on the receiving end of being shoved in here. Relics and Panda are on the same side of the map. This is a deadly combo that we haven't really touched on either, as there's so many combos here out of the side of Clownzry and the side of Omen. Guster Posey is going to find Panda.
A bit of poke onto Relix there as well from Arrow and Dilly. They'll poke out the bottom lane just a little bit, and Guster's just going to immediately back off and go towards his own jungle. First dragon is spawned. It's a Chemtech dragon. And we'll see Yika back and teleport on back to lane likely.
Both teams really just poking their heads out here, trying to see if there's anything coming towards them. And we've only really seen Clownzry come out on top with the little bit of cheese there on the Yika. Yika, you can tell, did not like that too much, as he's been beating out the aggression onto Vino on the Urgot right there. Alawi just being a top lane menace here. I'm not sure if we're going to see another play here in the bot lane here out of the Illusion Nami combo, as well, as Condemn has no flash. And it's really the push power that's really helping out Clownzry right now in this one.
Yeah.
The WEQ combo out of the brand, the full rotations, taking out the wait for it even hits.
Ooh, Yika is level 6 and might look for a solo play here onto Vino, who is not level 6 and is trying to get level 6 in time. Question is, do they have enough damage? There's the ultimate will come through. One more tentacle will do it. A bit of more damage, but it's not enough. Can he juke that?
Oh!
And that's an answer from Yika. Solo kill topside. He should get answered back, though, because it's a 3-man rotation here onto Yika. He'll end up falling here, but Guster Posey will answer with the dragon bot side.
The power in numbers is the game for Clownzry so far. The more people you have, the more likely you're going to win these fights here in the early game. I wouldn't count that the same as a late game here, as Alawi counts as 2 and Mordekaiser counts as 2 or 3 members in the later parts of this game here. We'll see both junglers swap the sides. Grubs going to Clownzry. Dragon, that's a Chemtech Drake here for the side of Omen. Too bad they can't stack those ones up, though. That would be great for their team comp here. And Kobita still kind of 1v1 and Aguri right here in the mid lane. Aguri up a level, up about 13 CS so far in the game. I wonder if Omen might cut back to the strategy that Clownzry's doing and just start sending 4 or 5 members to a lane.
Dilly looking for the play onto Condemn. Has that ultimate. Will use it, but it's not enough damage to take down the brand. Do want to note, it happened again. Kobita back to base. Didn't use teleport to get back to the lane. But Condemn did the same thing. Condemn also has teleport and hasn't used it just yet. You know, has back to base twice now, I believe. And neither time has decided to use that summoner to really get back to the lane. Kind of surprised by that. So it has been interesting, the usage of summoners so far. It feels like they're kind of holding them for when they die. And, you know, when they die and they can teleport back to the lane and get back and really not miss a wave, I kind of like that thought process a little bit more. But I don't know, man. At some point, you got to use these summoners, because if you don't use that teleport early game, why are you really kind of holding on to it? You know, why are you going into the first place? Why not go for something like a cleanse here? I don't know, man. I just think make use of the summoners you get early.
I definitely agree. You can see that both teams are respecting the jungler counterparts. by saving the TPs. If they get ganked, they go to the great screen, they come back, they TP in. But by 10 minutes, you should be using that first kind of cooldown here, so you can have that unleashed teleport for the 15-minute part here. Vino is not having a good time up here.
Could
on
die
the
here.
Urgot.
He's pretty low. He jukes the tentacle this time around. Not gonna let that happen again, which was, I think we can all agree, just a little bit silly. Both junglers bot side here. I don't think either team is aware of the enemy jungler in the vicinity. Panda makes the gun go first. Looks for the ultimate. Can't find it. Guster Posey now gets looked at here. Condemn. Looked at by Lucian here. Dilly will find this kill. One more auto will do it. He doesn't find it. Actually, a Dilly now will get answered back. And you can see top side here. Vino gets a solo kill onto Yeehaw. And it's disaster for Omen.
How does Clownzry keep finding themselves into an inch of victory every single time? Up 3 kills now. Started with that 1-0. And Guster Posey took a lot of damage there. I can't believe that Dilly wasn't able to find that last auto onto Condemn as well. Condemn was kind of out for the count there after Mordekaiser went in. And a great job by them to... I'm sure Condemn was like, help, 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 help. And they finally responded at the last second and saved him and that fight there in the bot lane as well. Vino also find a crazy 1v1 kill up there in the top lane.
I don't know who. I think Guster Posey ulted Panda, but why not ult Condemn in that instance? I don't fully understand the thought process there. Dilly committed everything there. Dilly used ult, Dilly used the dash forward, he used the ignite, and still it just was not enough damage to lock down the enemy carry. Yes, the Lucian gets stronger, sure, but I don't know, man. This is already looking very spooky. Brand has first item completed there.
Yeah, I agree on that one. Maybe trying to give that kill over to Dilly because I thought they had it in the bag. Maybe Dilly was like, hey, I got this one. Don't worry. Grab somebody else. But Brand is the only damage dealer, so it doesn't matter who gets that kill anyways. I would take the Mordekaiser scaling over the Lucian scaling late game anyways. So, yeah, that fight's a little bit of a
question mark.
Make or break. A question mark, make or break. Kind of a 50-50.
Yeah.
And if you do, Dan, if you don't, kind of thing. We have a huge play happening here in the top lane, though, for Clownzry. They really want to shut down Zlawi.
Yeah, Ika does not have that flash to get away with. And Panda and Relix will slowly hunt him down. Ika, the hook is off the mark here. We can see a teleport coming through from Kobita, but I don't think he'll be able to get here in time. Ika should end up going down here. He'll get ulted by Vino. Another kill going the way of the Urgot. Fantastic job so far from Vino.
And you can finally see that Clownzry knowing that if they don't really help out this Urgot, it's not going to be a champion here in the later parts of this game. I think we do see a lane swap here too. Top going mid going top here. Could help out the Malzahar. Malzahar not really having a good time here in that mid lane either. It's been even with the Guri. But we will see second part of Grubs here going over to Clownzry. They will stack that one up. And that's a huge weight off their shoulders because if Omen got that one, they could have sent Mordekaiser bot lane and Alawi top lane. And one lane would have been knocking at their Nexus towers here. So with that being off the table for them, the only thing left for Omen to do is try and stack these dragons. Or just keep farming it up here for the later part of the game. Guster Posey going to be on that bot lane. Dragon will be a mountain drake. So 2 great dragons for them in this early part of the game.
Yeah, both of them make their characters just a little bit tankier, which I quite like this idea for the side of Omen. And I think getting this dragon will be pivotal. The only concern is 6 grubs will go the way of Clownzry. So they'll have those little void mites that spawn when they're pushing these towers. And you look at their composition, they kind of want that little bit of extra help, especially with an 80 carry Brand who really doesn't have that pushing tower ability, as Yeehaw is not long for this world and will get picked again here. Yeehaw struggling, I think, a little bit to really adapt to this lane swapping, just gets picked on his own.
I don't want to call and put words in Yeehaw's mouth, but I sense a little bit of aggravation. I sense a little bit of a tilt here. Not saying that it's a bad thing out of Yeehaw. I think Yeehaw just really wants to win these games here. So he's putting himself in situations that Clownzry is just reading him like a book. And that's the biggest issue here for Omen, is that they don't have that star player being able to make a difference here in the game. They sent him mid lane. He wasn't able to make a play mid lane. He's beating the crap out of Vino solo in that top lane, but Clownzry is sending 4 members up there, and now they have 3 members in the bot lane for Condemn to use his grub to an advantage.
Decent damage from Dilly, who does have that first item completed now and is trying to make an impact at this point. We'll see if they can continue this play as Guster Posey is bot side. They're looking for that play on Little Condemn. It's not enough though, but it's very, very close. Panda still in the area, and I don't think Dilly and Era are aware, but finally Panda will start to back to base.
Talk about jungle as well. 85 CS, even though Panda's been very active on the map here, that could be a grubs difference at the most part, but Mordekaiser is huge hook.
Dilly gets hooked, but Arrow tries to use that ultimate to keep his AD carry alive a little bit longer. He's still alive, but with no potential lockdown onto Lil Condemn, he's not able to find it. Flash forward from Relix to try and lock down the support, but not able to do it. And honestly, just no ward control in this bot side river. And Panda sitting in that brush for so long. Finally, they're able to make the play happen. They take down the enemy AD carry.
And Panda brought so much pressure to the bot lane that it brought Guster Posey down there. And now that Rift Herald should be free for the taking without any recognition from Guster Posey to try and take that away from him. And Yikal is so far behind that they should be able to win that 2v1 up there in the top lane, even with the Alawi ulti from the amount of CC and the Urgot ulti on top of that. Urguri also has a ton of damage on top of him as well. Vino getting a little bit antsy here in the top lane, gonna go right back into the lane with the minions.
He just wants to farm. He just wants to farm, and, you know, Yikaw's going to try and deny him as much as possible, especially with Rift Herald having spawned up. We can see Arrow on his way topside, and this is going to force a true 1v1 here in the bot side, and already Dilly's trying to take advantage of it. Drops that ultimate early just to get a little bit of extra poke onto Condemn. Hook lands onto Yikaw, and that's not the target you want. Relix is going to become the target of an Alawi ultimate. It's not enough damage just yet to take him down, but ult for really nothing in return. That favors the side of Omen just a little bit more right now because it's given them positional advantage here, and Relix really has to take a back here at this point. Dilly does spot out Condemn, makes the flash play. Ooh. He's trying to 1v1. He's trying to get this play, but Dilly, does he have the damage? He does. Is the burn to get the answer back in time? It's not. Panda now going to get looked at here. No, it's Vino actually, who's the target of Guster Posey, who's in the death realm. Great Malzahar ultimate onto Aguri, forces him back. Kobita has now become the target of Vino, but it's not enough. Will the tentacles be enough? Not just yet. Yikaw still going forward. They find a pull in the Panda and finally get a kill here in this fight. Omen will take the Rift Herald.
Yikaw taking the words right out of my mouth right there with that play, saying, I know I'm 1-5, but I can still 1v9 here in front of everybody.
Hold on.
Coming in from Vino.
Double teleport coming through. Condemn has arrived here. The brand is very fed at this point, very strong. Another teleport coming in, this time from Kobito. Yikaw has returned, and it gets a pull. It's just the ghost. And they still aren't able to finish off that Rift Herald, I believed. No, somebody... Did anybody get the Rift? No, actually, Vino, yeah.
Right there.
Vino got the Rift, and suddenly... Clownzry, they come up with a massive win going their favor despite taking an early spill in that fight.
I guess we can call that a win, but they have a mid lane tower and a bot lane tower and a top lane tower that definitely couldn't have got, but they could have got mid and bot lane while that happened. Let that first fight go, reset, take your early gold because you're now snowballing into a huge lead, but at least they got the Rift Herald off of that scuff right there. Only 2 kills went down to the side of Omen, and I think only... I can't even see who got the kills. Oh yeah, Lucian got a solo kill, and then 1 kill went over to the Nami right there. So with that being said, not too much really happened for Omen. And we could see a repeat here on this Dragon Pit.
Dragon has spawned. Kobito has teleport and is headed topside to stop the deny the split push from Vino. And Infernal Dragon will be the soul this time around. You can see already Omen are trying to level or use this level lead from Yikaw, who is level 11 to the level 7 Relix here. Teleports coming through from Kobito. Guster Posey is getting very low here to this Dragon. They do find Relix. The support's dead. So is Aguri. It's a massive shutdown from Yikaw. The 3 and 5, or sorry, it was 1 and 5 top laner is making a difference and is now 3 and 5. The third Dragon will go the way of Omen.
What is this champion? What is Yikaw? How is he built different every time he plays in the top lane? He went from being down in the dumps to just standing on top of a gold
Oh,
mountain.
Condemn is gonna fall down here. Dilly finds that kill as well, and Kibito is gonna push down mid. They're gonna be able to take down towers as well as this dragon.
Vino using the grubs to his advantage here, and the Rift Herald gonna take 2 towers as well. Can he 1v1 the Yee-Call though?
Oh, Kobita getting looked at here. Has no flash and should fall down here. Yes, he will. Guster Posey arrives late. Yee-Caw has to deny this Rift Herald and will deny that Rift Herald push onto the top side tier 3 tower. But mid tier 1 should fall here the way of Clownzry.
It might just be me, but I'm feeling so much anxiety watching this game fold out into 20 minutes right now. We're seeing a 4K gold lead on the side of Clownzry on this blue side here. 2 kills up. They are within reach though on the side of Omen with that 3 dragons. That dragon soul could change everything here with that Infernal Drake being on the map in 4 minutes or less. With that being said, more damage on the side of Omen isn't really what they even need, but it's going to help out in the long run here. With that being said, they're winning without that damage buff. So if they get that on top of their team right now, they can just run away with the game. You can see the urgency in Clownzry right now to get this game out of here, to just scratch this one, either if it's a win or a loss, because they are throwing fight after fight after fight towards Omen to see if they come out on top here. Condemn not able to keep up with the amount of DPS from Dilly here on the Lucian and the resets of the Essence Reaver. We're seeing that Kobita can be a useful tool here on the side of Omen, even though Aguri was slapping him in lane and pushing that wave in pretty quickly. And we're seeing that Yee-Caw, even though he gave up 5 kills over to Clownzry, he is still 1v9ing and keeping pressure on the map here and stopping that Rift Herald from breaking the base open.
Arrow does not get hooked. As we see an awkward camera change, you kind of said, "What happened there?" Yeah, I mean, what a bounce back by Omen. They have the first 3 dragons. I can imagine the next fight should be in 2 minutes and 30 seconds because that's when the next dragon is due to respawn. Vino will have teleport, so can match that global presence of pushing topside and then teleporting on over to the dragon. But if I'm Omen, I'm in a pretty good position. I mean, you've just won the fights that you should be winning. Every fight around dragon, you've been able to get objective after objective after objective. You get this 4th one, you're sitting in a very good position to just outright win team fights because of the way your damage was just scaling at this point. So we see Dilly here topside just going to clear out some wards. 2 minutes
Omen
on that
is
next
so
dragon.
lucky right now. The time is on their side. They don't have to do anything except keep that base from breaking open on the side of the red side here. If they can keep their outer turrets up and they can keep scaling, keep that CS lead going, they can really be in a position here to just outlive Clownzry no matter what happens here. The more items on Mordekaiser or more items on the Lowy, the easier it is for Omen to take this game out in game 2. Clownzry, though, feeling the pressure, they have to make something happen. Grab that Baron, break down these towers. Vino can make a presence here in either lane. Send him bot lane if you have to. Aguri has that range to help out with the fights here. But Vino does have that DPS for the Baron as well.
Oh, nice little sidestep, but Aguri is able to pull the shield another way. But we do see a grouping here around the Baron. Arrow has to be careful here. The hook does not land, and he's able to stay alive. Some poke will go back the way of Relix, and there's a Nami ultimate used, I think, preemptively there. And no follow-up. And just another resource pulled on the side of Omen. Now I think they have to be a little conscientious of the next few seconds here of how they expend their resources. There's another pull will land on Vino, and he'll just take more and more damage from these tentacles. A decent shield to keep him alive. But Baron is still available. I wonder if Clownzry are going to give Dragon and try and rush a Baron. I don't think they have the damage for it. And with Dilly completing that second item, Infinity Edge, online, I don't even know if you can really match that. If you go Dragon first and Omen go Baron instead, as Kobita and Aguri taking a 1v1, and the last thing we need to happen is a pick to go through from either of these 2 mid laners, right as Dragon is due to respawn in 10 seconds here.
As far as Kobita's not flashing R-ing Aguri right now. Great job being patient with that. You don't know who's behind that corner right there. If I am Omen, though, I'm letting them have that dragon, and I'm going straight for that Baron. I'm going to try and push these towers down and trying to get that lead back into my favor here. But Omen kind of play around with what they want to do. Panda gonna find Arrow here on the Nami. Has no flash and no R.
Teleport coming through from both TPers on the side of Omen. Everyone is here. It will be a full 5-on-5 fight here. Kobita gets looked at and is getting CC locked down and should instantly fall down. It's a dragging that goes the way of Omen. They get the soul, but Kobita will not be long for this world and be executed. Buster Posey gets an ultimate onto Aguri though. Gonna take down this mid laner, will the Mordekaiser. Relix finds the hook onto Nilly, who has to get away. Great flash from Aguri to reposition, but he falls down anyways. It's 2 down on the side of Clownzry, and there could be a third as Guster flashes and finds a pull onto Condemn. And Omen will not go down and out throughout this series. They'll answer back beautifully in this game number 2 so far.
Yeah, great job by Omen to know that they can fight this team fight out a lot easier here. They had Panda and the rest of Clownzry in a choke point here, and Panda was not able to finish off that dragon. The smite fight was not in his favor at this point here. I'm not sure why Clownzry elected to go for that in the first place. Feeling a little bit too confident in their team comp and in their players' skill right now to go for that fight right there. They were beating you without the Infernal Soul, and now they're going to beat you harder with that soul on top of the damage that they already have right now. It's 24 minutes in, but Omen's looking like they have a late game comp already here in the 24 minutes that's been played out. With that Infernal Soul, that's a whole other item on top of your 5 items that you're going to be building within the next 15 or so minutes here. Clownzry's playing with time that they don't have.
I'll be honest, it's just been an 80 carry diff, I think, this time around. Little Condemn is not making the same impact that Dilly is so far, and I think they can start to, as Hold That Kobita could get looked at here. It's a 3-man grouping topside, but I don't think they realize that Kobita's up there, or otherwise they might look for the gank. Arrow nearly gets one tap there and has to flash away, but it's a pincering from the side of Omen. They're looking to lock someone down. Relix down to half HP. Dilly dashing forward. Guster Posey finds that one, and it's a lockdown onto the jungler. Panda will fall. Aguri answers back with a kill onto the support, but Aguri has to try and get away here. Dilly has those dashes to keep the chase going, but he won't do it. He'll back off, and it's a 1-for-2 trade, but Yi Ka shows up late to the party, trying to lock down the Syndra, and with a push away, they'll instead turn their attention towards this Baron.
The more I see Yikal play, the more I feel like he's Michael Myers. He's always there, just slowly walking at you. And if you look away, he's right behind you again. Yikal gonna chase down Condemn.
Yeah, he's looking for the brand. The tentacles will come through. Dilly on the backside, though, will get looked at here. Yikal finds Condemn. Dilly's still alive here, and they're actually able to kill Aguri as well. The Baron does reset, though, and it's healed back up. Yikal will look to trade onto Vino, but Vino finds the trade, favoring him until Guster Posey shuts down the Urgot. Arrow has respawned and is back to heal up his jungler. Relix on his own. Panda has respawned as well and will be in the area. But suddenly the members of Omen, they have to back off. Their health bars are too low. They can't do this Baron.
We're seeing that 4K gold lead slowly dwindle away here in the side of Clownzry. They are down to a 2K gold lead now. And we are seeing Omen know that gold doesn't even matter in this game right now. It's champions versus champions here. And Omen's playing it out way more intensely right now than Clownzry is so far. With that being said, you have 2 towers down in the top lane. You have a mid lane shove going into you. And you have a bot lane shove going into you. If Clownzry can get back to basics and get this macro going, they should be able to outlive some of the pressure here that's going on from Omen. If we can stop fighting fire with fire and try and douse this stuff
Aguri
out.
one-shots Arrow. And that's an important pick that should slow down the pacing of this game all of a sudden for Omen.
It's little stuff like that. Take what they give you. Don't try to force anything. Don't try and take more than you can chew right now. Yikal.
Trying to
Set
start
the
this
tone
fight.
all game.
Yeah, he's trying to start this fight. It's just a bit of poke onto Panda. But Panda does not have ultimate to really start this fight just yet. But I mean, I don't know, man. It could be Clownzry. Arrow's dead for another 8 seconds, but I will say Clownzry do not have the same level of burn with Condemn being a brand compared to Deleon and 80 carry. But I don't know. This is going down. It's now down to half, and the poke over the wall so far has been fantastic from Clownzry. Dilly pops that ultimate, poking down Vino, down to a little over half HP. And the members of Clownzry will start to back off. Now that Arrow has respawned and shown back up, there's just no burn on their side just yet.
Omen is winning this fight by not fighting it. And that's been the issue so far on this Baron pit. Back and forth, looking for picks over and over again. Urguri almost caught right there. But these lane states in the game are not where you want them to be on either sides here. You could send somebody down that bot lane, down that top lane. Yikal could take a whole base if he wanted to right now. He doesn't need to be in that Baron pit trying to make a fight happen. Use that TP, bring some pressure in. You have 3 TPs instead of Clownzry, and we're not pushing any lanes out. Instead, we're just trying to get a 50-50 here on a Baron that we don't have the damage for on the side of blue here. This Elder Drake, though.
Yeah.
In 30 seconds.
30 seconds.
Do or die for sure.
On the Elder. And it's a smite fight, I think, this time around. You got 4 dragons on your side if you're Omen, but I mean, clearly there's an obvious fight back coming through from Clownzry. They still are potentially in this game, and Guster down to less than half. He's going to be able to heal back up with the help of Arrow a little bit. But I don't know, man. This is a coin flip at this point. It's a weighted coin for sure, and it's on Omen's side, but I don't know, man. One stray smite away from being back in this clean game if you're Clownzry. One clean pick from Aguri. And suddenly you're back in this. Scatter of the Weak does not land from Aguri. Pull from Guster isn't enough to get a target.
You can tell Clownzry right now is leaning into the skills that they have as a team. They're keeping everybody balanced here, keeping everybody comfortable as being together as 5.
Oh, Guster's down to less than half. He gets ulted by Brand as well. He's very low here. I don't know if he can stick around for this. And now Omen are in a very precarious situation. Dilly lets the bullets fly, has to back off. Great ultimate from Arrow to keep the carry alive a little bit longer. Yikau's in the middle of everybody. Guster is trying to get it onto a target, but the damage is not going to be enough from Guster. Finally finds it. Dragon down to half. Panda's dead. There's no smite here. Guster has smite. It's down to 2k, and Elder will go their way, and the fight should well go their way. Omen take everyone but Condemn. And game 2 should go the way of Omen here. They're just going to look to run it down, I would imagine.
They're going to play it safe here, get the Elder, get the Baron. Clownzry is in their game right now. Clownzry is in Omen's playbook. They're in Omen's car. They are in the back seat getting driven around right now. Omen has Clownzry right where they want them. They are playing them like a book. Like a CD, like a record, anything you want to put in front of that, go for it, because it is Omen's game for the taking, and they are gonna force as many games as possible here in this series. I'm not sure why Clownzry elects to go for team fight after team fight here, as they are just running into a 5 and 6 Alawi that's been running you back and forth this whole game here, into a 5-0 Mordekaiser that's been non-stop beating everybody up, into a choke point of a Lucian R on top of my Malzahar burn. You can't play these games with champions on the roster of Omen right now, and they are showing it why as they run it down this mid lane tower that is quarter health, and they could be going for a game 2 win.
Oh, they're making the go button go, and they'll find Condemn right away. Still having that Elder buff. Omen, with the help of this now acquired Baron buff, will look to end this game and just shove down mid, forcing the flash from Aguri. Is Guster Posey here, who has been on point with this Mordekaiser so far. 5-0-5. We haven't talked about it much, but he's been making an impact so far. Tons of damage onto Panda, and the push will come through. They find a great flank from Yikau onto Aguri with the help of the Death Realm, and Guster now 6-0-5. Another kill comes through, and Omen, they'll answer back and force the series into a 1-1 position so far. Red side remains at 100% win rate. And Omen, despite taking an early spill, they'll answer back beautifully. They'll kill Vino as well here, and they'll force us to a game 3. We're going the distance so far. We have at least 4 guaranteed games. Yeah, great game overall.
I thought you cut the break, man. I'm so sorry.
No. We say we cut the break.
We're still here.
Yeah, we're still here. We're still
yapping.
yapping.
We're still here. make 80 carries great again. Bring back 80 carries. Brand did not do enough right there. I am sorry for that pause, but I was just mistaken. I was trying to read the champion list right now, and I can definitely agree with you right now that Lucian outplayed every single angle that Brand had right there. Brand had a couple of shining lights, but was just so far behind because of that laning phase and was not able to have the items and the damage needed to make a difference there in those Baron fights and those Dragon fights there.
All right, I agree. I fully agree. And with that, now we'll go to a break because that's how we work. Yeah, we'll throw it to a quick break, and when we come back, we'll have the analyst desk to break down game number 2 action.
Drop it.
What is going on, Slash All? Man, what a phenomenal game 2 here in this upper division matchup of Elysium Omen versus Clownzry Jody. Dude, what a game.
Dude, it was crazy. Yukol really, he put on them suspenders, put the team on his back with the Lawi, dude, we were talking about it. We had Brett in here, we were talking, and it was like, man, how can they fight? They have no front line around this Elder fight, but all you need is an Alawi and tentacles, man.
Dude, big facts, man. Like in the beginning, we talked about it. We were like, it has to be nerves, right? I mean, they started immediately at the beginning of this game, 4-1, and then it was like 8-1, and it was like, dude, it's gone. Like, Clownzry's running away with this thing, and Omen lost their opportunity to get away with it. We thought they were going to be so much more aggressive early game, but they stayed cool. They didn't let the nerves get to them. They played around the objectives, but I want to give a huge, big shout out, 100%, to Guster Posey. That man pulled every dragon right when he needed to and made it matter despite his team being behind. And I think that single-handedly set the tone for them to keep gold enough that slowly led to the fights that proceeded after. They got Soul uncontested very easily, pulled that fight off. Yikal got a really good double kill going into the Soul fight and then walked away with it. And I mean, it just, man, what plays all around. I know there's a lot of other things you want to talk about too.
Yeah. So I think one of the big things is both these teams had a comp where you want the other team to come into you, right? You have the Nautilus, you can pick off Engage, Sejuani Ultimate, Brand, build all of Brand, and so both these teams wanted the other team to come into them, but Omen was always there first, always. Guster Posey was on top of it. He had really good Drake control, really good objective control in general. And every time it was Clownzry walking into this Alawi, into this Mordekaiser, into a Lucian Nami. And, I know a thing or two about Lucian Nami, and it feels so good when you can step on the gas and dictate the pace of the game. They may have been down, 6,000 gold at one fight. Didn't matter. They had pace of the game. Down 4,000 gold. Didn't matter. They had pace of the game. Down 2,000 gold. Well, what's the point of gold if we can win when we're 6k behind and it's only 2k difference? It doesn't matter. It matters about positioning, and Omen played positioning in this game fantastically.
Exactly. 6K, 2K, doesn't matter at that point. If you're winning at 6K, you're winning at 2K. And if anything, you're winning even more because you statistically have a better advantage now than you did when you were at 6K. But I mean, I think you hit the nail on the head with that one, man. I think team comp makes a big difference in this one, too. One of the things I want to call out is I'm really confused. Double burn on Brand.
Yeah,
I'm lost on that one. I think if his second item would have been the Rylai's Crystal Scepter, it would have made a much bigger difference into how that team was able to manipulate themselves on the battlefield. Lucian doesn't get as much movement speed. Kobita doesn't get in as fast to get the ult off. It does just enough to cause enough chaos that it could swing the entire potential of a fight. And when you looked at how some of these fights went around the Dragon Soul, and then around Elder, and then a couple the dances they had around Baron. I mean, he had the 2 items at that point. I'm just surprised. Why not go for the Rylai's Crystal Scepter?
Yeah, exactly right. Usually you see like a Leandries into the Rylai's or Rylai's into Leandries. This Blackfire Torch is something that's only usually done on junglers, and so it was kind of confusing to see it come out. Personally, I think the adaptation that Clownzry need to make going into Game 3, because, you know, now they're on the back foot, you know. Omen, they got the momentum coming into this next game, and I think Clownzry needs to go back to basics. They need to go back to a traditional ADC and see how they can play around this, because, you know, I didn't think his Ashe was too bad. You know, Ashe is one of the more supportive ADCs, but brand was not working.
Yeah, I definitely think what set it off on that more than anything was the fact of you run a Nautilus with a brand, like where's your all in there? You have a Nami Lucian. I think that was a phenomenal answer to the brand, whether it was a brand, you know, I don't even think they knew where the brand was going, but I mean, I give big kudos to Omen if they like thought that early on that brand was going to be an APC. Which for me is that's insane. Like, I think that's a crazy good prediction on them and well played, and they deserve every accolade to get at that point. They struggled a little in the early game and weren't executing as well as they wanted to, but they stayed calm in their comp and they knew what they were going to do. And I think the Nami ended up being a much bigger difference in this matchup than people expected it to be. The wave to disrupt their engage with what they were going for, and her ability to put down shields, but the healing. There was a couple times where Guster Posey got chunked pretty hard by Aguri going into objectives, but it didn't matter because Nami was able to heal him back up before they went into it, and all of a sudden there's an advantage, and now Aguri has no ult. Where's your execute? Where's your damage coming from? You don't have it. It's not coming from Brand. So what are you going to do?
I think you and I talked about it. They needed to have one of these ADC top lane, you know, maybe like a Smolder or a Zeri, have another one of those high damage. I mean, Urgot does some damage, don't get me wrong, but he does not do enough to be able to outdeal this healing, and that Alawi can deal with the shielding from Mordekaiser. And so, you know, it's on Clownzry to make some changes. The first change that they've made is they've, as the loser, they have selected red side. I personally like this change. You know, it looks like Counterpick is doing really good in this series, you know, so far.
Yeah, I definitely think it sits to the fact of, you know, one of the things that's amazing about it. And by the way, I want to give a huge shout out to Vino with that shot on the dunk from max distance, I believe, on that Urgot ult onto Kabita.
Oh yeah.
The wall and the Dragon Soul fight, super impressive. I thought that was super cool for that play where it came from. But yeah, dude, I think you're right. I think them pulling off an 80 carry top or something a little bit stronger that had the movement like Zeri. I think that's a perfect example of what could have been done there. It would have really lended them that extra damage they were looking for that could have better impacted the fight overall. But I think red side's going to continue to be the contested angle on all this. And with that, I think that to me lends an advantage if we're looking now long term, right? It's good because the fact that Clownzry took game 1 from red side and now the other teams won from red side, they're going to statistically have the advantage. If these games keep going back and forth, that game 5, if it gets to that, they're going to have the red side advantage. And that may end up becoming a big factor in the long run.
Yeah. I like pointing out specific players. You know, in the first game, Panda had a really good performance in the jungle. Aguri, really good performance on the Mordekaiser in the first game. Second game, you know, Yikal on Alawi was, you know, he died a couple of times, but he was pulling so much pressure and still had so much, like, effect, so much pressure on the game himself that he was able to win. Guster, also amazing job in the jungle. But a silent player who's not getting very many kills is Kubita. He's playing mid lane extraordinarily well. He's dodging the key abilities. He got hit by the one Urgot, what you talked about, but this guy is playing amazing. And, you know, his safe picks probably would be the best for him, maybe a scaling pick. But he can definitely play these champions, and, you know, maybe they decide to go with a more mid-oriented comp this game. Dilly as well, Arrow, both of these players just playing what they need to do, doing what they need to do. And so, you know, just a really good game for Omen, game 2.
Yeah, I think my last comment I want to say this, Mordekaiser's now 100%. You said at game 1 before we even got into it that Mordekaiser's going to be a difference and we need to see that champion disappear. I think he gets banned by somebody this time for sure.
Yeah, I need you out.
He's got to be out on this one. But with that, guys, we're going to switch over to our stream to get ready for draft, over to Spirit Book and Heat. And as always, we'll continue to support you guys from the analyst desk. Take it away, boys.
Thank you so much, Merc Master and Jody Jr. We are back. It's me, Spirit Book, and Heat, and we're here to talk about the draft. And already we can see a shift in the bans this time around from Clownzry. It is a, yeah, okay, we'll talk about that in a moment. I see it. But first, Mordekaiser's banned. The East Elysium Omen decide to run back their same round of bans from the side that they were on, red side previously. And Omen shift things up dramatically and decide to go for the Ziggs. First lock-in overall. Heat, talk to me about Ziggs.
I mean, it's brand, but you can take towers.
That is true.
That's really about it. Same kind of burning abilities, same kind of poking and lane pushing. I like how Clownzry is going to try and go back to basics here, though. Game 3, you got to get that Game 3 win, or else your Game 1 was for nothing at all here. Ezreal Ziggs here. That can go mid or bot lane here. You could flip-flop those wherever you want to. And Syndra still being up for Aguri. Aguri played really well on that champion last game. Was kind of the shining light of damage there out of the whole Clownzry drafting for the game 2. So I'm glad that that's still up for Aguri. It looks really comfortable on it. I'm wondering if Kobita runs it back with the Malzahar, if he's going to try and 1v1 that Syndra.
Okay, this is a very different change up from Omen. They've gone for the Skarner lock-in here, which could be a top laner, could be a jungler, could be a support here for the side of Omen. I do want to touch on the Ezreal Ziggs a little bit, because obviously these are two champions that can be respectively flexed to the AD carry and mid position. But I don't like either of these champions as a matchup into the Jinx specifically. I think this Jinx is just going to have a very good time in the laning phase, and especially in team fights if they get there. But so far, every game it's been whoever wins early has won the game. You know, we haven't gotten to that point where Jinx can be an impactful member in either of these games just yet. It's been all early games, so look to Omen to really get active early yet again, as they do decide to lock in a Lilia jungle here for the side of Clownzry, another AP jungler.
Nami being banned out here. Clownzry is going to have to go with a supportive mage casting healing bot lane there, or full engage and try to 1v1 that Ziggs or the Ezreal. Look for a Seraphine again, would be a great pickup. Maybe a Lulu, maybe something back to basics there. Maybe the Thresh.
I would love to see a Thresh. I would love to see a Thresh out of Omen specifically.
Relics plays anything and everything, whatever you want out of him, he will play it. So look for him to make something to have Jinx have an easier time here due to the Blitzcrank banned out here. So they could be going for maybe a Leona, maybe something just full engage. But Ezreal and Ziggs, the main reason why they're played is that mobility and the movement and the abilities to get out of sticky situations like that. Omen gonna ban out the Thresh too. I'm not sure what's going where with that Thresh being banned. I think that's more of an Ezreal bot lane here and a Ziggs mid.
Yeah, I would imagine so. I kind of was like sold on the Ziggs mid moreover than the Ziggs bot lane. I think Ziggs into Jinx specifically would be the worst matchup, and we'll see a Leona lock in for the side of Clownzry. They decide to go with the engage support there, and no real answer for the side of Omen in terms of engage support just yet. Though the Thresh ban tells me this might be a Skarner support. You know, I've seen it here and there. And it's some decent engage itself, but I don't know, man. I mean, this would be great, right? Because you go Skarner support, you get a solid, strong top laner with lots of damage. You could run back the Alawi lock-in if you want to. Instead, it's a Malphite here locked in, and I'm not sure where any of this is going just yet. I imagine it's Malphite top, but I don't know, man. This is wild from Omen so far.
Omen got a win under their belt. They knocked the nerves off. They knocked the anxiety off. Now they're ready to play this one out. I love the karma pickup here. Poke after poke after poke with full engage. If you can layer that completely and layer it correctly, Ezreal, Ziggs, karma really have to step up here. Kobita really going to be moving around and maybe just go back to taking towers, get some early gold here. And Yikaw and Guster Posey on the Skarner Malphite, they're making the plays, they're making it happen. If it's all up to them to really finish it off. I love the Ornn pickup here on Clownzry as well. Both teams are just looking to play the same kind of game here, and we're gonna see a lot of stalemates on these objectives. We did see that whoever can take those early game objectives is the one gonna come out on top here. I don't see Yikaw having the amount of it's a noodle fight up there in the top lane. That's all I'm gonna say.
Well, I'm gonna be real. I don't know where any of these characters are going on the side of Omen, and yeah, I don't actually know. And chat was kind of calling me out a little bit. I was making a lot of funny faces because I just don't know where any of these are going just yet. And I think the thought process is, I think I called it initially in that maybe it was a Skarner support, but it actually might be Skarner jungle the more I think about it. Malphite top, Karma support, Ezreal 80 carry, Ziggs mid. But I don't know. And that's interesting because we haven't even gotten to the client draft yet. And so I'll keep you guys updated as they decide to pick their champions, and we'll see where it goes what.
With that being said, though, you gotta kind of see what their vision is here. It's kind of
Right.
just a sieging engage, maybe a dive angle. What we're seeing out of Panda, though, is something we don't see a lot. Or, I mean, I've never seen it out of Panda, is a Lilia. Panda is known for Zac, Udyr, Sejuani, Amumu. Get in, lock down everybody, come out with the win, and just use the put everybody else on your back and kind of get in there and get those fights going off. So with Lilia being in that fight right there, I'm excited to see how Panda really passes this one out. If he's going to be CSing, if he's going to be fighting these ones out, if he's going to be looking for fights or whatever. I think you are waiting to say something for you to go ahead and take it away.
Well, I'm just aggressively like watching the client draft right in front of me because I'm incredibly curious. Okay, Malphite top. This probably tells me that I was correct with the predictions and that it's Skarner jungle, or it's going to be, yeah, because Karma was the one flex where I was like, maybe Karma could flex top and you put Yikon Karma top. I don't think it fits their style, but it was a potential. So it is Malphite top, Skarner jungle, Ziggs mid, which can probably tell me that's Ezreal ADC and Karma bot. So Elysium Omen going with what is, I guess, traditional in the way that their comp is drafted. And now I guess we can talk about it, how it all fits. So in all honesty, it's a lot of poke. There is so much poke on the side of this Omen draft that I love it. I love how much poke they have. They can poke from a distance. They can really avoid this initiation that comes out from the Leona as much as possible. Maybe they have to worry a little bit about that Solar Flare ultimate and the Ornn ult from a distance, maybe. But it's a lot of committal ultimates from the side of Clownzry. I love this Omen draft the more and more I look at it.
This is going to be the hardest game for Omen to play.
You think so?
Because the issue is with poke comps is that you can kind of get too ahead of yourself and you're going in a little bit too early than you think you should be because you have people like Skarner and Malphite going in there. If you go in too early, then the Ziggs and the Ezreal have a chance to be blindsided by the Ornn Hammer, the Leona, the Lilia. There's a lot of movement here in Clownzry that they're not really taken for granted here on the side of Omen. And you're not always going to be fighting front to back with towers, front to back with objectives or anything like that. There's all angles here that Clownzry can kind of hit you from. With that being said, if they can play it perfectly and actually layer their poke here, layer everything on top of the towers, I see this more as a siege comp than I do as a poke comp. And with that being said, you're going to have to really play this perfect here before Clownzry just says, okay, I've had enough of you doing 10 damage to me. I want to do 100 damage to you.
Yeah, I agree. I definitely agree with what you're saying. You kind of touched it on, like, Clownzry can really cut in from different angles. And honestly, I think Aguri on Syndra yet again is going to be able to do that very effectively with that Scatter of the Week. You know, looking for stuns on the side here. And there's nothing worse from Omen's comp when they want to engage and suddenly their engagement goes through and there's no instant follow-up off of it because there's a bit of CC that's gone astray to the backside and really slowed down their comp from engaging and properly following up. But they do have the tools. I think Omen, we talked about it, you know, every game, every team that's won every game so far has won the early game. And when I look at these two comps, I think Omen has the better early game composition. I like this pressure Skarner. I like the Ziggs that can pressure out mid. And I like this Ezreal poke that really does just early scale compared to the Jinx. I like what the, you know, they've tapped into like the momentum, the what's been happening in this series. You know, they said the early games is what's winning teams games. And I'm honestly shocked that we didn't see an Ashe. You know, we saw Ashe in game number 1 and we haven't seen it since. I would have loved if Clownzry drafted Ashe in this composition. I think they could have cooked here. I think that was a mistake locking in that Jinx.
I mean, even on Omen's side too, that would have really locked in some kind of balance here for them as well. But Ezreal has been popping off in the solo cube rankings here. I know a couple of people in the Misery server that have hit Diamond Masters with the Ezreal one tricking, so I could definitely see it popping off here. With that being said, though, a couple of just things I'm seeing here is that Yicall in the Malphite, that's not a 1v9 character.
No.
But Yicall loves to fight.
Yeah.
Yicall loves to fight, so it's not too big of a handicap for him. He can definitely perform on this champion, but he's not going to be able to take the standoffs that he wants like he did on the Alawi, where he went 1-5 and then 5-6 at the end of the game here. Also, Panda on the Lilia, like we were saying before, Amumu, Udyr, Sejuani, every engaged champ possible. Lilia can do that, but Lilia needs a lot of time to run away, go in, run away, go in, run away, go in. If you're not perfect on your hands, if you want to call it, then it's just gonna be another Ezreal, like another poking champion there. So both teams are gonna be on their toes here. Whoever wins game 3, I will predict is gonna take the series here in the last game. So
okay,
I said it in chat before. I want to put 30,000 points on Clownzry. If you guys want to make some money today, put some money back on an Omen, and we'll see who wins game 3.
All right, we'll throw it to a quick break, and when we come back, we'll bring you game number 3 action. It's currently a series tied 1-1, and the winner will, of course, be ahead in that best of 5 series. So we'll throw it to a quick break, and when we come back, we'll bring you the game action. Place. He's going to try and get away, but will not. And this will be first blood onto the Alawi, and it goes the way of Vino. And that is not good. That is not good in this instance for the side of Omen.
That's exactly what they need here. They need to make sure that Yicall and Mordekaiser are on a longer scaling progress than usual here. If they can disrupt that as...
Ooh. Yicall is level 6 and might look for a solo play here onto Vino, who is not level 6 and is trying to get level 6 in time. Question is, do they have enough damage? There's the ultimate will come through. One more tentacle will do it. A bit of more damage, but it's not enough. Can he juke the...
Oh!
And that's an answer from Yicall. Solo kill topside. He should get answered back, though, because it's a 3-man rotation here. On to Yicall. He'll end up falling. Teleport coming through from both TPers on the side of Omen. Everyone is here. It will be a full 5-on-5 fight here. Kobita gets looked at and is getting CC locked down and should instantly fall down. It's a dragging that goes the way of Omen. They get the soul, but Kobita will not be long for this world and be executed. Buster Posey gets an ultimate onto Aguri, though. Gonna take down this mid laner. Will the Mordekaiser? Relix finds the hook onto Nilly, who has to get away. Great flash from Aguri to reposition, but he falls down anyways. It's 2 down on the side of Clownzry, and there could be a third as Guster flashes and finds a pull onto Condemn. And Omen will
be balance here, keep everybody comfortable as being together as 5.
Oh, Guster's down to less than half. He gets ulted by Brand as well. He's very low here. I don't know if he can stick around for this. And now Omen are in a very precarious situation. Dilly lets the bullets fly, has to back off. Hello and welcome back to our best of 5 series. It was Clownzry who took game number 1 in pretty dominant fashion, and now Elysium Omen have answered back in game number 2, and this has forced us to game number 3. And Omen, in my opinion, have the spicier draft of the two. I think Clownzry have the better, the more standard draft, as we'll see a 5-point this time around. No shenanigans like we saw in game number 2.
30 seconds until minions
A
spawn.
Skarner. We haven't seen a Skarner. Sorry, go ahead.
No, keep going.
We haven't seen a Skarner in a hot minute. I haven't seen Skarner in a hot minute, especially since his rework. So talk to me about Skarner, because I'm incredibly curious. What does he do for this Omen draft?
Great transition there. I was gonna go right into that.
Perfect.
We're seeing patterns here. Okay, the patterns that we're seeing is that the jungler who can power farm
Minions
and
have
take
spawned.
advantages early are the ones who have been able to snowball their teams in the leads here. Last game was a little bit iffy on who was going to make that happen, and with the Sejuani having an early game, the Mordekaiser carried with the CS and the level lead, and on top of Alawi's back as well, and on top of the rest of the team kind of making plays as well. With that being said, Skarner, I don't think can keep up with the speed of Lilia's pathing and clearing and CS advantage here.
Oh,
So look for Skarner to make early plays. And if that pattern's correct, that should lead Clownzry into making objective plays earlier here. Arrow going crazy though.
Relix going back in with the dash and commits the ignite onto Dilly as well. Just a bit more poke here, and that'll favor them a little bit in this early game. And you like to see it because I think Dilly and Arrow have a bit stronger of an early game here, especially against Condemn. But Relix continuing to put out pressure and Condemn answering back. Arrow and Dilly taking a worse in terms of the health bars, but they're getting a bit of a better in the CS department at least.
It's gonna be rough if that bot lane hits level 2 before the Jinx and the Leona here. Leona really gonna be living off of the cooldowns of the EQ combo, the Zenith Blade into the stun onto Dilly. Arrow should be able to make some distance here. Aguri taking a lot of damage from Kobita here.
Yeah, just more and more poke. Again, this is what the comp is designed to do, is just poke, poke, poke. And so far, Dilly and Arrow have been poking bot side, and Kobita has been poking mid. And this is how the comp is designed to play, as Kobita and Aguri are just able to trade now that they both hit level 3. Once these junglers get involved, the story may not be the same, though, for either team.
Yeah, when I was talking about Omen's comp here, I was thinking more 20 to 30 minute range. We're going to see them really shine in this 10 to 15 minute though. But Ziggs will always be a glass cannon, Dilly as well with the range. They can keep that range to a maximum here. They're going to find themselves on a lot of gray screens and a lot of snowballing here from the opposite sides of their laning phase. Condemn is going to be the insurance card here for Clownzry. If he can't find himself into a 2-3 item spike by 20 minutes, Vino is whooping on that Malphite up there in the top lane too. Yikal does have flash if he needs it though. Every lane here trying to get a lead early, and I don't think that's the way to play it here on the Clownzry side. Might have to just take a little back seat, let the fights come to you. Panda might be wanting to fight Posey here.
Guster hopping the dash. He switches targets under a grief, shoves him into the wall, forces the flash, but it doesn't matter. What a switch of the play. Guster Posey allows Kobita to get first blood.
Again, Panda, Lilia looking to farm.
Oh,
Vino might
flash
find
forward.
a huge
Vino,
flash.
no, this will not be your plan. He gets just killed by the tower. It doesn't even go the way of Yikal. And just a flash for flash commit. And Vino tries to step to the MVP and is not able to do so.
They're feeling the pressure. The heat is on right now for both teams here, looking to make plays happen. Guster Posey is able to just be a little bit more effective here in this early game. Lilia not being a menace until level 6, until the cooldown of the Q and the E really just objectively going together as a champion with the combos here. And Guster Posey is already a champion at level 4.
Yep, he's swinging. And I'll be real, and I think we kind of touched on it and in the cast, and I think the analyst desk touched on it as well. It was nerves for game number 1 for Omen. You know, they were clearly not settled. They weren't locked in. Games 2, very stark difference. Game 3, Clownzry, they're the ones looking a little shook, I think, right now. You know, they're looking a little, not mental boomed, but mentally checked out here and there. Just small mistakes like that of the communication error and Aguri just locked up against the wall. Awkward positioning, awkward pathing. Vino trying to take a solo kill against Yikal, flashing under the tower, can't get that kill and just dies. Doesn't give his life in terms of a kill to Yikal. Not even an assist, really. And so it's kind of just summoners burn that weren't necessary. And I don't know, man. It just feels a little awkward now for Clownzry. They're feeling a little shook, I think.
Well, with the Guri right there, and from both sides of each team as well, you can tell they are ride or die for their junglers here. If that jungler calls a fight, they're going to go for that fight.
Oh,
even
speaking
if
of
it
that,
means going to a situation.
Relix flashing in, looking for Dilly, who cleanses and flashes the way to safety. Arrow will flash forward, though, and find a kill onto Relix. All the while, Guster's on the dragon and gets it. Panda, excuse me, trying to fight through it, but again, the damage is just too strong, and Guster Posey around the back Will look for Panda, can't find it, takes a tower shot. In return, flash for Condemned auto is not enough damage, and he stays alive. Yika has rotated on mid, finds the knockup. There's the Ziggs ultimate. Kobita finds that one as well. It's 2 kills across the map favoring Omen.
Omen changing the playbook up right now, taking some plays out of Clownzry's playbook right now. 6 minutes and 30 seconds in, and you're hitting every single lane with multiple members here. Great job by that bot lane too. Arrow, you could tell, get a lot of confidence here in this game 3. Knows they can take whatever fight they want. Relics on the stationary target of Leona. You can only go in. You can never get out of there. So once Arrow sees his cooldown's gone, he's gonna go right in your face and start bombing down those karma Qs over and over again with the shields as well. So you can't really retaliate back. Great try by Condemn. Thankfully, he did not go down for the count as well. On top of that, Aguri and Vino not in a great situation here. You may have to disregard that Jinx and let them get the pressure off of that lane for them to scale up and fight into that mid game here and help out these solo laners, because that's where you're going to be able to really shine on objectives. If you don't have them up in a certain situation or a CS lead or anything like that, you're really going to have trouble keeping yourself stable here within the next couple of minutes. And that's really where this team's going to shine on the Omen side here.
Ooh.
If they get too far ahead.
Panda's in the area here. He's looking to push out Guster Posey as much as possible, who goes through the wall here and hops away to safety. And so this first round of grubs should go the way of Clownzry because of that pushback, but I think that's okay. Omen, they proved you don't need 6 grubs. They just decided to go for all 4 dragons, and it kind of just won them the game last time around. And so they might be looking to just repeat that yet again. Condemn having a hard time really farming here bot side, just continually pushed under this tower, and Dilly's using that W as much as they can to get as many plates off of this tower as possible. And do want to know, again, the Jinx just not very good in the early game. And that is okay. That is by design. You are picking this Jinx for the late game, but clearly Clownzry have shown they want to get active early game. Why not lock the Ashe? Ashe goes big there in that team fight. Can slow members down. Just continue pumping out damage. So far, Condemn is struggling a lot in this laning phase. And it's just been Dilly and Arrow that's been able to push out this lane, and that'll be another plate going their way. These two are massive here in bot side.
Yeah, Condemn, even with all the situations going towards Aguri, might find himself to a kill with the Kobita, but Yika's back in with the ulti in the mid lane here.
Guster Posey around the back, can't find Aguri. It's a great ultimate that lands, and Aguri will get an answer back because of that Super Mega Death Rocket from Lil Condemn. Great answer from Clownzry. It nets them their first kill, but again, Aguri dies in mid.
With that rocket being sent mid lane, you could tell that Condemn is still cool, calm, and collected, farming it out as well.
Guster looking again, this time onto Relix, who gets stunned. And now Guster Posey still chasing members down, but has to think about backing off because Panda has a ride, but so has Arrow. And Arrow is level 6, has been spotted out here now. Great poke, though, onto Panda. And this will net them that buff, but outside of that, he'll back off. Yika just pushing out mid. It's been a lane swap now. Kobita will head topside, and Yika will just continue to farm out mid.
Dude, that bot lane tower has no plates left, and it's 10 minutes in. This is not good on an Ezreal here if you're the side of Clownzry as well as the Jinx. A couple of Qs, and you're going down for the count. You can see Condemn already feeling the pressure, going to go towards a Kraken instead of going for the IE rush.
Yeah.
And that might help him out in the middle of the game here, but I don't think he can keep up with the Ezreal at any point in this game as well.
Yeah, I agree.
Clownzry gonna have to try and figure something out pretty quickly here. Jinx has that kind of Teemo effect. If you see a Jinx in the bot lane, you kind of want to send 4 or 5 people down there and start diving them, start taking them out just because they're on the map there. Aguri getting a plate in the mid lane has to deal with that tanky Ecall now. Ecall has Malignants on the Malphite.
There's been 6 plates that have gone the way of Omen, most of them in bot side here so far. And I believe it's only, let's see, 4-2, so yeah, just nowhere close to the other side. I'm trying to see the top side turret real quick. Hang on. Okay, 2. So despite what's gone on, Vino's actually done a really good job of shoving topside and has gotten a lot of plates in there. So not the worst case scenario here, but yeah, definitely giving an Ezreal all those plates of gold. Not good. Great poke though onto Relix and Vino, and Aguri has become the target and has to flash away. Kobito has respawned and is here with the teleport. And this is because Dragon has respawned. Clownzry, they don't want to give the second Dragon the way they did last time. Horn comes through. It only lands onto Yeehaw. It's a decent two-man sleep though. And you can see Yeekaw's just taking so much damage here, but there's the re-engage. It's a massive knockup. And with the Kobito ultimate as well, it's just so much damage. Dilly now in an awkward position though, because Lil Condemn is free casting all the while. He'll find Dilly here as well. And Clownzry come up big in this team fight.
And that's the issue with the Malphite here. If Malphite feels like they're caught out, they're going to go right back in and force the fight too early.
Ooh.
Omen had that fight in their hands. Aguri might go down to the Karma Q
Ooh, 1
upgrade
HP
here.
1 HP.
And
He's
that's
so low.
the issue with these poke champions. They only do so much damage early and even in the late game here. So if you don't give them time to get that damage out, these tanky members on Clownzry are going to win
Arrow.
these fights. Arrow's still going.
They're forcing the dash from Vino, and you can actually see Yeehaw rotating topside because they have teleport available to them. And despite getting those 3 kills, Clownzry were too low health bars to commit to a pull. Teleport coming through here from Aguri. Vino also has teleport. Guster Posey will dash over the wall because Yeehaw is pushing topside. It is not here in time. Dragon still pulled here by the side of Omen. Would love to see Yeehaw start to TP in right now, but instead, Vino's actually going to be topside here. And the poke is just coming through. Smite will come through. Guster Posey gets the second Dragon. Relix will be looked at here by Dilly, but the damage just is not enough just yet. Guster Posey trying to get out here. Does get smited, but can't die because of a shield. And now Dilly will auto-attack Panda down. Kobita in a very precarious positioning now. Has to be careful, but Relix will be looked at here and taken down by Kobita. Omen, despite dropping that last fight, they come up big and win the next one and net themselves a Dragon.
I gotta reiterate this. We see this in game 2. We're seeing this again from Clownzry here. What is the point of sending all of these resources here as Aguri trying to...
Not again. Not again. He will get this solo kill, but does Yeehaw have the gap close? He does not. Kobita makes the mistake and goes a little too early there before his top laner can arrive.
Again, what is the point of sending all those resources towards a second Dragon here when we had bot lane shoving in? We just want to fight here. Both teams want to fight. I'm here for it. We're going to fight. Everybody throw the heads at each other, butt heads, ram it out. See if you can come out on top here. Forget the macro. We're here to win games.
Oh, Arrow finds the kill onto Aguri here, and that's horrible for Clownzry because Rift Herald has spawned. And now they can look their attention towards it, but Guster Posey still just roaming here in the top side. I don't even know if they're going to go for the Rift Herald. I think they just want another kill here. Maybe on Vino this time around.
Both teams are looking for blood, and they don't care who gives it to them. Arrow is going to walk this one out, going to dodge the traps there. Just not in time. This bot lane turret will be the first turret to go if they can really objective base this one down here in the bot lane. But there's so much fighting going on that Omen, I don't even cares about the first turret here. They just want to see Clownzry go down in a battle for the greatest of ALL.
I mean, I think the only reason they'll look to take this bot tower is maybe because, as we see as your ultimate come through here, lands on a Condemn. But I think the only reason we'll see this bot tower go down is if, you know, Omen can net a kill or two out of it. You know, they're just going to continue to push these lanes as much as possible. They've just got mid, and that's the power that Kobita brings, able to execute these towers.
They didn't even need the bot turret. They took the mid turret down first.
They did.
Six is popping off, man.
They did, and they'll take this bot tower here as well. Dilly will net themselves that amount of gold here, and they are in a very good position here. We can take a look at the gold difference so far. It's a huge mid gap, around 500 gold here favoring Kobita, and then around another 500 gold lead favoring Dilly as well. So just 500 gold around across the board here, really, between these two teams.
If I'm Clownzry right now, I'm scared of the Grubs, the Rift Herald, and the Baron. That's all I'm worried about. Disregard the Dragons. Don't need them until they get the next one here. Give up that third one. Throw those 5v5s at the Grubs.
Yeah.
Make sure that they can't take these towers down. Try and give yourself some time. You have a Jinx, but Arrow's up here in the top lane.
It's funny you mentioned that because, as Vino will get rooted here, but Relix has arrived. Top support versus top support. And Arrow is able to avoid that dash in from Relix. But I mean, we kind of mentioned maybe we'll see a trade here. We'll see the likes of Clownzry again go for that next round of grubs. Instead, they try to defend that second dragon, and the second round of grubs just went to the wayside. It's just 3 grubs going the way of Clownzry and nothing else. As we'll see Rift Herald taken away here by the likes of Omen. There is 0 contest here by Clownzry. I think this game is starting to slip a little bit through their fingers at this point, as Dilly will drop ultimate. It lands onto both members of Condemn and Relix, as Arrow is on the chase here. He wants to keep fighting as much as possible at this point.
Clownzry's playing with time that they don't have right now, and if they keep giving up these objectives that can take towers down, they have even less time to deal with after that, unless they make a big play happen, which they won't be able to do with the amount of gold that Panda has. Only has the Leanders on top of that, does not have the cooldowns yet, does not have the tankiness yet on the Lilia, or the healthiness, I should say. 1-0 on Condemn though. Kraken is being bought. Hopefully he's going to go for a more beefier auto attack, maybe an IE next, but that's going to put him behind for another 5 or 6 minutes here. Yeah, we're probably going to see like a Runans or another. I'm not sure what that's going to be, but
maybe a Phantom
Dancer on top of the,
I think a Phantom Dancer maybe for the Jinx here second would do them really well, but maybe a rapid fire cannon as well with how much range is on the other side, as Arrow gets the solar flare onto him and the Zenith Blade. Relix on the way, but Guster Posey on the way to bail out his support. Gets knocked up though and can't get onto the Jinx. A great scout of the week from Aguri will find Arrow. That's a great kill, but a pull onto Relix pulls him to damage up. Dilly, who finds an answer onto the support, but a flash it from Yeehaw finds the backline. Double kill for him. The MVP coming in clutch for Omen. It's 4 members dead on the side of Clownzry right as Dragon has spawned.
And that'll be sole point for them. Our third Dragon for the side of Omen. 12-7. 2k gold here for the side of the blue team, and they are playing out of their minds. You know what I didn't think about?
Panda has flash here, gets knocked back. Hold that, is trying to get into it, and is able to steal it away.
Ooh.
Will trade their life though, but that is good for Clownzry because Omen were so close to running away with this game.
We'll take those. We'll take those small wins here for Clownzry. You got to work your way back up into the driver's seat there. With that being said, I was going to say that Yeehaw with the Malignants on the Malphite and a couple of extra AP items definitely makes up for the fact that you have a poke lane in the bot side and a poke champion in the mid lane that is a glass cannon. So that initial fight here from the Malphite and the R engage is going to make up for the amount of damage you're missing there from full damage champion.
Oh, he baits Aguri and he's just instantly dead. I don't know why you're stepping up there if you're Aguri. Just why? You have why? It's Yeehaw. He's dashed on you so many times this game now.
I think you're right, Spirit. I think we're seeing nerves here out of Clownzry. I think we're seeing them being a little bit.
Okay. Guster Posey. He's got the Rift Herald. Can he hit the tower? Yes, he can. Jungle diff between games 1 and 3. Guster Posey gets that one. Love to see the Rift Herald action so far.
He wins these, he hits those, and that's definitely gonna be. Run that one back, dude. Back to back here. Show Pandas versus that one down the mid lane. It's looking really, really grim, really, really dark for Clownzry right now. Even though it's only 20 minutes in and a 3k gold lead, these champions that Omen is playing were thriving for this 20-25 minute time point. As you can see, Vino locked down here by Guster Posey, trying to get that scuttle.
Oh, he goes unstoppable, so he's able to get away. Panda has arrived. Could get looked at here, though. Great poke here. A slow as well. The Ornhorn comes through to peel for his jungler, but it's not enough because Kobita has that ultimate and is 7-2-4 on the Ziggs, and Baron will be pulled here. It's a 4v5, but it doesn't matter because there's no smite here. Panda's not alive. But this is still early in this game. I don't know if Omen can do this here. I think they want the fight instead, but you don't really want to be fighting off of a Baron pull. But it is getting low here, down to 7k. Relix is here, Aguri is here. They're trying to peel here. Condemn is topside. Teleport will come through from Vino, who does not have ultimate. It's down to 3k. Condemn drops the ultimate. It lands. It's only on the Guster, though. It's down to 1,000. Can it go through? It will. Baron will go the way of Omen. 21 minutes in, and their call is to get out, and they'll just walk away.
We're seeing a series of nails in the coffin here for Clownzry, and this could be the final one to put them into a Game 3 loss here. We could see Omen take this series off of the hands of Clownzry as they look so confident. Game 1 ran it down into Omen's base at like 20-25 minutes there, and now we're seeing the same thing happen on the Omen side after that Game 2
Guri has
win.
to be careful. He's just dead instantly because Arrow flashes forward. Another pick onto the mid laner, and again, just why is Guri there with such low HP bars? I know they wanted the tower, but why? It's not worth. You need to be farming at this point. Guster Posey on the gank play here in top, because Arrow is also here. They're looking to close out.
I've never seen a Karma flash so confidently onto a mid lane Syndra and just take them out and nuke them in their face right there. I don't blame Aguri for just standing right there, but that definitely, at some point, you got to give some respect here. We're going to have to see Clownzry just look for Game 4 and see what they can kind of pull out, because this Game 3 is not going in their favor at all. Unless they get a 5v5 in their favor, this game is sealed and shut for Omen.
5-man grouping here topside with the Baron buff. They'll look to shove the tier 3 here topside. Dragon due to spawn in 40 seconds. It will not be Soul for either team here, but you do want to pay attention to it. Guster Posey finds someone here. Not quite sure who it is. The damage will come through, and they'll find the kill on the Panda, and soon to find the kill on the Relix as well, because of the range difference here so far. And I know you said poke, 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 sure, but I don't know, man. So far, it's been fantastic for the side of Omen as they'll look to shove down mid here with their wave. This tier 3 will not be long for this world.
Redact that one. I said if they play it perfectly, which Omen has been known to do in this Game 3. They're looking for a 23-minute win right now on the Baron buff. They might be able to stall this one out here on the side of Clownzry, and they have been perfect on this blue team here. They took the towers early. They got the grubs. They got the objectives here. Panda did get one steal away, but it wasn't worth it to get that one down here. Clownzry needs to look at stalling these games out if they want Condemn, if they want Ornn, if they want Aguri to be the champions that they are playing right now. They need time to work here, and Omen said, I know I need time, but I can also take kills on top of that and just force my way into this game here. 3 dragons, 1 Baron, 1 Rift Herald, 2 grubs. They are sitting pretty right now in Game 3.
We were both wrong. It is not going to be a Phantom Dancer. It is a Bloodthirster second here for Lil Condemn, who has just completed second item here. I don't know, man. The scaling just...
I like it.
I like it as well. I mean, you need the lifesteal because of how much poke. But
right.
I don't know, man. Again, this comes back to, I think the champion just wasn't the pick here. And I'm going to be real. I think Clownzry have gotten in their own heads here of how they need to play this game. And we talked about how strong red side is. This is exactly what Omen did in their semifinals. They just won. They just needed one win. One win on blue side, and it netted them a series win here in the semifinals. And that is how they got here, as they're looking to keep on going here. Guster goes in under the tower. It's a 3-man knockup. Ziggs also to come through as well. Finds the jungler. Ornhorn as an answer back to try and get a return kill, but it doesn't go through at all. And just a 1-for-0 pick, favoring Omen as they continue to siege the bottom tower. More poke coming through, though.
Poke. Look at that poke. They're all quarter health right now. Even an Ornn is standing there at quarter health after a Ziggs bomb hits him right directly center in the middle of that bot lane tower here. Omen is not scared of anything. You could put Jeepers Creepers, the Boogeyman, anybody you want to, and they will fight them 1v1 to the death right now as they look to take down this last tier 2 tower in the bot lane. They could be looking to take down the inhib tower as well, as there's nothing else to take on the map. This siege comp is working perfectly, and there's no answer for a tiny Ziggs that is a glass cannon, a Ezreal that can just walk away and E away and get out of anything right there. But the problem is that Omen's bringing the fight to Clownzry's face, and Clownzry can't react to it. They just don't have the damage or the scaling or the levels on top of that. And Yeehaw has been just flying. It's a rock in the air. It's like an asteroid coming down into Earth right now, into orbit, on top of that Ziggs ulti with Gus or Posey initiating. And by that time happens, Clownzry is dead. They're gone. Everybody's gone on that
Yep.
team.
Yep. We've seen, I think at this point, why Ziggs has been permabanned most of this series so far from Kobita. 8, 2, and 7 on the Ziggs so far. Phenomenal performance as Baron will spawn.
Not many can do that as well.
Yeah.
I will say that.
Yeah. I mean, I just, again, phenomenal performance, but honestly, it's been the communication difference, I think. It has been this top 3. It is Guster Posey going first. It is Yeehaw going second, and Kobita chucking the ultimate from a distance, and Dilly doing the same thing as well. And it is eviscerating the side of Clownzry. Baron will be pulled here, and I
I'll crack it
highly
up 'cause-
doubt we'll see a response from Clownzry.
I'll crack it up because Arrow is in the middle of 4 people and
Does not care. He does not care.
He does not care. I've never seen a Karma more confident in my life right now. Great job by Arrow. I'm saying that out of respect here because Arrow has been, honestly, with Yeehaw setting the tone here, is that nobody should be scared of Clownzry right now in this game 3. Clownzry, though, they got here for a reason. They've been in the finals for a reason. They have something up their sleeve. I don't think they have pulled it out yet because they've been trying to play the takeaway game here, and it's just not been working in their favor in game 2 and game 3. Look for Omen to end this game 3 pretty quickly, though.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they're able to just push their lead here and look to crack the base with mid being open here. Ornn ult will go through here. They want to start the fight. Yeehaw goes in, misses that ultimate. And it's actually a decent engage here for the side of Clownzry, but I think they're just too far behind.
Oh.
From Guster! And the damage will come through as well as he dies. The backline, Relix has become the target of all the damage of Omen. Vino gets out 1 HP, sure. But the damage is already done. It's a shutdown onto Dilly, though. But I don't know if it matters. You have Kobito with the tower pushing Ziggs. They get top inhibitor. They'll look for mid inhibitor. And they'll get them both. The question is, do they decide to keep on going? Omens say no, and they start to back off.
I thought Omen had it in the bag right there. They're playing it safe, though, and I respect that, as Clownzry looked a little bit hesitant to fight them back right there. So if you can keep playing this mind game with them, you can definitely get this win for free here.
Aguri stepping forward here, de-warding. The target will be Aguri. Yes, it will. A 3-man knockup yet again. And the mid laner will fall down. Yeehaw getting looked at here and will be shut down himself. Decent kill from Relix. But I don't know, man. Guster gonna keep going on the chase. Panda way too low to really help out his support. And Relix falls. Dilly has respawned, but a teleport coming through from Vino to try and stall out here on this Soul Dragon. Panda's in the area, but is very low here, trying to heal up, has smite. But Guster, he doesn't want the dragon, he wants the fight. Ziggs ultimate will just dominate. Panda, another kill comes through to condemn. Arrow finds the root. Vino will fall here from another knockup from this time Guster. A double kill for Dilly, and that should be game as Clownzry are aced here.
Walk it down, Omen. You earned this game 3 win. You fought for everything here. You proved me wrong on the poke comp. You played it perfectly, and I hope Clownzry has an answer for this game 4 here, but we're not that far yet. TP coming in from the Kobita, who is the tower killer himself. Yeehaw is back in here as well. Yeehaw has ulti, gonna find the Aguri, who has not had a great game at all, has been the center of attention for this whole Omen team as they take that game 3. An astounding play by all members of the Omen side here. Clownzry, you have to find what your identity is. You have to find out how you play the game. You cannot play their game as they are making you take terrible fights in that game 3 right there, and I hope you have an answer for it. Draft to basics again. Draft what you want to play. don't worry about what Omen has to send at you, as you can see already that they'll play whatever they want, and they're gonna go face. So if you can't fight face to face, figure out something else to do.
100% red side has fallen officially here in our final set. And once again, the early game remains strong. We'll throw it to a quick break and then bring you the analyst desk.
What is going on, Slash All? What a wild game 3 with Elysium Omen taking the win from blue side, now up 2-1 in this. I mean, Jody, I think you and I are both sitting here going, what in the world happened and what did we just watch?
Yeah, there was a lot of misplays in this game, a lot of good plays in this game, but I think the biggest thing they pull from this game is so many new picks from Omen, right? They have so many different things that they showcased in this game. Malphite, they showcased a Skarner. I think the strongest thing that Omen showed in this game, though, was definitely their rotations around the map.
Macro was the biggest flex on this matchup, and making plays when they weren't expecting it. You know, Yikon making that early roam on a Guri to get that kill after they made the play bot side. And then just every other second, they were controlling vision. It reminds me what happened game 1 when the Mordekaiser went ham and how much Clownzry owned the vision and the blue side bot and they controlled the game from it. Omen basically, to me, felt like they did the same exact thing this game to answer that and make that same effect going into this one.
Yeah, I also want to point out Kobita. You know, I was talking about how this guy was playing extraordinary well, and he gets one of his comfort champions into Ziggs and just absolutely pops off with this champion.
Dude, the damage. My thing is I said it in chat. A lot of people didn't believe me. I think Kobita has been the silent killer this entire series so far.
Yeah.
He's consistently putting out quality damage. He's making plays where he needs to. He's getting ults when it matters. He's doing things behind the scenes. It's not the flashiest, but the macro and where the plays are happening is making such a huge impact on what he's doing. It's absolutely insane. And I mean, I think you and we even blinked. Like, they made a bad play, got caught out on the tower dive on tower 2 and bot lane. And then it was like, they're going to turn this around. And then all of a sudden, unfortunately, Vino missed the ult from Ornn for the pushback on the second hit. And then all of a sudden we look back and we're like, wait, they're all dead. They're all below a quarter. And it's like, what happened? Oh, yeah, literally Kobita sat there and just threw bombs and hit everything.
Yeah, this guy is playing crazy. And, like you were saying, like, he's making all these silent plays behind the screen, but he's also dodging plays, right? Like, so many things. I think he got caught out one play mid lane that was so unfortunate for both sides. And, that was one of his deaths this game. But other than that, he's been playing really extraordinary well. And I'm seriously, like, so ready for what Guster can do to, unlock Kobita even more in the next coming games.
Absolutely. And I think you make a wonderful point there, too, looking at Guster Posey, right? I called it before draft. I was like, yo, Skarner, they're sleeping. I know you believe me, but I'm telling you, dude. I agree. There were some questionable hitbox things going on there. When the ult came down visually, but we got to remember, visuals aren't everything in League. They don't always line up right. Riot's a small indie company. We got to pay respects due. But I mean, Posey popped off on this champ. He did everything I told you they had to do. If he could find a way to walk to the back line, catch one of these, either catch a Guri or catch out Dilly in any way, or excuse me, Condemn in any way that he can, they were going to make a play. They were going to wombo combo. They were going to pull something off. And I mean, Posey's just been doing what he needs to do. This team is really on a good high right now. And I think it's going to, Clownzry's going to have whatever they were cooking, whatever they were trying to do in the kitchen to surprise them, to maybe lock down a third game. I think Clownzry has to use now to try to get this to go to a game 5.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing that we've seen off of this series is these games are not going super long, right? This was like a 35-minute game, but there's not enough time for Jinx to scale. These games are going by fast. The team that gets the early advantage usually can win. The exception to that was game number 2, right? But that was just a draft diff kind of game where they were just playing their draft better. And so once again, I think you need something that can perform early and mid game. And throw these mid games, the late game scaring champions to the wall. Play something like the Jhin, don't go back towards this Jinx. Don't go towards like the super scaling, and pick something that can get you a lead early and that can fight around these dragons pretty well.
Yeah, I think I think something that was also slept here too was looking at Eka. MVP kid up there doing what he does. There was a clear reason why the Mordekaiser and Set were banned consistently. Throughout the season, they continue to get banned, but then he out of nowhere comes out with a Malphite, and most people think, okay, maybe he's gonna go tanky to help give them a front line. My man goes AP. He's like, we're bursting. We only need the one tank because they have two tanks, right? It turns into a factor of more damage, more control. And I think in chat, Delivery Service, I think was his name, if I remember, your buddy, made a wonderful point prior to going into that game that made a beautiful thing. Yeah, PS Delivery Service mentioned the fact that there wasn't a lot of peel or a way to save the heavy damage on Clownzry's team if Guster, Posey, and Yika were able to walk in and get on top of that damage, and that's exactly what ended up happening.
Yeah, it's very hard to peel these two type of champions who can just go through walls, have the unstoppable force, and so I think it was just really good drafting by Omen, and it's just one of those things where it's like, where does Clownzry go from here, right? You could go with higher long range with like the Jhin. You could also go with something that has some more playmaking, like some more like self peel, like Azaya, Ezreal, those sort of champions. But it just opens up this door that Omen, just burst down. Obviously, right? Like these super hard engages worked really well for them, and so it's on Clownzry. They're down 2-1 in this series, and I don't know if they have like after this draft. It was obviously a draft. Game 2 and Game 3 was just draft day.
Yeah, I think they just got to come together, find a way to get on some comfortable champions, maybe find a way to get a Guri on this Anivia. I mean, I don't know what they're going to look to, but like you said, the Jhin just trying to find opportunities wherever they can to make plays and get into this and, make it all come together in any way that they can. But, we're going to try to make it work. We're going to see what ends up happening. But with that, as always, guys, we appreciate everybody sticking around. We're going to get ourselves into this Game 4 draft with our main dudes over back on the other side of the desk with Spirited and Heat. Guys, feel free to take it away, and I apologize, I don't know what sides they switched to. We didn't get that from the team, but guys, this action is killer. Get your prediction points in, continue to come forward, and we're getting over to draft.
Thank you so much, Merkmasta and Jody Jr. Excuse me. It's been a long evening so far, and it is Clownzry who lost game number 3 and elected to take blue side. So a bit of a switch up. It's the first time a team has selected blue side this series so far, and that's given them the avenue to ban away this Ziggs.
Yeah, you can see Omen calling the bluff right there, grabbing the Zac into that ban, as Clownzry needs to go back to basics. They need to go back to an all-in team fighting style. They need to go towards a more early game aggression here with the Ashe, like you were saying before. I think Ashe definitely was the answer there in that last game. Condemn would have been a lot more comfortable in those dive positions as well. Amumu being first picked out of here for Panda. Panda saying, I will not be taken by these bans here. He's going to go right back to basics with that Amumu. Go in, stun those 5 people, let Condemn and Aguri work their magic, and try and get a game 5 to happen tonight.
Yeah, this is the first Amumu we'll see this contest so far. It is Omen who have banned away the Mordekaiser this time around. We saw it was Clownzry in game number 3. And it will be an Ashe answer in response to the Amumu. So Ashe will see the Rift yet again in this series, but this time it'll be Omen piloting it. I believe it was Clownzry who piloted it last time around in game number 1.
Yeah, that's a real big issue right now for Clownzry. I don't see a actual. And Guster Posey together.
Why not?
The Skarner all over again.
Why not?
Guster Posey looked so
He
comfortable on
cooked.
that champion. He cooked like crazy. The angles are what gets you. You feel so safe, and then there's a Skarner just pinning you against the wall, and a Yee-Caw running straight from space there right down into a Malphite ulti. You could see that run it back as well. Panda gonna lock in the MF for Condemn down there. Can't be a champion like Ashe if you're blown up by 1,000 bullet storms here.
No, but I will say the Skarner and Ashe, and honestly, if you just lock in a Malphite again, you have so much interrupt for the MF here. So you got to be a little careful how you decide to pilot this Misfortune, I think, so far. This has been an interesting draft change up here for Clownzry. They obviously get the Amumu, yes, which is fantastic initiation. but they decide to go for the Malphite themselves here. I think that's a fantastic snatch away here to not give them that Skarner Malphite combo to run back.
Us at Misery, we like a circle comp. That's our meme that we have going on.
Big
Amumu. Malphite can fall in that circle as well. MF is kind of outlier there, but does have that cone to help out. If we can throw the Leona on top of that as well, run that back, run back the good picks into better picks as well. See if you can force that game 4 here. That being said, Yeecall didn't miss on that Alawi in game 2. And that's going to be a huge answer for that Malphite in the top lane.
I love this Veigar ban. Already getting rid of more combo-based characters here out of the mid lane here on the side of Clownzry. Fantastic ban from Omen so far. And in the Anivia as well. Just that range CC, I think, coming out from the pigeon, as I like to call her. Yeah, I mean, I love these takeaways, and I agree. I love that Yeecall picked his selection here. Usually, you know, we've seen Yeecall decide to say, I'm going to last pick my champion, but I think Yeecall is feeling himself in this series, wants to get something he's really comfortable on, because otherwise you're going to take 2 more bans if you're Yeecall. And honestly surprised we haven't seen the set come out from Yeecall just yet. That's kind of what he's really known for, is that set. And I mean, that's why we saw the set as part of his like MVP promotional sort of fancy dance thing we saw at the start of the stream. But haven't seen it just yet, and honestly would have liked to have seen it with this Skarner Ashe combo. We won't see it this time around. And a Sylas lock-in. I love this snatch away from Omen.
That's the one X factor that they did not ban on Clownzry side here. Malphite kind of gets canceled out there by the Sylas unless you lane it against him. But Kobita should be able to take any of these ultis and do well on that Sylas pick here. And now Agur's in a tough spot because Sylas can kind of just run you down here in that mid lane there. He doesn't really have to worry about farming or CSing or worry about anything like that. That could be
Malphite mid. Malphite mid.
Malphite mid. Malphite jungle.
I think it's Malphite mid, because the Nara tells me that's likely going to go to the top lane here. Running back that game number 1 performance here for the top laner of Vino. And so the last lock-in here for Clownzry, I imagine, will have to be a support. Yeah. Is it? Okay. I think it's Senna support, which I don't know how I feel about that. But it's Misfortune 80 carry. Unless it's Misfortune mid or...
Senna got buffed for healing.
Okay.
And that's really all I know about it. I know it's good. I don't know if it's good in the situation here. You got 3 tanky people in front of you that can heal. You have a faraway ulti as well for the shielding if you get dove early.
Sylas
and Orianna.
No, what?
Oh man. Skarner support, right? Skarner support, Sylas jungle.
No. Something's wrong.
Orianna support.
Orianna support, maybe.
We've seen an AP Malphite out of Omen. They could run anything that they want to right now. With that being said, Clownzry and Omen have 2 different game plans that they want to fight here, and Clownzry is stuck in that same position they've been for the last 2 games. They are fighting for time. And I don't think time is on their side on this one, because I don't think they have the damage to keep up with Omen in this game.
Yeah, I'm inclined,
no matter where anybody goes anywhere.
I'm inclined to agree with you. I really want to find out where everything is going. I have the client locked in front of me here. Again, leaning forward aggressively, wanting to see where all these picks go. Again, we've kind of talked about all 3 games, and now game 4. Early game has won every single game. And I think yet again, Omen have a better early game. I think once they get to the mid game, you could start to see Clownzry start to cook. But man, I don't know. This is a really good comp from Omen, assuming everything goes where I think it's gonna go. Skarner.
And Omen is working with Go ahead.
No, I'm still waiting. So yeah, go right ahead.
Oh, okay. Let's say Omen is able to use comfortability on their side right now. Skarner's back in that jungle, supposedly here. Yeecall back on that Alawi that he's played already.
Sorry.
Billy has been able to play anything and everything right now, so the Ashe is a good pick here. Arrow has been very aggressive on anybody as well. That could be Ashe support as well with the Orianna 80 carry. But that being said, Clownzry has 4 new champions on their side here, and I don't know if they're going to be comfortable. I know that Panda will be on the Amumu. I know that Condemn is a jack of all trades there. Relics can kind of do everything he wants to. Let's have Spirit break it down for us. What do we have going on
So,
here in game 4?
Initially, Yeehaw hovered Silas, and I thought, oh, maybe it'll be Silas top. It is Alawi top, Skarner jungle, Orianna mid, Ashe AD carry, Silas support. Silas support will be coming out here in game number 4 for Elysium Omen. They will be rocking the skirmishy support, and I like it. I like this idea. I mean, look at Karma, the way it worked, and it's just a very synergistic character, especially against a squishy bot lane like this. I mean, feed the hot hand. Arrow cooked in game number 3. Let him cook again in game number 4.
Yeah, Arrow had no sign of fear in his gameplay last game here, and you can tell that it will be transitioning back into it with the Silas as well in this game 4 here. Can take away the Amumu R if they try to dive, can take away the Malphite R if they try to dive or try to engage as well. Retaliate with the MF ulti, and Senna ulti can save them as well. I like that out of that pick here. I want to see Arrow roam a little bit more with that Silas support here. Be there for those objectives, be the difference maker here, because the only thing that Clownzry has to their advantage is if all 5 members of Omen are together at one point and try and knock them all up together. But Clownzry, like Omen had last game, have to play this perfectly. You have the Gnar passive that you need to be stacking up correctly here, have it in time. Panda has to be a little bit patient. He can't just go right in the first person they see. Same thing with Vino. Communication is key, and I think that's why Omen's been so far ahead in his past 2 games here, and I think that's why they've been able to just steamroll past Clownzry in the last 2 games.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm actually a little concerned for Omen, just a little bit. I don't like Orianna mid right now. I think she's a very vulnerable champion, and she really does just become a bit of an alt bot in the mid game, especially mid to late. And I mean, you look at what Clownzry have, they can eviscerate an immobile champion like Orianna. I mean, the dive is just so powerful from Clownzry. And you don't have a peel support to really bail them out. So these carries are going to be left on their own quite a bit. It has to be Omen, I think, going first, as crazy as it sounds, because they don't really have the better initiation comp out of the 2 comps. Omen have to be the ones, I think, going first here with this comp, just because they can't afford to let the dive really come through onto their backline the way that Clownzry want it to play out. So I don't know, man. This is a tough one for me, but I think Omen, I'm going to stay true to like Omen having the better early game, and I think they're going to cook again in game number 4.
I'm going to live and die with the Clowns. I'm going to send it here. This is a type of team comp I would want to end on, even if I lost here. Just kind of throw it all on the table there. You live or die by the team fight in this one right here with Clownzry, and you had a good point there on the Silas there. The reason why Arrow cooked so hard last game is because of the shielding and the ultimate cooldowns on the Karma there.
Yeah.
That's why he was able to play so aggressively without getting too taken up by it on the situations that he had earlier. With this one, though, Silas can get a heal off, but you're kind of a sitting duck after you go in.
Yeah, you are all in with this comp. There's no like if, ands, or buts about it. You are all in if you're the side of Omen. With that, do you think we're going to game 5, or do you think Omen are going to take it right here, right now?
My heart says game 5. My brain says Omen's going to take this series right now, but I'm ready for anything. The problem that I'm seeing right now is just Gus or Posey, dude. He scares the hell out of me.
He got a 3-man pull last game. You can't argue with it, man.
He was back to back to back to back. It's like he never stopped. It just kept going in. I thought Clownzry had a chance at some moments in the game right now, but Gus or Posey was so in tune with the game and the timing of Lilia that he was able to take over so quickly.
All right, we'll throw it to a quick break. When we come back, we'll bring you what could potentially be our final game of Upper Division / all. The season could come to a close right here, right now. We'll be back after a quick break.
It could even with all the situations going towards Aguri might find himself to a kill with the Kobita, but Yikaw's back in with the ulti in the mid lane here.
Guster Posey around the back, can't find Aguri. It's a great ultimate that lands, and Guri will get an answer back because of that Super Mega Death Rocket from Lil Con.
Go for that fight.
Oh,
even
speaking
if
of that,
it means going to a situation.
Relix flashing in, looking for Dilly, who cleanses and flashes the way to safety. Arrow will flash forward, though, and find a kill onto Relix. All the while, Guster's on the dragon and gets it. Panda, excuse me, trying to fight through it, but again, the damage is just too strong, and Guster Posey around the back will look for Panda, can't find it, takes a tower shot. In return, flash for Condemned. Auto is not enough damage, and he stays alive. Yee-Kaw has rotated on mid, finds the knockup. There's the Ziggs ultimate. Kobita.
Go for that fight.
Oh,
even
speaking
if
of that,
it means going to a situation.
Relix flashing in, looking for Dilly, who cleanses and flashes the way to safety. Arrow will flash forward, though, and find a kill onto Relix. All the while, Guster's on the dragon and gets it. Panda, excuse me, trying to fight through it, but again, the damage is just too strong, and Guster Posey around the back will look for Panda, can't find it, takes a tower shot. In return, flash for Condemned. Auto is not enough damage, and he stays alive. Yee-Kaw has rotated on mid, finds the knockup. There's the Ziggs ultimate. Kobita.
You know what I didn't think about?
Panda has flash here, gets knocked back. Hold that, is trying to get into it, and is able to steal it away. Will trade their life, though, but that is good.
In them being a little bit.
Okay. Guster Posey, he's got the Rift Herald. Can he hit the tower? Yes, he can. Jungle diff between games 1 and 3. Guster being open here. Ornn ult will go through here. They want to start the fight. Yee-Kaw goes in, misses that ultimate. And it's actually a decent engage here for the side of Clownzry, but I think they're just too far behind. From Guster! And the damage will come through as well as he dies the backline. Relix has become the target of all the damage of Omen. Vino gets out 1 HP, sure.
It Condemn, even with all the situations going towards Guri, might find himself doing.
Welcome back to what could potentially be the final time here between these two teams. I am once again Spirit Book, joined here by my co-commentator, Heat. How are we feeling about this game 4?
I might be as anxious and nervous as Clownzry is right now to end this one out. With that being said, I would want to fight these emotions with everything in my possible ability to not throw anything early here.
Arrow! Oh, looking to get active early and burns the flash, but got a flash of his own onto Lil Condemn, and these two teams are riding hot right now. Holy
My
smokes!
casting curse, I could feel it over my head like a rain cloud. Was like, while I'm talking, if Condemned dies right here, I'm gonna feel so sad that I called it out in the middle of that one. But great job, Condemned always having the hands, even on a champion like the MF here. You could tell that these teams want blood this early in the game right now. Guri getting good poke and a Guster Posey right there.
We'll see Lil Condemn and Relix this time ward that early brush on their side of the lane, because, well, for the last 2 games, Dilly and Arrow have really just sat in that bush, and this time around, you really don't want to let Arrow, I think, sit in that bush, because the Silas can cook in this early game, especially against a double squishy composition like Senna and Misfortune here in the bot side.
Yeah, that early flash might come back to haunt Condemn in the next couple of minutes here. If I'm Guster Posey, I'm pathing down there right away, getting an early lead here. Guri taking the Malphite mid. I don't hate it, but I don't love it here because the mana issues that they're going to have. Kobita and Vino should have auto after auto for each other throughout this whole game. Great Q there by Condemn on the MF. Get some good poke going on. Everything is up in the air this game. It could go either way.
Yeah, I just officially noticed a second ago because I was so bamboozled by that flash that Kobito, yeah, is actually farming topside and Yee-Kaw is farming mid here. Do you want to see how this goes, you know, later and later into the game? Because I think at what point do they maybe switch back? Like, I don't know, man. I'm just a little bamboozled by this because I feel like the Orianna can really be punished, especially in a side lane. But against an Amumu, maybe not, because you go into Vino topside and that's not as much damage early as, say, maybe the Malphite. I don't know, but maybe it's just a better matchup here in mid for Yee-Kaw on the Alawi into the Malphite, and we can already see just more poke coming out with the help of those tentacles as Arrow dashes in aggressively bot side. Can't find any follow-up though from Dilly, and now Arrow taking the worst end of this trade here. One more shot should do it. but they can't find it. And Dilly will now become the target here of Relix. And the range just doing work here in the bot side so far for the side of Clownzry.
What's more annoying than an Alawi top lane? Alawi mid that could be at every objective, and Guster Posey coming here to
hopping over the wall. Arrow finds the dash and a push into the wall. Condemn has no flash and will get first blooded by Dilly, but it's an answer back though onto Arrow from Little Condemn, so maybe not the worst case scenario. Now Panda flashes forward, tries to find Dilly and can't do it. The 80 carry survives with the help of a barrier.
Great job to re-engage right there from Panda. Trying to play the same side as Guster Posey this game, not letting him get too far ahead like he did last game. Completely snowballing every lane right there in that game 3. Yicall out of mana, gun at the back here. Aguri does have somewhat of sustain here to deal with that.
Oh, they find the enemy support here in the bot side. Relix will go down. Arrow cooking here so far, gets themselves a kill here. Just an awkward catch there onto the support too far forward.
It's these little mistakes, little by little by little, they're dwindling down Clownzry game after game after game here right now. We've seen Yicall back to reset. Aguri staying and not being able to push the wave because he has no mana, but does have the TP, so could have backed and TP'd back in a lane here. These little things are going to cost you the game here because of the leveling and scaling that Omen can send right at you. They have the Orianna. They can send it anywhere. They have the Alawi that doesn't need to go anywhere. They're mid lane. They can come to any objective. Arrow going to be running right down back and forth at you. You have to be careful before this game gets out of your hands at 5 minutes in.
Arrow just playing with so much confidence, and across the way, Clownzry looked like a shell of themselves from game number 1. They have just been on the back foot. I mean, when was the last time Clownzry won a fight? You know, it's been a while. They have not been winning team fights. I think it was maybe they won a fight in game 3, excuse me. But then they immediately lost the dragon and then some kills afterwards. So did they really officially win that fight? I honestly think it might be back in game 1 where they really outright won a team fight and came away with a lead afterwards.
Game 2 was that 50-50 that we're trying to see out of all 4 games so far. Vino is in the mid lane here.
It's Vino who's paid attention here to the mid lane this time, but Yicall just can't be looked at. There's too much pressure here in the mid lane. Again, Guster Posey has gone for the first dragon. He's done this now 3 games in a row, but Panda is here, has smite available to him, and it will be a smite fight here between the 2 junglers. Panda goes in, finds a stun. It's low, it's getting lower. Panda will get the first dragon and they get a kill onto Guster. Arrow has to try and get away here. Dilly's trying to answer back, but he can't get onto anyone. Decent route here will come through. Kobita has arrived though. The mid laner is here, has level 6. Can't get involved though. 2 kills answered by Clownzry and a dragon. They get the first one. They haven't done that since game 1.
You can tell Panda feels a lot more comfortable in a champion like a Mumu, a champion like Udyr. When Panda's feeling comfortable, that should give a huge boost to the rest of Clownzry to feel comfortable as well. If you're in the driver's seat, you're making those plays first, you should be able to carry this game out into a possible game 5 here. Just gotta see how they portray themselves out. Seeing the inevitable lane swap back into mid lane for Kobita and Yicall.
Yeah.
As they don't want to be the center of attention here. They want Yicall to kind of be a lane dominator, not have to deal with the mid lane plays that are going on. And Arrow and Dilly still trying to find their identity here in the bot lane.
But I don't fully understand that thought process then. Why not rotate Yicall to that first dragon if he was there? Just so much pressure onto Aguri. We saw Yicall hit level 6. Kobita actually level 7 now in this mid lane matchup in a really good position because of that top farm. And going to take some plates here as well. But I just don't understand why not rotate Yicall there. He goes huge in that team fight. He wants to be fighting in those condensed jungle corridors like around the pit. And so him not rotating there as Arrow will again play aggressive here. Dilly's still not level 6 and they can't chase down on a Relix just yet, but Guster around the wall. He's coming to hunt someone. Can't find it though onto either target. Now Guster has to be a little careful here because Condemn is level 6 and has that bullet time available to them.
Condemn could have got probably a double kill right there if he pulled that trigger. I understand the reluctancy to do that though. That being said, you gotta take any chance you got in front of you. Throw those cooldowns out if you want to. Amumu was top lane. He didn't have really a gank that was possible here. Ecall not looking too comfortable against his Gnar. Did get some return damage back though. I'm looking to see if Omen wants to play for late or if they want to continue to farm this one out.
Panda's in the area. Looking for a play onto Kobita as Aguri goes in. The root will land as well. And the damage should come through. Kobita dies here in mid lane from a great gank on the side of Clownzry. And they're doing a much better job. I think chat called it recently. Amumu is going to farm a lot of the members on the side of Omen. And they're continuing to do just that. 2-0-1 for Panda. And you called it as well. I mean, so much more comfortable on a champion like this that can just engage and bring out the CC and the rest of the members can clean up.
I hate to say it, but I feel the need to say it in this series here. These two teams, with how great their soul laners are on both sides, are living and dying by the jungler.
Aguri's been too far forward here. Has to try and flash away. Shockwave will not come through, though. And Guster Posey has to back off. Great pull, though, from Vino topside. Finds a stun on Yikaw and nearly solo kills him, but the healing comes through to keep Yikaw alive in this instance. Panda flashes forward. Can't find the root. Bullet time as an answer from Arrow. But his just doesn't really have the home there. Just so much fighting across the field.
And you can tell whatever jungler is making the best play happen is the team that's been winning so far. As you can see, Clownzry is finally in the driver's seat in this game 4. Has about a 1.5k lead here. Aguri gonna be building AP as well with that tome in the mid lane here. I don't think it's gonna even itself out with the Orianna. Orianna being a little bit more of a bully with lower cooldowns as well in the mid lane here. Aguri gonna have to look to follow up with Panda on a lot of these plays.
You were kind of mentioning it a little bit there about how because both teams have such strong side laners, I believe you were leaning towards just junglers need to play these setup champions, if I'm not mistaken, or something along the lines.
Yeah, exactly. They're living and dying by these junglers right now. Whatever jungler is making a play, and those plays making a huge difference in the game has been the team winning.
Well, Dragon will spawn in 30 seconds here. The question will be, will Clownzry pay attention to it? I say yes. They've been
and
playing...
that's been the huge attention too.
Yeah.
the Barons and Dragons have been pulling out 5 members from each team over and over again throughout 4 games.
Yeah, I agree. I think this time around, I think Panda getting this first dragon, it's a mountain, yes, but I mean, lean towards this cloud that's due to... I think it's a cloud. It could be actually Chem or Hex as well. It depends on really what's going to spawn here. We can find out in just a second here as it's... Oh, it is a cloud. Sweet. Love it. And so cloud here, I wouldn't mind seeing the likes of Clownzry. They could potentially get this one up. Cloud isn't the strongest, honestly. The movement speed is nice, sure, but it's not the best. It's not the worst case scenario. So I wouldn't be surprised if they decide to give it up, but you can already see with the way they're positioned, they probably want to play for this next dragon.
Yeah, Vino does have TP, but I don't think you want to let this Yikaw have any sort of attention. My bad. No attention here in that top lane. Don't let him be free. Don't let him get anything for free up here. Already has 95 farm, 268 on the Gnar. They really upset the Soul Laners CS leads here by having that early lane swap. So that could work for their favor here in the later parts of this game. Both teams have TP for the taking on every Soul Laner as well, so this dragon could be a huge fight. But they could just 50-50 the grubs. Top lane's pretty much even.
Yeah. I mean, why not? Why not go for these grubs? And honestly, if I'm the side of... Oh, as we see a flash forward on both teams, Yikaw and Vino, who both have teleport here, it's unleashed as Aguri goes in, forces the flash out of Dilly, and there's the engaged tool from Arrow onto the backside here. Another pull there, this time onto Aguri, and he's already dead, but a great bullet time forces Kobito and Guster out. Arrows will fall here, and Condemn finds another one as flash forward here from Relix. Dilly has to try and get away. It's a teleport coming through from Yikaw, but it's too little too late. Guster, though, looking for Relix, pushes him into a wall here. Decent shielding, but Yikaw nowhere close. And Dragon will go the way of Panda and Clownzry here. Another great fight here for the boys in the green, the red, the yellow, the orange, the purple, the blue, and the lighter shade of blue.
Yeah, I mean, don't let Omen breathe here. Do not let them breathe. Don't let them think about the next move. Don't let them have a chance to think about regrouping, about doing anything huge. Oriana ulti, Kobita going in.
Shockwave was good, and Kobita has decent damage here and will find that kill. Arrow will now find Relix in bot side here, has the damage to clean up members. So despite objectives going the way of Clownzry, it feels like Omen are still just able to take these scrappy skirmishes here in side lanes.
Aggressive backing over and over and over again has been the downfall of Clownzry for such easy picks to be made here. Arrow does not care who's in front of them. He will take the fight no matter what. Relics has the same playstyle too, and I appreciate that out of your supports, but you're better off being on the map than you are waiting for a respawn here when there's so many things to be taken on the map already. With that being said, look at Clownzry. They are regrouping. They're trying to figure out what the next play is here, as we do see. Is that a Rift Herald? Yeah, Rift Herald would be spawned here in that top lane, and that could be a base cracker, not a base cracker, a turret cracker for the side of Clownzry. They have 2 dragons already. They could save it for the 3rd dragon as well.
Ooh, that's an important ult to yoink there from Arrow. Getting that Amumu ultimate for this next team fight, I think, will be crucial here, and that's kind of been my biggest gripe with this Sylas so far, is he hasn't been yoinking the best ultimates available to him, I think, this game. And you know, we saw an MF ultimate earlier. This time around, gonna have the Amumu ultimate to them. As we do see an engage here from Guster. It's on to the jungler here. Panda will go down, and actually Agree will go down. Relix will also go down. 3 kills across the board. And suddenly Omen are back in the driver's seat here.
Ecall making plays whenever they're possible here. 2-0 on the Alawi that's been top and mid lane so far. Finding more presence in that mid lane here, as that mid lane tower is half health already.
Bullet time will come through here, but it doesn't connect onto Dilly here, bot side. Yeehaw and Vino trading here mid. Vino getting the better end of this one, but Yeehaw has that healing. Relix does eventually die to Dilly bot side, but Yeehaw will get a solo kill here in mid onto Vino until Aguri answers back with a kill of his own. Arrow's able to survive bot side here, but Dilly also ended up dying. Just so much skirmishing off on the map, fighting everywhere that we're not able to watch it all.
Meanwhile, Oriana in the top lane just farming it out and taking a tower for free off of the Aguri TP. They will trade, hopefully, a tower here in that mid lane. Nothing is getting away for free on either side. Goes Pokey in the mid.
Maybe not. Shockwave will be good. Aguri will fall down here more than likely. Yes, he will. Kobito gets his 2nd kill here. And they are able to keep that tier 1 alive. Rift Herald's still available, and with this 3-man grouping, wouldn't be surprised to see them look towards it. Arrows rotated on up. And Panda just has to walk away to safety. He tried to pull the objective, but not able to complete it.
I appreciate the side of Omen and their game style here. They don't mind giving 1 for 2, 2 for 1. Whatever the fight is, they ask for it, and they'll bring it right back twice as hard. Omen is playing with a gameplay that it's aggression versus aggression. Who's going to be the better communicator, better team fighter, better person to throw more bodies at that fight here? You see Omen having more people on the map in that top lane, so they will get that Rift Herald taken down. And this is the play that we always see lead into a huge snowball and mostly a game ender for whatever team gets that Rift Herald.
Relix is in this area here, but might get caught out because Arrow and Kobita are on the hunt here. Panda will be spotted out here. He gets a 2-man stun here, actually. There's no follow-up instantly, but finally Relix has the damage from a distance. They'll find Arrow here more than likely. Almost don't, but actually that step back from Kobita might have costed him. Decent shielding and a good flash, though, but Sen Ultimate will find that one. Great play from Relix. And Clownzry answer back, despite Omen getting the Rift Herald. This is, again, so much fighting after objectives.
Right. I was really hesitant on the Relics picking up the Senna, but he's making it definitely worth it in my mind so far. It's been picked off, but it's also been coming in clutch in these fights right now.
Yeah.
You can see Relics just take a step back after the fights are done and paying respect to Omen, as Yeehaw is not giving a Vino here in the top lane.
And we see a play here onto Guster. They can't find the execution play, though, and he's able to get away. Arrow is back. And so the call is to back off if you're Clownzry. Guster still hunting, though, because Dragon has respawned here. Vino looking for a play topside because Yeehaw has dropped the Rift Herald. Does have teleport. Probably going to look to back to base here and TP on over. As we do see a grouping here around this dragon from the likes of Omen. Guster Posey positioned aggressively. So is Arrow. And I agree, this Senna has been cooking in team fights, but only in team fights. When it's this laning phase or they're roaming, he's been caught out multiple times. Speaking of getting caught out, Arrow forced a flash to safety there. But Dragon will be started here. Panda has to find a way into the pit. Yikaw slowly whittling down Vino here topside. Could get solo killed. Flash is awkward from Yikaw, but it baits out Vino's flash, and the dragon will still be stolen by Clownzry, and the fight will go their way from a massive bullet time from Condemn. Send ultimate as well. Double kill from Condemn. They wipe 3 members and get the dragon.
I see 15-11 kills. I see 2K gold lead on the blue side, but I don't know who's winning this game right now, and that's my biggest issue. I'm having a fight in my head right now, harder than the fight that Omen and Clownzry are having in this game 4, as they take that tier 2 in that mid lane. But Yikaw, 149 to 110 on Vino.
Yep.
Vino is full damage, and Yikaw is 4-1 with the 2-item spike here, and I don't see Yikaw letting up at all. Still has
Arrow.
TP on both sides here. Clownzry is not done fighting it though. They're going to use the time that they have before Yikaw breaks that base open to try and break the base on their own side.
I mean, how does that happen, man? Omen, they just continue to miss the important objectives. They're not able to win these smite fights. Arrow looking for Relix though. Support on support action here. A good route though, and now a teleport will come through. They will get the tier 1 in mid, but Arrow has to think about getting out here with their life. Panda flashes forward, but a dash away from Arrow, and he survives and gets an important summoner. That's an important tool that Panda's used to initiate multiple times. What a great, I mean, that's worth there. You get Arrow who flashed forward for Panda's flash. I think that's worth if you're Omen.
And Relic's flash as well. I don't think they had to heal up, but yeah, and that tier 1 tower in the mid lane here. Condemn taking a little bit of damage here, gonna fight back with Yikaw as well. Astro go down.
Aguri playing forward with that knockup, and Yikaw has to start thinking about getting out here. Do want to note, if Omen want to fight back into this game, it's on the back of the 4-1 Alawi, who is doing work in the top side and was doing work in mid for a period of time as well. I think it's on the Alawi at this point because the rest of the team just has not been working out in these team fights. And the play has to come through here from either the Alawi, maybe the Orianna with a massive shockwave will work. And suddenly Omen can be right back in the driver's seat, but they still have to find that play. They're down a little bit. It's 3-0 in the Dragons. It's around a 3K gold lead, and actually Yikaw has to be careful here in this topside matchup. A little bit. Vino gonna transform here into the Gnar form, and you can see there's a rotation again onto Yikaw. This time it's Condemn and Relix. A good slow from Condemn. And the root will not hit, but Yikaw will not be long for this world here. He should fall down here. He's trying to buy as much time as he can, but he will go down to Lil Condemn, who is legendary. 8-1-4 on the Misfortune so far.
This is your time to fight here if you're Clownzry. You took down the main important member
Shockwave
here.
lands. They will find Panda here, but a great opening from Panda will turn it around onto Arrow, excuse me. I was going to say Yikaw, but Yikaw was already dead. Arrow falls in return. Still worth for Omen, but suddenly your tempo is halted almost immediately.
Looking at 10 members on the map right now, there is only 2 defensive items on both sides. We see the Heartsteel from the Skarner and a Sunfire from a Mumu. These teams want blood, and they want it now. Red Tower destroyed in that top lane there for Vino. Vino using that movement to an advantage here, playing perfectly in that last fight against Yikaw. Yikaw felt pretty confident at quarter health, half health to fight Vino in that top lane. Vino had the backup to get that fight started. Mumu, a little bit of caught out there, but if you catch the Mumu, expect that ulti to go down, and great return fire from Condemn right there to keep that fight going here for Clownzry. They are in the driver's seat. If they can continue to fight the circuit out, they can find themselves into forcing a game 5. And I really hope that happens because both teams are finally starting to shine in their own ways here. We're not seeing the take this from this team, take this champion from the other team, fight their play style, fight this, fight that. We're seeing both teams really show how they got here to the finals, and that's going to be how they get into a finals win to be the victors of this ALL league here.
I think we're at the point where, you know, the engages have been good from Omen. We talked about how if they wanted to win this game, if they wanted to win fights, they needed to be the ones going first. And so far they've been doing that, but I think it's been onto the wrong target. And hold that, hold everything. Baron being started here by Clownzry because Dragon's due to spawn in 17 seconds. And Omen, they're on the way, yes, but it might be too little too late. Maybe not. It's only down to half at this point. Kobita's in the area, gets knocked up by a Guri, and nearly one shot has to flash away. And going to get looked at here. Arrow finds the Malphite ultimate. Yeehaw on the chase, though. Can he find anyone? Vino on the backside, though, looking for Arrow, who's healing up all the while. Yeehaw trying to lock down a target. Guster Posey looking for a target. Pushes him against the wall. Here's the engage, but it may not be enough because the bullet time is a little bit better from Condemn. And he answers back onto Arrow. The fight will be good. The shockwave will be a little bit better. And Clownzry have to think about backing up here because they're getting way too low here. If I'm Omen, I'm heading right towards that dragon because your health bars are a little better, but maybe not. Kobita has teleport and can back to base here. And so will Yeehaw. The health bars mean that Omen have to back up. But look at Clownzry. They're right back towards this objective. And they'll pull the Baron yet again. Round 2. Here we go. Omen are on the way. They have the vision from Ash. No ultimates here, except for Yeehaw. Aguri has ultimate yet again. Can start this fight, looking for the pick onto Kobita, who does not have flash. Orianna remains alive, and Baron, they will get off of it. Yeehaw frontlining here. Aguri healed up. Yeah, that's Senna healing. You mentioned it. It was buffed.
Yeah.
It is doing work here.
Insane. And doing damage on top of that, not just healing, also poking down. Ash Arrow gonna go down, but for the cost of a Malphite ulti here, as we do see Omen going right towards that dragon. That's the problem with Clownzry right now, is that they're not able to keep up with the amount of macro that Omen's sending at them.
Yeah, but look at Clownzry. They're heading straight towards that Baron. All 5 members there. And I don't know if Omen don't know. The pings are coming out now. They might be starting to realize their mistake here, but the burn is not that good. It's a misfortune. The misfortune not really known for her burn. Yeehaw's on the way here. It's down to 6k. I don't think Omen can get here in time. Down to 3, 2. Yeehaw, can he get involved here? They get it, but Yeehaw engages here with a massive ultimate. Set ultimate is good as well from Arrow. Shockwave lands. They'll get Vino here. And that's one less member with Baron, but maybe not. Guster Posey going in. Finds Condemn on his own. This kill has to come through here. Sen ultimate is good enough to keep him alive a little bit longer, but not enough to stay alive. Yes, he survives until he's shut down finally. Omen are answering back. They may be down 3 dragons. They may now be down a Baron, but they find 3 kills off the back end of it all.
Omen showing why they've been forcing out so many games in this series so far. They always haven't answered what Clownzry sends at them, and now Clownzry is back into their own base.
Arrow with the root. He gets blown up in return, but it doesn't matter. He finds the kill. Relix now being chased down by Yeehaw, who has the damage to just kill him off the clone, maybe. Maybe not. Relix survives, but top inhibitor will go the way of Omen. And this team will not go away. They stay strong in this game, and they take the top inhibitor, and now they're in the driver's seat for this game.
And they fought hard for this one. They've been continuously trying to find Clownzry on the breaking edge here, and Clownzry finally giving up. This has been their downfall the whole time, is this Baron play here, and they keep going for it over and over again, regardless of what the matchup is or how many people are on the map here. With that top inhib being broken down here for the side of Clownzry, this could put them into a huge turtle position that they weren't expecting.
Omen, play the objectives right. Kobita has to be a little careful here. I don't think they realize that there's a grouping here towards bot. He does not have flash. He should go down here. A great stun from Panda, and they'll find Kobita. And Clownzry answer back beautifully. They find an important kill, yes, but the tempo just isn't their favor right now. You know, yes, they're going to be able to push here with this Baron still onto 1 member of Relix, and they'll take some towers, and that is important here if you're Clownzry. Guster
Yeah, they're
Posey.
not out of this game yet.
Oh, a great engage here. There's the bullet time. They instantly find the kill onto Arrow. The Ash ultimate was way too little too late. And now 2 members dead. It could be Clownzry looking to siege here. They're going inhibitor to inhibitor. But top side, the inhibitor super minions, excuse me, are pushing. And you have to be careful here if you're Clownzry. You can't stay too long here in bot side. Have to think about backing up sometime soon here to defend against this stacking wave here in top side.
We haven't seen Clownzry answer macro at all in this whole series, and I hope they really work on it with the amount of pressure they have going on in this game 4 right now. If they can keep this going.
Omen, they want to engage
Might
here.
out them back, though.
The pings are coming through. They know that the wave is pushing onto the inhibitor, onto the Nexus now. The tower will fall, at least one of them. And members are still pushing forward on the side of Omen. All the while, you can see Aguri will back to base. Dragon will spawn in a minute 20 seconds. And the push will come through onto the spot side. Guster still hunting for more, though. Trying to find a key member. Spots out Vino, but can't dive that tier 1 just yet. Arrow looking to dive. They force the teleport from the Malphite at this point. It's been a long night. Yeehaw stepping forward. There's the Ash ultimate. They're looking to pick Aguri. They do. Sin ultimate is too little too late again. Yeehaw survives, but Guster Posey going in. It's a decent stun from Panda, and there's the bullet time to stop the initial engage. And Guster Posey has to back off. Vino playing forward. He's about to transform. That's their go button. He goes in. Can he find it? Flash hits onto 2. Kobita and Guster will be the targets. TP coming back through from Yeehaw. And the back off call is through from Clownzry. They're going to back away. Yeehaw on the chase, though. And finally, Clownzry start to get away, but Relix has been slowed. And we'll back off with the heal.
Clownzry here to back off back into their tier 2 tower as the top lane has not stopped pushing throughout the whole fight there. As we do have Dragon.
They're going to lose
Soul
another tower here. Oh, no, Aguri's up.
For Clownzry up here again. And this could be an issue here as they let the time go in time for Yeehaw to get back into that fight here. And now they won't have that soul point. They don't have the vision and they don't have the pressure on the map here to let that one go.
Yeah, I think this is free. This should be free here for Omen. They'll get this dragon. Their second dragon of the game. And the tides have shifted here in game 4. It feels like Omen is suddenly in the driver's seat after fighting back beautifully around the objectives, trading dragon for Baron and then getting 3 kills off of it, netting them a top inhibitor. A lot of credits to the members of Guster Posey, Kobita, and Dilly, all having phenomenal games. Arrow becoming an alt bot, literally, and just taking the important cooldowns away from Clownzry and using them for themselves.
It's still anybody's game here at 31 minutes. With that being said, we need to see Clownzry really pick and choose their fights on this when they're kind of reacting to anything Omen sends at them. Kobita feeling really confident as well on top of the Orianna. Guster Posey is still using Scar to their advantage as well. I don't see a point in here where they can really 5v5 themselves on that Baron without giving a 50-50 away for this game 4. You can't force the game 5 when this game is so even right now at 31 minutes.
I like
we have
this.
a 3k gold lead 31 minutes in.
I like this. Look for the engage play, but that's not the target you really want to be engaging on. Bullet time comes through. Yes, they pick Arrow before he can use his ultimate, sure, but that combo that we've been talking about and has been so effective is suddenly down here for the side of Clownzry, and all you did was pick a support. You slow the game down, yes, but I think you have to look for much more off this. Guster Posey could get caught out here, but he's very tanky here and should be all right. Yeehaw still...
They're still fighting this one out.
Yeah, I mean, why not? Ash ultimate will hit onto Vino there. Yeehaw flashes forward, avoids Aguri completely. What a play! And now Dilly's on the hunt here, looking for Aguri, but can't find it. Lil Condemned, though, has to cleanse the slow. Keeps running away because Yeehaw's on the hunt. Can't find that pull and gets rooted. But the pings come out there. The death timer, as you can see, arrows respawned, and Vino, he's not due to respawn for another 30 seconds. And now, all of a sudden, Omen are looking towards this Baron.
It's exactly what Omen needed here to get themselves back into the game. Even though they haven't been too far behind, they've found Clownzry sleeping a lot on a lot of these team fights and plays that have been happening within the past 5 minutes or so. With this Baron being taken down, Clownzry has one thing to do, and that's fight this one out.
Oh, they slow it down, though. They're looking for the play. It's a massive engage from Arrow onto the backside here. 1v1 against the junglers. Arrow uses that stopwatch to stay alive. Bullet time is really good, though. And all the while, you can see Panda in trying to lock down a target. Can't do it, though. Should give his life. Kobita finds Panda, but it's an answer back. Ash ultimate went wide, but it's a pull on Vino, no. And he should end up going down here because there's just so much damage. Kobita with the double kill flash for him from Dilly, but he gets rooted in place. Can't keep chasing here. And the members of Clownzry start to back up.
Lane, shoving that one out, trying to get something for nothing here. The Baron is still up for the taking, which gives Clownzry a little bit more time to stall this one out here. They found themselves into a stalemate here because the members of Omen have scaled just so much farther into that late game here. They're a lot tankier than they should be, and MF is not able to blow them up as easy as possible. Arrow with a huge pickup on the Silas here, taking away the Malphite ulti and using it against them every single engage and fight that they have. Kobita doing a ton of damage there on the shockwave as well. This game is going to be a stalemate for a long time here, but gray screens are now for the taking here. You get some of these key members down, you go for a pick, you could definitely turn the tides on this next upcoming team fight. With that being said, you can see a lot of items coming out here for the MF. Almost full build here. Gonna grab that last whisper with a couple more CS here on top of that gold here. Ash gonna have a fourth item. Not sure, maybe a Wit's End. Gonna finish out her build right there.
Yeah, I think so.
And Alawi's definitely gonna be 1v9ing here within the next couple fights.
Black Cleaver for the Ashe as well is very spicy. I've heard of this, and I don't mind it here, honestly, with how much tank he has to chew through in this game. They're just so tanky on the other side. I mean, you got the Amumu health bar, the Malphite health bar, and the Gnar health bar that's just going to be running at you here. Why not go for a bit more penetration here? We can see here it's a grouping from Clownzry. They are first to this objective, and I like this a lot. They are still on soul point. They want this dragon as quickly as possible. Problem is that Omen, it feels like they've had the tempo and they've been doing a good job of getting involved. Great flash away, and that's a great engage onto a Guri who gets picked. All of a sudden, bullet time does no damage. It's a pull onto Panda, and there's the engage from Panda, who uses an removal ult of his own. So much damage in the field, but it's actually Clownzry answering back because of the damage from a distance. They can't find any more, though, and so it is a 3-for-2, favoring Omen that little bit more, especially their jungler still being alive with that smite for that objective that is up. But maybe Condemn can look to pull here in time before Guster gets back.
Both teams showing why they're in the finals right now. This game has been a stalemate for so long. It feels like they've been fighting nonstop for the past 30 minutes here, and they're definitely showing why. There hasn't been a soul point taken for a Clownzry yet. There hasn't been a Baron taken yet, but that's been the focal point of all of these fights so far, and they haven't been able to get enough astounding lead here to get into a position to take any of these objectives yet. This could be the nail in the coffin for
Aguri has TP. He's on the way, but so is Arrow. Guster uses that dash to maneuver around, and so Dragon will remain on the field here, but flashes will be available to Panda and Vino this next fight. Teleport coming through here from Yika, and that Malphite ultimate being pulled from Arrow, but ultimately it is the Dragon that goes the way of Omen, but Aguri ints there, I think. Ashe ultimate going wide, and so they can't find that one, but Arrow still on the hunt. He has a Malphite ultimate of his own. He finds Relix, and Arrow goes into that iframe, but he could get looked at here as a trade, but he gets out with help of that dash until Senna ultimate goes wide, and Arrow stays alive and can heal up. But I don't know, man. This is looking tough here for Clownzry. Aguri yet again going in too far forward without the rest of its team. Arrow is low here, and a good bullet time could win this fight here. If you're Clownzry, they're looking for it. Panda has to be quick with this ultimate. Poke coming through from the help of Baron onto the members of Omen, and the healing from Relix is starting to hit home. It's a root onto Yika, who has become the target. Great flash from Vino, gets the 3-man stun against the wall, but there's no follow-up damage, and so he's on his own. Bullet time goes wide. It doesn't get onto anyone. Clownzry have to think about backing up here, but it's a great pull onto Panda, who's on his own. Gets a two-man stun, yes, and is trying to lock down Dilly. Can he do it? This pick kill is so important here. He finds it, and he actually finds a double kill, though, with the help of Sunfire. What an important kill from Panda. And Guster Posey should find that in return, but a great ult from Aguri finds Kobita. Clownzry do not want to lose this game. Yikaw trying to lock down the target, can't do it. And Amumu might have just saved this game.
Great job by Mumu. Great job by Aguri. Actually hitting the ultimate right there, trying to get some return damage on top of that. Gonna seal the stall out here for Clownzry, as they've been looking for an answer for so long in this game. Baron's still up for the taking. I feel like that's been trying to be taken for this whole point of the game. Yikaw might be caught out here by the red buff.
Oh, he might be actually looking to kill Condemn here, but a great Sentinel ultimate keeps Condemn alive. Yikaw, you cannot die here. This would be a massive stagger here, favoring Clownzry. They use the redemption as well. Yikaw might not have yeet his last call. Never mind, he will. He falls down. Baron available. Wouldn't be surprised to see Clownzry look towards it now. And this game goes on. And
those stacking Ocean Drakes here for Omen is doing so much work on top of the Guster Posey and Yikaw. Yikaw not able to make anything happen there on that red buff, though. Trying to just stall some time out for his team to be respawning. To try and keep this Baron out of the hands of Clownzry. And this could be the final straw for that to happen, as all 5 members are here. And it's going to be a 5v4 in this last stand for the Baron.
5v4, error on the back. He's looking for that ultimate. Gets the Sentinel ultimate and forces the bullet time really early, but it's getting low. Guster Posey in the area, but it's sniped away by Panda, and Guster Posey will get looked at here. He pulls 3 against the wall, but there's no follow-up over the wall. Shut down onto Guster. Important kills, important smites. And now Clownzry have an opportunity to look to end this game, because it's a death timer of 40+ seconds onto Guster. They can maybe just run it down.
If I'm Clownzry right now, I'm going to go for the 50-50 and try to end this one out.
Arrow might have stepped too far forward here. Is just tapped instantly. And that is not what you want to see. Just no follow-up in that instance. Just too far forward from Arrow.
Double TP still up for Clownzry in this position.
They're looking to push here.
Making a top lane push.
Yeah, they're going to go for it here. And I wouldn't be surprised if they go for an end call here. 30 seconds still on Arrow, 12 seconds on Guster. It is a 3v5. Ping's coming out here because Aguri and Vino are pushing out mid. Kobito has Shockwave, though. It has to go big. It has to land onto the key members. Inhibitor in mid has fallen. Guster has respawned. 12 seconds on Arrow. You have to imagine Omen. They just need one good fight, one good wipe, and they're back in this game. They can run it down mid and end the game. But there's the engage there, and instantly Kobito has fallen. Still had Shockwave available to him. Dilly has to flash away. Guster goes in, but he has to flash out immediately. Stun lands on Avino, but a pushback onto Guster means that Clownzry will keep on going here. And they'll find another one onto Dilly and another one onto Yikaw, and they will do it. They will force us to Silver Scrapes. We're going the distance here. And from the brink, Clownzry will come back here and force us to Silver Scrapes and a game 5.
Let's go, Clownzry. Holding it down. They played with fire and they brought it out. Great job by them.
Yeah, what a phenomenal performance here. Talk for a minute, if you don't mind here, while I queue up the infamous song real quick.
Yeah, no problem here. They definitely worked it out. Clownzry fighting for their lives here to bring out that game 5, and I am proud of my team for making that happen. I had a lot of doubts going in there, but they proved me wrong, and they proved ALL wrong, and they're going to prove Omen wrong in this game 5. I will let Merkmassa and Jody take over for me for the night. Good night, everybody, and enjoy this game 5 with me.
All right, love to see it. We'll throw it to a quick break. When we come back, we'll bring you game number 5 action. Don't go away. We've gone the distance of Season 4/All Finals. Enjoy Silver Scrapes.
Oh my gosh, Merc. That was the game 4.
Jody, I have to stare at the screen. What was that game?
Content, I guess that's the way to say it.
Quality content. That's what this is. That's what they wanted just to go to game 5. So many opportunities that in this game, so many bad decisions, so many good decisions.
Yeah.
I want to compliment so many things and be mad at so many things at the same time. It's like you're ulting things for a Guri and my bad, guys. Yeah, sorry, CO. Talking to my mic and get myself back into the zone. Sorry,
Yeah,
guys.
Merc, calm down. It's okay.
So what's
Just
crazy
game
to me about
5.
that game and what really came down with all of it is that we have to focus, right? Like the teams, I think, got to a certain point where it felt so much do or die that everybody felt like they had to be the hero of their own their own story and their own game, and that's what told the story of why this game was what it was.
Yeah, I think especially for Arrow, like he had so many plays that he was trying to make. And I think especially on Arrow's side, if he had just slowed down and taken the time, they could have pulled this game back. I mean, at any point, anyone in this chat, like you guys can talk about it in chat. We've been interacting with you guys. Any point, this game could have turned for either one of these teams.
Absolutely. The part that surprised me was like it was equal over aggression of things that just made us go question mark. Like Arrow flash ulting and the stuff that was a complete miss. Nothing was there. And then even when you went for it, your team wasn't there to follow up. I look at the Vino ult next to Baron that he made when he threw them all against the wall. A phenomenal play, great flash ult from Nord, but nobody on your team was there to follow up. There was just so many little moments of things where it was like people felt like they were acting. And like I said, that's where I feel like it was like a hero complex thing where they were trying to win the game on their own and not fighting as a team, and they lost the focus of that.
Yeah, Idris, this is a fan prediction. So it was 75 to 25%. This is also the grand finals of the upper division. And we're going to game 5, Silver Scrapes, Clownzry came out swinging, and then Omen came out with the game 2 and game 3 win. After this atrocity / like really hyped game, there's so many plays that came out, it's hard to tell which one is which. We're going to game 5, and honestly, I'm 50-50. I have no idea who's going to win this.
Dude, I'm completely in the same boat. I have no idea because after the way that last game went, mentals are shot. Nerves are on edge. Literally, this is going to come down to us making the most educated guess based off a draft. But even then, I don't know if we're going to get to an answer with that. Because we've been proven wrong tonight already that we weren't quite ready to go with that either.
Yeah, I think... Okay. I think the biggest thing that both these teams need to do is they actually just all need to step away from the computer. They all need to go outside, get some...
Seriously.
They go outside, get some fresh air, and then come back in and say, guys, this is a best of one. That's all this is. This is a best of one.
Yep.
Everything out the window, and just ban comfort, ban what you've been banning. Sure, that's fine. But legitimately, mindset, best of one, clean slate, playing League of Legends. That's what they have to go into this game with.
I agree. Don't cook. Don't overcomplicate it. Play smart League of Legends for what you have to do and settle yourself into the game. I really think it's going to set the tone on where it's coming from, and just recognize you have the ability to pull stuff off. And I think you're right. I think the mental tells the tale with everything that happened last game, because there was moments where, like I kept saying, like Kendem was ulting from so far from a safety zone on the MF that it wasn't impacting the team fights the way we were expecting it to. And then that one time, Guster Posey was literally an auto attack away and just he walked away.
Yeah. And that would have gotten them soul. If he would have just auto attacked Guster Posey one more time, that would have given them a free soul. But he just walked away, and I had no idea why. I don't know if that was a miscommunication, or maybe he thought he clicked Q to execute and it didn't hit. But I just, in my mind, it's the nerves, it's the thought process. They have to fix the mental going into this game 5. Yeah. Also, a really if we can point out stuff from the last game, I want to point out Guster Posey on the Skarner. It's
Yeah.
one of those champions that we haven't seen recently. Had some really good engages, some really good ultimates. Definitely saving the game. Even though Arrow finished the game with, I think it was 14 deaths, he was actually like burning so many flashes, and really well played to Relics and Condemn and Aguri, Panda especially. These players were responding very, very well with their own flashes, dodging out these Malphite ultimates from the Silas. And so, even though these teams look like they're like, what it looks at us having fun, we also have full vision. We have this zoomed out scope. And so it's one of those things where, they're reacting as fast as they can. And these players are locked in and they are ready to go to this game 5. It's just can you forget about what's happened and stay locked in, clean mental, and participate and perform in this last game.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to have its challenges because you have to look at the fact of the champ pools still are a little bit different now, right? We've seen people play on certain characters. We've seen what's come across, and it's that complexity side of it. You can't get rid of it. You have to keep your mindset on from a proper point where, I mean, this is where it's beneficial to have a coach to help you with drafts to kind of like let the team brain reset, let coach do what coach needs to do and help with draft. Help your team get that mental reset to not think about the differences of where it's coming in, because we've seen so many impactful champs across this game that may show back up again coming to this game 5, and it just I don't know. I have to wait to see what this draft's going to do to really even come close to making a decision what's going to happen.
Yeah, I think Malphite's one of those champions that's pretty big. Skarner also seems to be very, very strong. Amumu had a lot of good, setup for the MF in this game. There was a lot of fights early game, especially where, the Amumu R just hit 3 or 4 members, and then MF was able to ult him over the top. But Condemn had so many ults early on in the game that just dictated the pace, and it really did save Clownzry. So, really well played to them. Surprisingly, this game did go to that really long game time. And so scaling champions did have not a comeuppance, but a spot in this game. But the Orianna just didn't have the impact that you would normally expect from an Orianna. And so I think that probably needs to be dropped. I don't think Syndra's the pick. So you probably need to go towards something like more aggressive. I don't know, but Malphite's like actually one of the best mid laners right now of the series.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it was banned last game. I'd have to double check, but I mean, I know Aguri likes leaning into some of the other, controlling mages that come across or something that can make impact. You look at potentially bringing out the Anivia if it was available. I mean, I would have even preferred looking at the scaling. I know Ori can have impact, but I would have loved to have seen an A Soul more there over an Orianna, because the R's were never effective or were never able to be played. And you even mentioned it. They were all sitting in Baron Pit at that one point when Orianna had a flank and no ult. There was no follow up. Guster just went in to go for the smite and there was no help. It's like little, if you're gonna pick the champ to try to make the play, you have to try to get the play. And that was what blew my mind about last game, is that every way we thought that the fight should go or would go based on the champions kits never went the way they were supposed to go.
Yeah, these teams are taking some more of their time. They have 10 minutes in between games, and they're taking full use of that because, this is such an important game for both of them. We did get confirmation that Omen went blue side, so very excited to see this draft.
And we are told we are ready to go, so we will transition over. And as stated before, Heat, thank you for everything tonight. But I will be joining this cast with Spirited Book to roll over, and then I will come back with Jody for closeout on Analyst with everything else. But Jody, I appreciate you, and we are going to trans over to draft.
Good luck.
That's us. We're here on the draft. It's me for the final time on the draft. Omen take blue side, which means they get to ban away the Amumu they had so much trouble with last game. That makes sense.
For me, I'm honestly kind of surprised with this. With the way that it's been going and the way the early game looked, it looked like we were favoring red side to be the advantage, to have the counter pick, to be able to play off of what it was and run with it. But I like the bans that I'm seeing coming through so far. Get rid of the Mumu. They're still taking out the Zac. Get rid of the Ziggs. The Mordekaiser's gone. I like some of these picks. I really like where it's sitting, and I think that set the tone of what we were saying about transitioning and finding a balance to keep it, it fix the mental. Those champions had the biggest impact so far in each of the games.
I think Omen are going to lean back towards their poke composition. Ooh, I love me a Kai'Sa. So I love Kai'Sa. I love this switch up here. don't go for that late game Jinx. Go for the better, early mid game champion in the Kaisa, which does scale decently well in the late game. I love this identity switch up here already as a response to the Ezreal lock-in, and Panda's going back for that Udyr that won them game number 1.
Yeah, I think it's a smart call to come across with that. Get back on a comfort champ for what you're looking for. See if it gives you an opportunity to make plays on what you're looking at. And I believe, if I remember correctly, Condemn had his Kaisa banned away from him quite a few games in the last playoff matchup. I'm looking at check now.
Yeah, maybe in the last one, not necessarily in this one. Kaisa hasn't been touched at all, and I've been kind of surprised by that. I'm a big fan of the Kaisa right now, going for that on-hit build, and can lean a little towards the crit as well. It's been a Leona lock-in, which is some decent engage. It's not the poke style that we saw last time we saw the Ezreal, so it will be a bit of a switch up here. And it's also a Kennen lock-in here that will go the way of Yikaw. Yet again, no set here for Yikaw in this series.
Yeah, I think maybe Yikaw might have looked at this opportunity here and thought maybe they have a counter pick for it. Maybe that's why they left it up. They knew that that's one of his very popular champions, and I mean, it maybe Vino had an answer into it. Maybe he had a way in order to respect on what it was coming from. But, we see the Braum getting hovered, and the Braum is locked in.
Yeah.
Me personally, I'm not a fan of this.
I actually quite like it compared to like the Ezreal and Kennen. I mean, Kennen is a bit of a range poke champion. Ezreal also has some poke in his kit. This is going to deny a lot of the range damage on the side of Omen. They're going to have to get up close and personal to really dive the likes of Clownzry, but the more I think about it, the more I kind of agree. I'm like, who is diving, or who is being peeled on the side of Clownzry? Kai'Sa's going to be playing forward with the Kaisa ultimate. Udyr's going to be running it down. Agreed to the extent. Braum can start a fight, and that Alawi ban tells me that this Kennen may not be top lane here for Yikaw.
That's very true. This could be a mid lane.
Could be mid, could be probably not jungle.
Kennen.
Yeah, it could be.
No, definitely not jungle. No, it'll definitely go top or mid lane for sure. But my thought is like, I'm with you on that one. Like, Braum brings a lot of impact. It could potentially face anything. But I mean, if they're looking at just strictly the bot lane matchup between the counter to stop the Leona engage, got it. But I'm not a big fan for what he brings to the overall 5v5.
I wanted to see Yikaw whip out the set in game number 5. That would have been just the most base thing ever. Like MVP moment, he whips out his signature champion in the match of the century, game number 5. Gotta pull out all the stops, but it's banned away here by Clownzry. Another Veigar ban this time around from Omen will deny more combos coming out of this mid lane. But I mean, Malphite's still on the table, and yeah, we're gonna see them go right back to it here for Guri. But again, it moves further and further away from that Braum identity that you want to be going for.
Yeah, I really, the Malphite has had a huge impact with a lot of what they're doing, but I think this is one of those things that Clownzry almost kind of forced themselves to have to play into the Malphite to stop the dive potential that Omen could bring taking the Malphite, which is kind of what happened last game when Aguri took it. They were like, yo, we got to take it away from the other team from not being able to have the wombo combo for them to be able to pull it off. And that's what this kind of turned into. The only benefit that does come having the Malphite for Clownzry is that you are sitting again, like you said, on a Kaisa that can go to that's looking to utilize her ult to get the backline as well.
Ooh.
I see.
I was just thinking, so obviously with that Malzahar lock-in here, I mean, Kennen's going top, and that's going to be matched up into, honestly, unclear. This should be a last pick top laner here for the side of Clownzry unless they decide to put Malphite in the top lane. You could flex it still here. This is spice across the board here, and I really want to wait for this last lock-in. So Swain mid, I imagine. This is just so much dive though.
Yes. My thing is that what's crazy about it though is I low key, that's a big brain pick.
Yeah.
Pulling Swain out on this.
Yes.
He's looking for a long-term sustained engaged fight. He wants people to dive into him, which is what 3 of these members are going to do. And as long as he gets the help backup, which he now has, you have CC from the Udyr, you got the Braum, you got the Malphite, you have the abilities here now to extend the fight, which is exactly what the Swain wants to do. but they have to be able to get this online and not get blown up that fast.
It is unclear.
They can't let Omen run away with this.
Agreed. It is a little unclear. I mean, Swain can maybe play topside. I'm not entirely sold on it being a Swain mid just yet.
True.
I will keep an eye on the client and let you know, but I do believe it's Swain mid here. I will also say it's a very good anti-dive character. Like you mentioned, like the side of Omen want to be playing aggressive here and diving, but you know, Clownzry, you look at their comp and like, who are you diving on this team? You don't really want to be diving the Swain, okay? You can't really dive the Kaisa because she could just run at your backline with that ultimate, the Killer Instinct. Udyr is maybe your only dive target, and he's going to be hella tanky in the mid-late game. Malphite as well, just a tank. Brahma tank. So there's no one that Clownzry here can really lock down effectively. It has to be the Kaisa, and you really just have to CC her to the point where you're denying the ultimate. It is Malphite top, it is Udyr jungle, and it will be Swain mid.
Gotcha. Yeah, I really think what Omen's going to have to do here is look to leverage the fact that Guster's going to have to power farm on this Nocturne and make impacts on the map immediately. Utilize the early level 6 on Nock, power farm yourself to get that ultimate off and start making impacts immediately, and then hope that you could just continue to put your foot on the gas and never give Clownzry an opportunity to get into this. Because there is a certain point that regardless, even if you are looking at the Swain or the Udyr, if you get rotation first and Nocturne can ult to cut the gap, you get the fear off, all of a sudden you burst them before they can react. Their team can't collapse as quickly as what a Nocturne can impact in that early mid game.
Yeah.
That can come out, that can potentially let them run away with this before Clownzry ever gets a chance to come online.
I will also say Clownzry are a very low damage oriented team. You know, so they have a lot of CC, yes, but they don't have a lot of like oomph behind them. You know, Swain is a more sustain based bursty character. He's not like that turbo burst character that can one tap a backliner like, you know, I don't know, like a Nico can or something. I don't know, just something like very bursty in mid. Aurelion Sol.
I think they're going to look to let the Malphite be that opportunity there. I think they're going to go full AP on the Malphite. They need to utilize him to potentially try to burst to either one-shot the Kennen or one-shot Yika or even, on that opportunity. Just look for that window to try to get it, to try to burst somebody when it comes through. And even if it's Guster Posey going to the back line, can they one-shot the Nocturne before he does anything? But if Nocturne gets a good little hybrid half build here, he just wins in that dual matchup between the fear, and he can get himself just a little bit tankier. But I mean, you start seeing hourglasses come out from the Kennen and the Malzahar and the CC that they can bring in too, because that's the other thing we look at also, right? If Nock goes in and gets a good ult and lands enough to get the fear off, you flash forward on Malzahar and you guys wombo combo, you take all the damage away. What do they do?
Yeah, I think,
or even on the Malphite potentially.
Yeah, I agree.
If he's full AP, there's a lot of opportunities here that could come out of it. But again, if there's anything we learned from what came out of last game, watching that, it's who's going to push their buttons better this game. Who's going to execute what they want to pull off of their combo better this game is going to decide who's walking away with the Season 4 Upper Division Championship and calling themselves the winner and getting silver scrapes and calling it a day.
Yeah. On that, I will ask you very briefly, who do you think is going to take game number 5?
I personally think because the lacking damage on Clownzry, it's going to be Omen.
Okay, that's fair.
I think Omen has more opportunities available to them to find a way to find an avenue to win. I think it's Omen's game to throw at this point.
Okay. Chat, it has been a fantastic season. These are the moments.
Absolutely.
These are the moments we as fans of the game and of esports in general live for. A game 5, a set that has gone the distance, a back and forth series, especially after game 4. Holy smokes. This is what we live for. And so we will throw it to a quick break. And when we come back, we will bring you game 5 action between Elysium, Omen, Clownzry. Our Season 4/alt finals will come to an end after this next game. So don't go away. Enjoy Silver Scrapes, and we'll be right back.
Predictions coming up.
Welcome back to... Oh, hello? Apparently not. Oh, there we go. That scared the absolute bejesus out of me for a moment there. But thankfully, we're back. We do not have tech issues. All is well. I'm Spirited Book, joined here not by Heat, even though it says Heat down there. It's Merc Masta on the cast tonight with me for game number 5
Pseudo
of
Heat.
this best of 5. It has gone the distance. And we will be joining you for our last cast. I mean, I don't know if I'm going to cast lower, so this might be my last cast of the season. We'll see. Maybe I'll come do the analyst desk for lower division for playoffs, but we'll see.
Yeah. I mean, I'm prepared to throw my name in the hat to cast for lower division. Unfortunately, didn't win last night. We went to a best of 5 against Tom Catch Line Cooks, but yeah, neither here nor there. We're in game 5. We'll focus on them after this one. We're ready to go. But I like this 5-point start. Jungle sitting mid, ready to go. You know, not predicting where anybody's at. It's kind of funny. I like the safety everybody's doing here. No one's being too crazy. No one's going too hypey. No one's going wild on what it is. No awkward, aggressive wards trying to get caught. Just simple, standard gameplay. Everybody's going safe and is like, all right,
Yeah.
let's just breathe and stay calm.
No Silas support flashing forward, trying to find a route to get the first blood, pulling flash off the enemy AD carry. We say that. Relix stepping forward here a little bit with the Kaisa. And so probably just looking for an avenue of walking down to that bottom, from lane to the bottom, from the bush to the bottom lane. It has been a long night. We've been here for 4+ hours now at this point. We're leaning on 5 pretty soon. So we've been at this for a bit. My voice is starting to go. Honestly, we got this. We're in it for the long run.
And that's exactly what it is. We're going to be fine. We're going to get there. And as we can see, the way these lanes have played out, we did realize that Yikal is playing this Kennen topside against Vino on the Malphite, Aguri's mid lane on the Swain, and Kobita clearly is playing the Malzahar. You know, we were mentioning when we came into the game about thinking about the matchup and how the lanes are going to go with who's going to have advantage for what. And honestly, like I said, I think even in the lane matchup, I kind of like the kits that are going to come out and how it's going to go for the Malzahar against the Swain and the Kennen against the Malphite. I think they have advantages there.
Yeah, I think just a bit more range, especially in this top lane, but even Malzahar in mid, I mean, just going to have a lot of control here. Going to have the pushing once they hit around level 3-4. I think should start to take over. Aguri just has to try and make use of this early advantage. I mean, that E, Swain really known for that E and the effectiveness behind it. And again, just so much CC on this Clownzry team. They can really look to lock down one member and honestly burst them going into the mid game before the members of Omen can respond, as we see more trading here between Kobita and Aguri, and just favoring Aguri right now in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, it takes Malzahar just a hair to get online. You know, he gets 2 stacks into, you know, what, the Maleficent Visions and everything else and gets it going. And it really sets the tone for him being able to farm more effectively and push this under turret and get there. But, you know, I give huge, this mid matchup has been just phenomenal. It's been a great duel the entire, all 5 games. Landing quality skill shots and just really, like, pulling the triggers on each other. They're just playing really effective against one another, and it's been really fun to watch.
Do you want to throw a cool little stat that I realized just thinking about it, because 1 minute and 30 seconds before the first dragon, and the team that has gotten first dragon has won every game. So
really?
Yeah, I mean, think about it. Like game 1, it was first dragon that went the way of, or did it? Did Clownzry get first dragon game 1? I'm pretty sure they did hold that because Panda's on the way.
Really?
But Arrow spotted it out with a great Zenith Blade to stop the engage and great poke back onto Panda.
Phenomenal play and reaction there. I mean, that gives Guster a huge opportunity now. He got back to base first, you know, slowed Panda's ability to get down, and now he's going to have first rotation to look at making a counter gank on this bot lane, maybe potential try to get summoners out, and like you said, potentially secure that first dragon with having this advantage getting back to lane quicker.
And honestly, who wards there? Like, who wards their own tri-bush like that? You know, normally you want vision early game in that bush in the river. Instead, they're going to ward their own tri-bush, and that gives them, you know, that tells them, hey, this is where the jungler's at. He's on the way to gank us. We can preemptive strike, and they do exactly that. But just the mind games that have gone on throughout this series has been insane to watch. And so, again, it's either Arrow or Dilly there who just comes up with the win with the mental diff. You know, they have the ward vision, they get the control there, and they spot out the gank before it happens.
Yeah, and I think you made a good point. Mental diff, that can definitely affect your ability. You know, you feel like you got a great flank here, your team's got a good ability to get in on it, and then you turn around and all of a sudden, boom, you got stopped in your tracks. It's like, you know, you felt so good about your rotation where you're sitting, and when the plane gets foiled, that could definitely mess with you. It just changes your tempo, changes your mentality with what you were feeling and what could have been effective. And the thing is, though, is that I like where this is at now. Bot lane has the aggressive of the counter push being able to come back. Nocturne was able to clear 2 more camps looking at this dragon, but because of the mid lane pressure, Malzahar is able to push this up, and now, you know, Relics is going to hit this and try to potentially stop, but I don't think they can answer this.
Well, Condemn is here. So is Panda. You can see Dilly is not in the area just yet. He's actually not able to really get there. He's pushed out. Panda is in the area. It's another smite fight, but the CC favors Panda a little bit more here. It's getting lower and lower and lower, but it's ultimately the way of Omen. They get the first dragon. Agree has arrived, but a great flash out from Guster, and they secure the dragon, and it's no one dies at this point.
Really good play from Guster there. I like what he did by positioning himself to the back of Dragon Pit instead of following up, recognizing that Panda was going to walk into him, and then that led Panda to start taking the dragon aggro and eating the damage that was coming out of that, which gave him the advantage to do a quality health trade, kept him up alive long enough to where he could get his cooldowns back, and then boom, he immediately threw his Q down, got the bonus damage, hit an auto attack, and then threw out the smite. Really well played from Guster. I mean, he is really... there's been so many unique things from individual players in so many parts of this game, and it's hard for me looking back at last game with how much of a Benny Hill music feature that game was when it came through. But if you look at all the other games where they were, Kobita's been winning mid lane, doing solid, but Guster has been on point with these objectives and doing what he has to do, and I really like that he's gotten a good spot.
Speaking of Guster, Yika will drop that ultimate to stun out Vino, because Guster's topside here. They're going to look to get this first blood. They force the flash. And that's all that play is there for. So Vino survives. They get the flash in return here. Yika actually has to be careful now because there's a rotation here from Relix and Panda here topside. But Guster's going to stick around with his top laner and just push this lane in. Maybe look to rotate here to these grubs that have spawned, but already Panda's on them. They're probably just going to have to give them up. So again, 3 Void Grublings will go the way of Clownzry, and you can actually tell Clownzry this entire series have prioritized these first 3 grubs, and then that's it. They haven't gone back for them, and by the time they go back for them, it's already a Rift Herald. Would like to see them pay a little more attention to this second round of grubs this time around.
Yes, I agree. I think you can be okay with letting second dragon go to take 6 grubs here and then utilize your advantage going forward. If you think about your team's comp and what you're capable of pulling off, you have a little bit more burst potential going in the 3v3 between the Udyr, Malphite, and the Swain over the Nocturne, Ken, and Malzahar, right? You could pull the trigger and set that tone prior. I think what really sets Omen's ability, it revolves around the fact of getting a little bit of Ezreal poke or having the ability to burn, you know, damage in lane, and then having follow-up from Arrow. If Arrow's not there and isn't able to, impact it on the other side, I think it favors them. So I'm with you 100% on that. I think they need to focus on this, get the 6 grubs, give themselves that pushing power, and find a way to kind of impact the late game a little bit better.
This has been such a back and forth series, and you can kind of tell both teams not looking to throw it away. It's game 5. It's going to be a very slow, methodical early game. Teams are going to be playing slow, and I wouldn't be surprised if in one good team fight, everything just explodes and we see a full 5-on-5 action. Mid lane matchup still favoring Kobito just a little bit, but the CS department favoring Aguri a little bit. We've seen Kobito have pressure here in mid, yes, but Aguri doing a little bit better job of farming here. And has Ghost this time around in the mid lane, just to speed up the Swain that's going to be able to run down enemy backliners. And so far, it's just, again, a slow early game. We'll see it just explode around the next objective, likely the dragon in a minute 40 seconds. We'll see if Clownzry decide to go for the grubs or go for contesting that second dragon. We'll see.
Yeah, I definitely think they're going to look to try to find an opportunity to do it. And like you said, I like the play that they're playing slow. They're looking at the opportunity to not make a mistake. Nobody wants to be the one to do that in this game 5, right?
Yeah.
It plays into that mental with what they're going through. And it's who's going to have the advantage to push and get themselves set up for what they're looking for. And I think right now, that does favor Omen just a little bit more with what they can pull in. The mana stacking that Kobita can get back in the trades, utilizing his ability off his passive, getting that bonus mana to sustain the lane a little bit longer is really going to help them in the long run. And then now Guster Posey is level 7. I think he needs to find a way to try to force some flashes here and make it impact around the map ASAP. Like he's just got to find an opportunity. Like my thing is I look at opportunities like this, right? Kobita, like here, get your Maleficent Visions down. As soon as it hits him, silence him, and then immediately follow up with your ult and Nocturne ult. Try to burst him. There's not a lot of mana there. You might be able to at least force his summoners out before this dragon comes up.
Well, it's funny you say that, but I would argue, no, keep a hold of your important resources at this stage because Dragon's about to come up. And every game, Clownzry have contested the Dragons. So try and hold your resources and just fight around the Dragon because you want those important resources, I think, instead of from Arrow onto Panda, who's stepping on back. Some poke from Aguri will come out, and that'll force the disengage from the side of Omen. They'll back off. But this gives them positional advantage around the pit, one would imagine, until Panda shows up just to de-ward. Zenith Blade lands, though. Arrow gonna get looked at here, silence, but Aguri and Relix here to deny the initial engage and further engage onto Panda. But now Guster and Dilly are here. There's a flash. Arrow does not find that solar flare. And you can see a channeling onto the mid laner here who's on his own here, but a great flash over the wall to keep him alive until Dilly finds first blood there with a fantastic Ezreal ultimate.
Arrow does a good job there of backing off, being able to be a distraction, to be able to get in there, and exactly like we thought. Kobita went forward, put down the harassment, didn't hesitate to get the damage on Aguri, and that led to them being able to get enough poke to do what they had to do to get the follow-up, and that is going to lead to them securing this second dragon. I think this is extremely risky for them.
Panda's still around. They're looking for a kill instead. Flash in, actually trying to get the Smite Steal away. They can't, and Panda ends up dropping here. Just mistakes there from the side of Clownzry. If they get it, it comes up big, but they don't. Dilly's able to jump over the wall and survive. Panda losing his life bar and flash.
You had a much better play there, potentially trying to look at follow up on Arrow. Dilly might get caught out now here. There goes the flash.
Condemn got the killer instinct with the proc of the passive. They'll find that kill. What a fantastic play. But yeah, I mean, still, they're down 2 dragons now, and they've dropped some kills, some important summoners. I think Panda just trying to make the hero play when he didn't need to.
Yeah, I definitely don't think that was necessary there. You don't have to try to force that play there. Try to get the Leona and the trade in them, catch them coming out of pit, right? Utilize your number advantage at that point. You got a little bit healthier tank bars. You got the support out of there. Use that to your advantage to come back to lane and try to maybe turn that fight around. But unfortunately, he goes for the aggressive play. He loses the smite fight to Posey, and now they're in a much stronger position. They're going to, and there it is. They're going to look to try to go for these 6 scrubs. But the problem is Omen has an opportunity to potentially look at this.
Yep, you can see Guster is around in the top side jungle, but I think he might be too little too late here because Panda and Vino are already on this. Guster is on the way though, but I don't think he'll get here in time. He's gonna try to. Level 8 versus level 8. He's gonna look to harass Panda out here. Steals one away here. And that's pretty important. Yikaw's on the way, so is Kobita. Dilly with a great ultimate, but it doesn't hit on anyone. Great Zenith Blade, though, onto the Swain here. Nocturne ultimate as well. They're trying to lock him down, but they can't. Aguri answers back beautifully onto Guster, and now you could see Kobita has to try and escape, but he can't. He's just body blocked and will be knocked down by Panda. And Clownzry answer back beautifully, and honestly, I don't know why. I feel like Omen just should have backed off.
100%. There was no need to have to pull the trigger there. I mean, if Arrow went in to try to hold that down and make the play, and walk out afterwards. If they dive in, give yourself an opportunity for Yikaw to come down and impact this fight, right? Utilize that ult, get them bundled up from wherever it comes from. But unfortunately, they get too aggressive there. They can't burst down Aguri afterwards. And my thing is even in that moment too, even if you do burst Aguri, what do you do after the fact?
Yep.
I don't think there's any follow-up on that, and now they ended up giving away 2 extra kills, and despite the 2 dragons, they now get the 5 grubs. Thankfully, Guster Posey was able to get one of them, so it's not as devastating, but they still have a gold lead here. They're still up almost 1.5k gold, and it's allowing the opportunity that, Little Condemn is just free farming down there in this bot lane, and it's going to start having a big effect.
Yep. Can't wait to see this Kaisa get to that mid to late game. Already has that Shiv online, first item completed, and want to call out a few things. Aguri getting picked initially around that dragon. Long time ago, of course, in a galaxy far, far away. Actually, only 4 minutes ago. But Aguri got picked on his own. The solar flare looked a little weird from Arrow, and that's why I think they were able to isolate Aguri. That time around, Aguri has his team around him, is able to survive, play around, and just deny the Nocturne engage, Just pops that ultimate, the exhaust onto the Nocturne as well. Really denied a lot of the damage here to come through and kill off Aguri in mid. and just survived it through it all and turned the fight around as Arrow uses that Hex Flash here in bot side. And just more
I
farming.
definitely want to call attention to something I noticed from the analyst desk, and something that came down from Game 1 is that if you look at this map right now, right, the vision control.
Yep.
There are no wards on the map except for the one that literally just went down in the tri-bush on the bot side. There's no wards on the map for Elysium Omen. And I notice consistently in a lot of these games, they're not doing that. They're not finding opportunities to get additional vision down and impact where they can. And Clownzry has had consistently multiple wards and good choke points to pay attention, to track the jungle and find out what's going on. And I think it's really lent a huge opportunity for them to impact what's happening. And right now, it's helping them. They know where people are rotating. Kennen tried to, Yikal tried to rotate down and get a flank on top of Aguri, but because of the wards, he got spotted out and basically wasted his time making the rotation down there, and it warded nothing.
The Rift Herald is available to both teams should they go for it, but 30 seconds on the Dragon probably tells me that both teams are going to wait around for that. I feel like you don't want to be giving them, at least Omen, you don't want to give them to that point where they're soul point one dragon away from getting that important soul dragon, as Aguri will look for Arrow here, finds the root, damage from Condemn, and the ultimate as well. Aguri's gonna flash forward, trying to lock down Arrow. They really want this kill, but a great suppression onto Aguri keeps him alive a little longer, but now Panda has shown up and secures a double kill. 2 important kills right as Dragon spawns in 5 seconds.
Unfortunately, Arrow misses his ult when he tries to slow them down and come across.
Oh, but there's the re-engage. Nocturne will answer back beautifully onto Aguri. Dewey trying to take a 1v1 against Condemn, who's starting to back away, but all the while, Panda will start this Dragon and likely secure it here, because there's no way that Nocturne will want to take this trade. But man, oh man, this is looking rough here. It's starting to look like Clownzry are fighting back pretty effectively.
I mean, that was really strong damage there coming out of Condemn. You know, bursting down Nocturne right after that. And that's giving him the ability to look at this. He's over here fighting this. He's not worried about anything. They have great vision control, like I said before, coming across. They secure the Dragon. And they probably were not expecting Condemn to do this silent, but there's nothing he has to worry about.
Nope.
They got tons of vision control on the bot side. They see the Ezreal in the bot lane. Malphite had the lane push up top. He's just ready to rotate. Phenomenal play coming out of Clownzry right now. And they're really putting themselves in a position to, you know, they are methodically controlling this game right now. And the window, like I was saying, it was Omen's game to have an opportunity to potentially lose this, and some of the decisions they've made so far is exactly what's happening because of that.
Gotta imagine the mental toll of losing game 4 probably had on these 5 players. They kind of had it at times, and then they, you know, didn't. It was just a game of throws, I think, is what we called game number 4.
Absolutely. I think that game was going to mentally drain anybody, no matter what way you looked at it in the long run, and that's exactly what happened. You know, one of the things I'm surprised about here, early rotation out of bot lane to come mid. Wasn't expecting this. Normally you expect Turret to go down first before you look to make that rotation over, but I guess they were looking at the fact that Malzahar is pretty much in a really good spot to put down that extra damage and can clear these waves even faster. But they do make the rotation, start sending him bot side, and I actually really like some of the idea that Kobita's going here. He looks like he's going to go for the Morello Namicon item 2 and try to slow down Aguri here.
Aguri pops the ultimate, just looking to trade onto Kobita, who has to flash to stay alive. Took a little bit of damage from Condemn as well, who has Killer Instinct available to him. Could have looked to chase down Kobita, but Kobita stays alive, but it costs him his flash.
Yeah, I don't know if he necessarily had to, but I'm okay with the fact of him playing it safe, you know, keeping himself out of trouble just in case, you know, from what's coming up. But there's no major objective that's going to affect his flash except for the Rift Herald. And regardless, I think they have the priority on what they're looking at anyway with where they're coming from. And something that's actually surprising me here, and I don't know if that's just because of the fact that they had a better early game. Vino's going tanky here on this Malphite. I was honestly expecting him to be the damage burst and have Panda be the one that was going to go tanky after the single item damage like he normally does.
I mean, maybe. I can understand the thought process there. That being said, though, I think Vino's just here to initiate. I mean, he's there to go in, start the fight, and Aguri and Lil Condemn are going to look to follow up, because that Malphite ultimate can proc the Lil Condemn's passive. He can then use that as a key to ult into the backline. So if you're going in, if you're Vino, you just need to be able to survive, honestly. And
Yeah.
there's not a lot of damage already on the side of Omen. You know, the Ezreal damage is really conditional on that Q being off a cooldown. Now, granted, it's a very short cooldown late game, sure, but it's a skill shot every time, and you really want to be utilizing it effectively. And so there is an opportunity for Vino to really be active and in your face. I wouldn't mind seeing just 2 tank items and then building more towards that damage like you mentioned. So we do see Yikah getting pressured out here topside, taking the worst end of this trade so far. Kobita looking to trade onto a Guri here. And there's the Nocturne ultimate. They will find this kill more than likely. Yes, they will. Guster Posey gets his second kill this game, excuse me. And suddenly they're right back in this one.
Yeah, phenomenal play, really well done. Those are the plays I was looking for the entire time. Find those opportunities in order to do that. But with that, though, they end up sacrificing mid lane turret. But in response, they go back up and they leave Kobita alone in this bot lane now. And more than likely, he's going to be able to take this turret down in order to answer.
Ooh.
But, you know, the look at it, mid is absolutely the bigger priority.
Yikah doesn't know.
Might get caught.
He doesn't know. He's going to get caught out here and instantly go down more than likely. Great flash, though, to survive. But Condemn uses a flash of his own. But maybe worth here. Guster's in the area here. So is Arrow and Dilly. They have no Ezreal ultimate. Solar Flare doesn't really hit home. Guster trying to get to Condemn, who does not have flash. Forces him to back off, so he's not doing damage. Finds that important kill. Kobita's on the way, though. This Malzahar's about to go big here. And with Arrow in as well, they're trying to lock down Panda. Vino dies. And now you can imagine Panda's the next to fall, but a great slow there. Dilly can't land that important cooldown, but finally a shutdown from Kobita. Huge plays here with 30 seconds on the Dragon.
Yeah, definitely don't think they look at Baron here. They need to go get vision control, reset as a team right now. Yeah, go back. Like, don't take this top turret. Let it go. Beautiful. I'm so glad Kobita took that reset. Get yourself to bot lane, get vision control, force them to walk into you and utilize the wombo combo. I really like the follow-up that came out of that and that fight going forward. And as we can see, items are coming online now. We have a full item complete plus boots and a Seeker's arm guard coming out of Yikah now. That's huge going into the fight, being able to get his ult off. You know, with this Dragon coming up, I believe his ultimate is going to be up, but we see everybody else's ultimate. It will be online for all of it. This is going to be spicy. I feel like this fight might make or break what's going to happen in a lot of the majority for the remainder of this game.
Well, you say that. Items do favor the side of Clownzry that little bit more, as Dilly does not have second item completed, but Lil Condemn does. Still no flash on the 80 carry, though, but no summoners on a lot of members here. Should be fairly interesting, to say the least. Both junglers have Smite. Kobita does have flash, though. So does Guri, and Guri also has Ghost available to them to really kite through this fight as Panda starts the objective here.
Really solid poke right now onto a Guri. I think Kobita did a phenomenal job there. I like the build that he did here. You know, he decided he got the early heal reduction item in order to slow down a Guri with what he needed, looking for Morellos in the long run. But I like the fact that he took Rylai's. It's such a
Condemn ults into mid, and they instantly kill Yikah, but that's going to pull the engage here. Bot side by Omen. They're trying to get onto someone, but they're not able to do it just yet. They can't find the kills they need. Relix with a fantastic ultimate. Dilly has to start kiting here and dishing out the damage from a distance. They go in as a re-engage, but it might be too little too late. Braum doing so much work to keep his carries alive. It's going to be a full ace for Clownzry, and they'll take the Dragon.
I mean, the catch on the Yikah mid, I was not ready, nor did I see it coming, and he wouldn't even have an opportunity to utilize his Seeker's arm guard to keep himself alive, to have his team come help, which, to be honest with you, if he was able to do that with his ultimate up, catching out the two main damage dealers and condemning a Guri in mid lane, with having the opportunity, Posey might be able to react with his ultimate and everything else. That could have completely went a whole different way. But Clownzry plays it well. They burst him fast enough before he can react, and it's exactly what happens. They get the ace, they get the Dragon, and this game has now handedly rotated into the favor of Clownzry.
Lil Condemn with the killer instinct finds Yikah alone. Well, alone in mid. And with the help of a Guri, they're able to lock him down. And you saw Omen, they tried to take a fight, but again, their damage is very lackluster when it comes to hitting these tanks. They really want to be just CCing and then hitting a backliner if possible. But man, oh man, it is looking rough there. Those kills were massive, and the gold lead is now massively in favor of Clownzry. They're in a 3K gold lead position, and then they'll look to snowball it continuously as this game goes on.
For sure. And again, paying compliments to what I said before. Look at
Solar
the vision.
Flare. There's the Nocturne ultimate. They're looking to kill Guri. They'll do just that. And a great answer back by Omen, but it costs them a lot. 4 ultimates down on the side of Omen. But they'll pull the Baron of all things because Malphite is bot, has TP, Condemn is mid. They're looking to force this.
Phenomenal aggression out of Omen here. I really like this play. Yeah, Kai'Sa's still sitting mid. They have this. Even if Malphite comes in, Kai'Sa's not there. They need to try to find a way to commit to this.
They can't do it because the TP from Panda or from Vino has come through, and now Panda looked like he wanted to pull. It's posturing here, but Condemn is still pushing mid here. And I think Omen have to make the call to back off.
You know, I still like the play here regardless with what Omen did. They forced the TP out of Vino. They got him out of bot lane. He wasn't able to take that turret in the long run. Kai'Sa did. Condemn was able to take that tier 2 mid lane, but that gave him the opportunity to take a summoner off of them and still get something in the long run, which is, I'm a big fan of that. I still think it was a very smart play. It gives an opportunity to come across. But what I was saying before that fight even started is the fact that, look at this.
Arrow. Has to flash. He should be fine here. Now he's looking for a regauge onto Vino because Guster Posey's here. Solar Flare lands, and it's only onto Relix, though. That shield being down might be the go button they need. But they'll back off defensively here.
Vision.
Yep.
That's what I've been trying to say, vision. Clownzry's doing a phenomenal job of keeping up vision, and they really are owning this map, and nothing seems safe for me right now for Omen. They have to find an opportunity to try to get some more vision control on this map and take control of their jungle again. They're in a very difficult spot right now to where they can't walk in anywhere to their jungle and not be seen heading towards this Baron or heading to try to move up to try to get objective control wards over Dragon or anywhere near Baron Pit.
Still down 3k despite an important shutdown kill onto Aguri in the mid lane. And it is still not enough. Aguri still topside on his own. Would love to see another aggression play here onto him. Arrow on the chase. Forces the ghost. Zenith Blade lands. No follow-up just yet. There's the ultimate from Guster. He's on his own for now. Forces the ult from Aguri. I don't think he can kill him until he forces the flee back. Lil Condemn is here, and he'll use the killer instinct to try and force them back, and they'll do exactly that. But now it'll be a 5-on-4 because Panda is still bot side. And so the members of Omen will decide to back off. They don't find the kill. And despite the flash from Guster, they still can't secure it.
Yeah, I like the idea of what they're trying to do here to make a play happen, but they cannot waste that much. Arrow get
yeah, speaking of trying to make a play, Aguri flashed forward. So I guess a flash for flash trade at the end of the day. Great play there from Aguri as well to use that ranged ability to just slow members down because Panda is pushing out bot side here, all the while continuing to take down towers and continue building this gold lead for his team.
Yeah, and there's absolutely no answer there. They tried to get a push on mid lane with what it is, but again, phenomenal vision control. They can see what's going on. They're paying attention to what's happening in these camps. I don't think Vino's called out. He can just ult to run to freedom. He's got his team, the Braum there to help out. The macro. Clownzry is just winning the macro game right now. Omen needs to settle down and not waste summoners or things that are going to help them in the long run unless they know for a fact, without a doubt, that they can make plays off of it.
Arrow. Arrow could get looked at here. Instead, they'll look towards Guster, but they'll have to back off because there are other members here. I like this. When they're stepping into their jungle, they usually have some carries to back them up in case the fight breaks out. And so Arrow...
I can see the nerves.
Yeah.
Posey there quickly utilized his shield to try to block the ability coming through on a Nocturne, and I honestly was like, they had an opportunity to pull the trigger again. If they would have just been a little bit safe, waited, it would have gone down. They could have wombo comboed and immediately caught him because he has no flash here.
Dragon,
it was a little...
Dragon will go down, and the likes of Omen fighting now is low.
Yeah, this is definitely getting to a point that Clownzry is just going to walk away with this at this point. I don't know where Omen can find an opportunity to come back into this with the way Clownzry is macroing everything that they're doing right now, and it's becoming extremely difficult.
Condemn will back to base, and maybe that's the go button, but no, Omen will back off, and they'll allow Clownzry to farm their own jungle. And Omen just starting to see it slip away. They had it in game one. They had it in game 2 and 3. And they had it in game 4 at times, but Clownzry found the win. And now in game number 5, you can see it all slipping away slowly but surely. Clownzry are back in the series and they're controlling it all. Omen need to find an answer soon, or they're going to let Clownzry run away with this one.
Yeah, and we see this gold diff just really getting massive now, and, you know, we're looking at turrets and where it's coming from. They only have one turret off the map right now,
Ooh.
and that's the tier 1 in bot lane. That's insane. We're 29 minutes into this game, and Omen has not found an opportunity anywhere to try to crack open any part of their base. They just don't have control. There's no threat from a side gank or anything that can potentially try to catch somebody out in any shape or form right now, because of the fact that they own so much of this jungle. And again,
Kobita, oh, great spawning of those minions to keep him from getting looked at there by Condemn, just denying that passive proc. But we looked at that gold lead. It was a massive difference between the two AD carries. This Kai'Sa is huge right now, has 3 items completed, the Terminus, the Rage Blade, the Shiv. She is swinging 30 minutes into this game at this point.
Yeah, and I mean, and you look at these items on these tanks, you know, 3 items complete plus additional items of tankiness on the Udyr. Vino, 2 items complete plus additional items of tankiness. Like, I don't know if there's enough damage on the side of Elysium Omen to burst anybody at this point.
Yeah,
on any of these tanks. Can they kill them? Can they last in a sustained fight? If they don't find a way to 100% catch out Condemn or burn a Guri before he can do anything, I don't know what they can do, but honestly, it doesn't seem like it's going to happen anyway because Aguri's got an hourglass.
I think Condemn has to be the target here. I think the plays have been finding Aguri and bursting him down with the Nocturne ultimates. But I think now the switch up has to come through here. You have to find Condemn and kill him before he can use that killer instinct to reposition in a team fight. Because
I would not blame Condemn grabbing an hourglass here as well.
No, neither would I. I think it's the right call. I think keeping your AD carry alive at this point is pivotal on the side of Clownzry. But I think he's actually building towards what looks like either probably an Infinity Edge, honestly, at this stage.
Yeah, I really think, yeah, you get it, maybe get the IE. I think I personally would have. I mean, well, yeah, this the static shiv. I probably would have leaned heavier into the AP build, gone for the Nashor's Tooth, and then go into the hourglass. I think it would have worked better on the Kai'Sa in the long run. But regardless, yeah, once she gets that item, what are you gonna do? I don't think Omen has any window anymore to turn any of these fights into their favor without physically catching somebody out. As long as Clownzry doesn't make a mistake.
Ooh.
Like something like that, you know, I don't think they have a window.
They had a window, but it is slowly closing in as Aguri is on the way here. Pops the Ghost, looking for that engage, and will do exactly that. But he gets turned on here from a great solar flare, and Dilly finds that one instantly. Relix uses that shield, and now it's down. Maybe this is an opportunity here, but no Nocturne ultimate, so the engage is not great here. Yikaw, though, has flash and ulti. This could be the window that Omen need here. Dragon spawning in 1 minute. This could be it.
One Baron fight could turn this thing completely on its head. You get the shutdown on Kai'Sa. You get all that extra gold where everything's going from. They just got to pull the trigger. They got to find an opportunity to get in here and make this happen.
They're looking to do it. They're looking to do it. They're looking to find Condemn. You can see Yikaw on the chase here. Has flash. Can't lock him down, though. Condemn too quickly and is able to get away.
But I mean, regardless, this is them still getting control. You got 40 seconds before drag is coming up. Aguri is going to be up in time. Is going to be able to walk down to be here to engage on this whenever he has an opportunity. I really think they just need to maintain vision control and find opportunity. But then again, Clownzry doesn't even have to answer this dragon if they don't want to. They could walk over, look at trying to take Baron, and just widen this gap even more and let it go.
Vino takes no damage to Dilly at this point. The tank is just too tanky for Dilly to deal with. And there's the engage there. Trying to find the Kai'Sa. Can they do it? They need to find it, but they can't. Buster still can't find the kill, and Panda takes him down. And there's the pull in the engage here. You can see Clownzry are heading straight towards that dragon pit now that the enemy jungler is dead.
Just absolutely heartbreaking for them. They try to go for it quickly. They thought they had an opportunity to get the burst off that they were looking for, but they're able to take Kobita out of his ult early, which didn't give him the opportunity in order to follow up. But zero hesitation from Condemn there to flash out, get himself to safety with where he needed to be, and then able to survive. And now this is all but over an extremely difficult position for Omen to be in to try to make anything happen here. And as you can see right now, Panda is on that dragon just soloing it. And I don't even think they know he's there, and he's just going to kill this. Yep, there's Soul.
There's nothing they can do to stop it. 4 members mid. They're looking to try and find something here. Kobita may have stepped too far forward, and he'll get looked at here. Panda has returned, and Yeehaw will pop the hourglass, sure, but it doesn't matter. Kobita's already dead. Yeehaw can flash away to safety, but a pullback on the Dilly forces the flash, and the chase down will be there. There's no way Dilly can survive this. He'll fall. Guster Posey has respawned, but he can't look to return the kills. And Clownzry, the Clowns are on a roll at this point. With more kills, they'll look towards that Baron.
And this all but looks like it is over. Silver Scrapes, congratulations for Clownzry. I think it's going to take a miracle of bad decisions, one after the other, for Omen to find a way to come back into this.
They'll look
making really good plays.
Oh, wow.
No damage.
Yeah, they can't do it.
Like, yeah.
Just no damage to kill anyone at this point. They're just too tanky on the side of Clownzry.
I mean, you even saw it there on the fight that happened before, you know, going for the hourglass play from Yeehaw, trying to get on the Condemn. He got a full wombo combo on the Condemn, and Condemn barely took a quarter of life at that point. So it's like, if Yeehaw can't even burst on the cannon with this full combo kit, there's literally nothing available there for them to be able to find a way to get through this. And surprisingly, Condemn went for the Bloodthirster here, but I like it. The survivability it brings to the Kaisa, the bonus shield to be able to survive that burst that comes down. Just another tool in the kit to be able to help them out in the long run with all this. But like I said, I would love to see an hourglass here and kind of a way to put an exclamation point on, we're just going to methodically end this game and put this thing to rest.
The Clowns have stacked up. They've loaded up in their clown car, and they've loaded up the 5 body bags in the back seat. And those body bags, of course, are the members of Elysium Omen as they step up here in mid, maybe too far forward because Relic's stepping forward. And he's got members in tow here. But with this Baron buff, they'll look to run it down mid here. Take the tier 3 tower and likely take an inhibitor. You can see an ambush call here. Arrow goes in, finds Condemn, but it's not enough follow-up damage. There's the Nocturne ultimate as well. Again, they're just too tanky at this point. Dilly with a decent ultimate, though. They will find the Kaisa finally, but Vino in the backside is just too tanky, and Aguri is going massive flashes forward. They'll find 4, and Clownzry load up the clown car. They may drop one off early at the station, but they'll look to run it down mid here and end it right here, right now. Clownzry with 4 members strong. They have the Baron buff. They have the minion wave. Only Kobito left alive.
It's not going to be enough. He doesn't have the wave clear with the Baron and the minion wave that's coming in here in order to do anything to stop this.
Clownzry, they're onto it. They're onto the tower. They're onto it. They're onto the Nexus. Clownzry will be your Slash All Season 4 champions. Congrats to Vino, Panda, Aguri, Lil Condemn, and Relix.
Keeping their head in the game, playing smart, doing what they had to do, surviving the plan that they stuck to, and they played a solid game 5 to hit the Silver Scrapes, end this game, do what they had to do. A 10K gold lead coming at the end of this, 37 minutes in. What a way to end it, and what a way to put an exclamation point and say, we are done, we want to win this, we are your champions of upper division.
Congrats to Clownzry, commiserations to Omen. They played phenomenal this series.
Really well done, Omen.
Yep.
Really well.
And we'll throw it to a very brief break. When we come back, we'll have a quick little interview with one of the members of the winning team of Clownzry. So stay tuned for that as soon as I can find the right button. There we go. Goodbye.
What is up, Slash All? What a phenomenal Game 5, ending our upper division grand finals. Congratulations to Clownzry, taking it home with that final victory over them in a dominating fashion. In order to put it in, we are back on the analyst desk with myself and my man, Jody Jr., and we are joined by one other fellow friend. Tell them who it is, Jody.
It's Relics from the winning team, Clownzry. Relics, how are you feeling after that long, super long series?
Honestly, it was worth it. That was like one of the best series I've ever been in.
I mean, but my big thought that comes down to it is like for you guys, I like, and what's wild to me is like you guys took maximum 10 minutes coming out of that game 4. Like you guys were very quick to come out of analyst desk and get into the next game, get into the next game, get into the next game. But going into game 5, everybody took that long break, settled in. How did you guys get your mentals where they needed to be in order to be ready to execute in that game?
I don't even think it was mentals. I think it was just figuring out what we wanted to do draft wise. Because like I gotta give props to Omen. Like their drafting and just like what they're doing on the map was very, very good. They were really good with team fighting, and that's what we kind of was just like, okay, we gotta draft something that's just gonna kind of like Thanos on the map, and I think we did that game 5.
Yeah, I think especially, bringing out the Malphite. I can't recall which team actually brought it out first, but Malphite was one of those like premier picks that could go either mid and top lane. How did you feel about this Malphite pick that had so much influence over the game?
We thought it was pretty influential. That's why we figured we were debating on in the game 5 of picking the Swain there or just securing the Malphite, and I ended up just saying, guys, we need to secure the Malphite because it's just such a reliable engage. Not to mention, like a lot of their comp is they're relying on Nocturne there too, especially once we pick the Malphite. Because I think if we pick Swain there, I think they pick Malphite, and I think it's just a completely different game. So I'm kind of really glad that we just picked the Malphite R4.
Yeah. I also want to touch in with game 4. From a spectator perspective, it was an interesting game. There was a lot of fighting, a lot of engages. How crazy were the voice comms during that game?
It was pretty nuts, not gonna lie. I messaged Arrow actually after game 4, and I said I was screaming majority of the time, watch Arrow, watch Arrow. The dude is like absolutely cracked, and like him being able to pull out Silas support is one of the reasons why I'm like super high on him as a support. So I gotta give props to him.
Yeah, that game was absolutely intense with what came across. I think one of the things I'm curious about, what a lot of people were really surprised about, was the Swain pick. Was there a plan from the get-go to potentially use him in game 5, or was there a particular pick that came out from Omen that linked you guys to go, hey, yeah, we're going to bring a Swain out this time?
It was more so about just how they were playing the game, because that's why we picked the Malphite there, is because they're so focused on the team fight, reliable engage. But the Swain just made so much sense because, like, they're just constantly wanting to team fight, and all 5 games were just team fight, team fight, team fight, and like no game was won by split push, not a single game. So like it just came down to who could press their buttons better and who had the better like comp at the end of the day.
Yeah.
And I think the Swain slam at R5, I think that was Thanos. Like I think that was probably one of the best picks we actually had, because some of our drafts were pretty troll.
I absolutely agree. I think Aguri's been doing a phenomenal job at doing the matchup back and forth between Kobita, and you saw the trades early. He was able to continue to maintain matching in CS and everything that he did. But like, what surprised me most is I think, what was it, like 26 minutes? I looked back at the map with Spirit and I was like, yo, they've only lost bot turret. Like, what is going on? Like, it was absolutely insane how well you guys controlled the map going into all of that. And I really condemn you guys on your picks and how you guys just slowed the game down and played around your comp and what you were looking for. And I think that's what really led to going into it and getting there. And, you know, I guess my thought, you know, thing I'm curious about now too is like, what's next on the map for you, Relics? What are you most looking forward to now?
Well, I actually am coaching hockey coming September, so I will not be able to compete as much as I want to. I'll still be able to do leagues, so I'm going to be doing ALL again because I'm free on mostly on Fridays. But I'm looking at doing Risen with my boys basically again, which I've met friends in ALL, which is actually pretty cool. So, thanks to you guys again.
Right on.
Slash
any other
all,
questions?
you know, yeah, I especially Slash all is like one of those places where, you know, I joined in the last season, but you know, I made a lot of friends here. I really appreciate the atmosphere and the professionalism and the fun spirits that we get, you know, doing in-houses, participating on these streams and stuff. So, you know, just a shout out, you know, this is my first split casting, my second split here. And so, you know, just thanks to everyone in Slash all who makes it, you know, this is a really enjoyable thing. And I got one more question for you, Relix. If you had to give it to one person out of the 10 players from this, who is the MVP of the grand finals?
Oh, jeez. You know what? I'm gonna go with my gut. I think it's Aguri. Condemn, I think, was really close second, but I think Aguri was just some of the picks he can pull out. And I asked him to play something. He's just like, yeah, I got you. And it's a good teammate kind of thing, because if I'm asking somebody if he can play something, it's for a pretty good reason most of the time. And he's always just like, haven't played it for a bit, but I got you. And I just love that about him.
So what I heard is that Relix hates his ADC. All right, so that's gonna be us on the Slash all.
Second, moving on. Thanks for being here. You know, Coach Roman. But hey, but before we go to our closing words, man, we want to give you an opportunity, Relics. Anything you want to say to the community? Anything you want to say for closing out words?
I guess thank you to the just ALL community. It was a lot of fun. Props to Brendan. Like, I've messaged him a number of times this season, and I thought you handled things very, very well. Couple other things. My team, awesome job, guys. It was so much fun playing with you. Spooky, you're my boy, and I love you, Sams.
Well, once again, everybody, that's Relics from our winning team, Clownzry, your upper division season 4 champions, taking the final game 5 over Elysium. Omen, we appreciate you stopping in, Relics. Thanks, man. And with that, my closing remarks shall drop down again, as always, dude. Thank you, Jody. Thank you, Spirited. Thank you, Brendan. Thank you, everybody that's involved. I'm hoping I'll be casting next week for lower division. I'm going to try to throw my hat in the ring. Being an active lower division player, now that I'm not in the championship, since we lost our game last week, I want to be able to be there to talk. I've been around a lot of these guys. I can offer a lot of insight from my perspective, being the captain of my team and the shot caller. So when I have that opportunity, but to our community, we appreciate everybody. Thank you for sticking around, guys. Without your support, Slash all wouldn't be what it is. Be on the lookouts, join the Discord, continue to come be a part of everything that we have. There will still be a lot of shenanigans and fun things. Don't forget, next week on Friday, we have the our teams facing each other, going against our all-pro selections for Team 1 and Team 2. A big shout out again to our MVP, Yeecall, with everything that he had, and I just appreciate everybody with what you have. But with that, Spirited, any closing words, my brother?
Yeah, just stay tuned to the Slash all pro going on next week. I think we're also doing like a caster
game.
Yeah, we're doing a staff game. I think I'm gonna be playing in that, which I mean,
Okay.
if you haven't
Spicy.
seen the Spirit of Book ADC, man, it kind of can cook, and I'm a huge yapper in the comm, so I don't know, man. Maybe I got like Smite playoffs I got to be prepping for, so I don't know,
brother.
I don't know
Yeah.
if I'm gonna be getting any like league games in this week, but maybe I'll play a Zeri or
Oh.
Smolder game or two.
And before we forget, congratulations to everybody that made playoffs, but big shout out to Flame Horizon 3-0 tonight over Elysium Calypso, securing 3rd place.
Yes.
In upper division. Really well done to you guys, and closing out your season strong.
Yep. And so yeah, congrats to Flame Horizon. They obviously get 3rd. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's been a fun season again. You know, we did a good job last season. I think we did a better job this season. A lot of shout outs to a lot of people who stepped up. I know Jody Jr., you've stepped up to be a secondary prod guy this season. So huge shout outs to you. It's a difficult job to do, speaking from experience. And, you know, it's been a good season, and I
has been,
think we're only excited for the next is our goals. I think at
For
this
sure.
point at Slash
We're going
All.
to continue to grow. We're going to continue to work as an organization to get where we need to be. And, we ask everybody, please continue to stay engaged with us. Let us know what you guys would like to see from the community. Let us know what we can do to continue to do better. And we're always looking for that insight, for that guidance that you guys want to share with us and find those opportunities to continue to make Slash All the best community for you guys to find competitive amateur League of Legends play.
Exactly. And so any final thoughts, Jody, before we head out? I think
Yeah, I just want to say thanks to Brendan. He made a majority of these graphics. Sinja as well, I heard had a hand in it. These guys, they're not on the broadcast that often, but they're really talented people and they do a lot of work in the background. So huge shout out to them, and then also to Clownzry for winning and Flame Rising for getting third, and Omen. Second place is no easy thing. So congrats to all the teams that played and all the ones that want to keep playing. Best of luck to you, and hope to see you next split.
yeah, I think we only have one matchup left in this season of Slash All, and it will be Tom Kench's
Thursday next
Line
week.
Cook versus Astro Tax Evasion. Of course, the owner's lower division team that he's coaching makes it to finals. Man, tell me it's not scripted, man. Tell me it's not scripted.
It always
Tell me
is.
it's not.
It always is. And it was
Definitely-
in wild fashion too.
Definitely
Those
scripted.
were around. Yeah, I mean, 3 weeks in a row of pivotal matches affecting playoff decisions. I mean, it's 100% scripted.
Definitely scripted. Anyways, that'll do it for us on the cast. I've been Spirited Book, joined here by Jody Jr. and Merc Masta, and of course
Thank you, everybody.
Heat, who we had earlier on for the cast. Phenomenal job from all you guys. We'll throw it to our end screen, and we'll see you guys on Sunday for the podcast. We'll see you guys then. Bye.
Have a good night.
a good night.
Bye.